podcast. Dad Dash here, coming to you today with a very, very important video. I want to talk to you about something that I think every uh, delivery driver out there works for DoorDash, any of the apps, I think will find this very interesting. And I want to share with you something that I've seen because I keep a tremendous amount of statistical data. Okay, I'll show you. And this is my spreadsheets that I use. That's just one of them. And that's my 20. I have kept earnings data on 2021 from April of 2021 through the current year, 2022, 2023. I have everything tracked from my total income to my total deliveries made to my what I call work rate, time on delivery, overall time on delivery, average time on delivery when I'm performing orders. I mean, I have it all, and I have my spreadsheets that can break it down. I've made it clear that I will make that available to anyone out there who wants to use it, use these sheets to collect their own data, because I'd love to have someone else collecting that data to compare it with in other markets. And I will. My only ask is number one, you don't profit off of it. Number two, I'm not going to profit off of it. Number three, you subscribe to my channel so we stay connected. And anybody you hand those sheets to, you ask them to subscribe to the channel, your channel too, if you have one, and we collaborate together, share information with each other. That's the only ask I have. And any questions you have, you can come my way. But anyways, let's get into the video. Let's get into what I want to talk about today. So what I want to talk about today is this. Number one, we all know that it seems very, very slow out here in the markets. And what I want to talk about is I want to talk about why I think that isn't necessarily all that's going on out here. A lot of people are saying it's saturation. A lot of people are saying, well, there's too many dashers. And I'm going to explain to you why I don't think that's the complete answer. And that I think things aren't as slow as we like, but I think DoorDash is getting their way. And there's a couple things I can use to prove this to you if you stick with me through this video to the end. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is the concept of time on order, okay? And why this is a data point that is very important for you to consider. And I'm going to tell you about this data point and what I've learned in reviewing my information and what you need to do with the information I'm going to give you and why this makes an impact and how I've been working and the impact it's made. And I'm not going to say I haven't been affected. And at times you're going to see in my numbers that yes, I've given in at times. I've tried to work differently. I've taken lower orders. I've fallen off of I've gone off of what my normal strategy is, and it's been in my own peril, not to my own gain. And I have the numbers to prove it. So what I'm talking about here when I say average time on order, like overall time on order, is when I'm out and I track my time out begins when I take my first order and when I end my last order. And anything that happens before those two things, I don't track that. That's how I begin my process, because I don't consider myself clocking in or anything like that. I'm tracking it just to see that overall body of time. If I stop for a significant amount of time, I'll start the tracker again when I take my next order. Normally that time frame is if I have a half hour or more of time that I'm not taking orders, I'll stop tracking that as downtime and I'll move in. So, I kind of use discretion on it depending on what's going on. If I'm actively tracking orders and I just have an hour of downtime, I'm going to count that because I want to see it, and I want to see it bear out in the numbers. Now, the thing about data is, as long as you do it consistent and you do it one way, you can make conclusions and draw conclusions, and you can derive information off of the data, but it's got to be consistent. And that's the key when you're collecting data. And in this case, consistently do it the same way, and you can draw conclusions from it, which I have done. So my time on order, I'm going to go through my time on order in 2021. I started tracking that data marker in June of 2021. And from June through December, it was 34 minutes, 34.12 minutes on order, meaning I was taking, for the overall timeout, I was spending 34 minutes, if you take the total orders that I did for the day and you divide it by the amount of minutes I was working in total, which is reflected from the first order to the last order, that reflected out as 34.12 minutes. And I track that number because that tells me how busy it is in my market. My goal is to drive that number down to 20 minutes. And that would mean I would have been working 3 orders per hour that I was out. As you're going to find out as I go through these numbers, I have been able to do that. In fact, 2022, my number was 34.96 minutes on order. In 2023 year to date, it's 34.05. Now, that number also can tell you a lot about what's going on in your market, because in the event that you have a true slowdown, in other words, that the order flow has changed to the point that you're actually getting less orders, you're actually doing less orders, you should see that number rise, because you should see yourself being, maybe it's 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 50 minutes. So if there's a significant slowdown and your earnings are being affected because it's truly slow, you should see that number rise. If it's not slow, but maybe you're not getting as many offers, but you're still accepting an order and working an order for every 34 minutes, then that would be indicative that you would have a slowdown of offers, but it's not affecting your time on delivery. Now, one thing that absolutely will affect your earnings is your average order size. And in the event that this stays the same, your average order size is going to be the big indicator, and that is reflected and affected by the order value that you're taking orders at. And it's also going to be reflected in what you're willing to take, what maybe you're accepting lower orders. And again, the psychology of DoorDash is such, it has gone down from 2021. Now, 2021 to 2022, it pretty much was the same. It was 1323 was my average order accepted. 1322 was my average order accepted for 2022. And then we've had a drastic, almost $1 drop off to $12.27, which is, almost, that is almost a 7.5% drop off in order size. So when you look at that, that is indicative that something happened. So I started taking lower orders. And all that information is relevant, because when you look back over the last year and you say, well, what happened? Well, I'll tell you, something did happen. And if you look at my average order size, the reduction in the order size, it was higher at the beginning of the year than it was at the end of 2022. I went back and crunched those numbers. Something happened in my market. The Diamond program happened. And the Diamond program began the process of encouraging people, dashers and delivery drivers, to take more orders and get their acceptance rate up, which I told you 7-8 months ago when this first came out. It was first being reported on as these Diamond zones were popping up and people were encouraging more people to try to pursue Top Dasher, that the more orders that were accepted was going to affect the recycle rate on orders, and you were not going to see orders flowing through the market like you normally would, and it was going to slow things down. And it was going to also, because they weren't recycling, they were not going to be bid up as high. So those two factors are going to drive order size down. And as a result, they're going to affect earnings. And that is exactly what I believe we saw here. Number one, by affecting the recycle rate of the orders coming back through and having to be rebid and repriced and having them accept it quicker, that repricing process has stopped. And I'm going to tell you the proof of that in a second. It came out yesterday in DoorDash's earnings calls. Secondly, because Dashers began accepting higher percentages of orders, the amount of orders that are coming through that we are seeing to our phone looks less busy. It's not that we are less busy. back when we were all cherry picking, if you remember, and you go back and you look at the videos, you'll see people talking about sitting in their car for 25, 30 minutes, decline, decline, decline. And then finally they get the big order that they want and they go deliver that order and they come back and they decline some more. The perception of busyness was there. You're hitting that decline button. It feels busy. And then suddenly, maybe if you're multi-apping, you're getting some Ubers mixed in there, some Grubhub mixed in there, some Instacart. It feels really busy. Now, it didn't mean you were working more, because the definition of work is accepting an order, going out and delivering it. But it did mean you were declining more. It did mean you were engaged more with the app. Now, what DoorDash knows is psychologically, when you're engaged less with the app, it's going to give you the perception that you're not as busy. It's going to make you begin to think things are slow, and it's going to encourage you to begin accepting lower orders, because DoorDash is going to keep sending them to you, and they're going to send you orders at a lower price point. One, not because I don't think, this algorithm is not this evil thing, but the algorithm is starting at a lower price point because the orders aren't lasting as long. Plus, this. Well, if I don't accept this, I might not see an order for another 5 minutes or 10 minutes. All I'm seeing is low orders. And the reason why all you're seeing is low orders is because no order is staying in the system long enough to grow and mature and price at the market rate like it used to. They're all being accepted quickly and fast, just like DoorDash wants. And we said DoorDash would make more money doing this if this happened. And that is exactly what's happened. Now, tying this all together, the proof of this would be in seeing someone like myself who has maintained, for the most part, cherry picking and waiting. And yes, I have said in my videos, it has felt slower. It has been slower. But I've also noted that I've earned more money this year, year to date, than I had last year, year to date. I also had reflected on the fact that I, felt that, that I was noticing that my work rate was staying pretty steady, that my time on order was staying pretty steady. And when I went back and looked at the comparative nature of all of those figures, I saw that, yes, in fact, my work rate has stayed. And in fact, my work rate is at the lowest point not the work rate, time on delivery is at 34.05. In fact, it's lowest of all 3 years. The question here is what are we going to do here? Okay. What are we going to do about this? Because what I can tell you is that the overall order size is being driven down. People are taking smaller and smaller orders. They are not taking profitable orders with good order values. They are hurting everyone when you accept orders too soon. There should be as it lays out in the TOS, and if you need proof of it, go to the TOS, read your TOS, and DoorDash will tell you exactly what I'm telling you right now, that we are to negotiate with them. We are to create the market price for an order by declining and accepting based on our profitability standards for our businesses, okay? And that is what we are supposed to be doing. The quicker we accept an order, the more money we're losing on that order potentially, because we haven't given the market a chance. If you're the first recipient of that order, anyone who knows about negotiation knows that you're not getting the highest value out of that order if you're the first one to see it. And DoorDash has several mechanisms that they play with the algorithm with by sending it and hiding tip and things of that nature, so that they don't have to continue to increase their order for a while. In fact, all they have to do is just show a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. So they start their negotiation with us at the lowest possible price point, especially on the big tipped orders, instead of showing it to us right out the gate and then having to continue to raise base pay and cut into their bottom line. It's why they hide the tips. It's why they've tried to, do what they did several years ago when they attempted to keep a portion of the tip to subsidize the orders they were having to raise base pay on. And the point of the matter is that it's our job as businesses, as drivers, as running our own delivery business, to demand value from these apps. We have to do that. Now, if you want proof of what DoorDash is gaining from this, yesterday there was an earnings call. There was a couple interesting things that were reported. If you look at the financial reports and you listen to the earnings call and you look at the data, right? And these data points are proving exactly what I have said, what I said 8 months ago, what I've been saying continuously. Number one, DoorDash reported record earnings over $2 billion, up 40% year over year. Second, order flow, orders fulfilled was up year over year. Okay. And it was up by nearly 100 million orders. That's going to tell you something. Okay. That tells you that it's not slower. DoorDash is getting more orders fulfilled than ever because we are hitting the accept button. We are allowing them to make money on our backs. And the third thing that they came out with is they said efficiency is through the roof. And their margins are better than ever. Efficiency, margins, that is language directly speaking to their cost of business, their cost of operating. And their cost of operating is us. And that is down. Their operational costs are down, meaning their margins are better. And not only that, but they were expecting, I believe it was 57-cent loss per share, and they reported a 41-cent loss per share, coming in way ahead of what they expected. And the reason they attributed that to is because they had better than expected performance on operational cost, efficiency, and their margins. And the reason why they did that is because the Diamond program has been going better than ever. The Dashers are out here accepting more orders at lower price points, at lower base pay than ever before. The Dashers have pretty much said, we're not negotiating with DoorDash anymore. We will do your bidding at whatever price you tell us to do it at that makes your shareholders as much money. So my question to you, Dashers, when are you going to stand up for yourself? When are we going to take our clown noses off, as some people out there like to say, and say, listen, we're not worrying about acceptance rate anymore. We're not worrying about diamonds anymore. We're worrying about one thing. Does this order make sense to my bottom line? And that is the only thing that matters. And if it does, accept it. If it doesn't, send it back to DoorDash. Let it get repriced. And maybe you'll see it again at a better rate that makes more sense. Or maybe another Dasher out there will see it again. Or maybe it'll get declined 9 times or 10 times or 12 times and eventually make it to somebody's screen where it makes financial sense. If we don't get smarter, if we don't start doing this, we're going to continue to work harder and we're going to continue to run ourselves right out of business and transfer the value of our assets, of our wealth, of everything. It's going to go right to DoorDash and its shareholders and any of the other gig apps that are following suit, that are seeing the money that's being made, seeing the performance that's happening. It's our job as businesses, as business owners, to put our interest above all else, just like DoorDash is doing. I'm not faulting DoorDash because DoorDash is doing what is natural to them. They're doing what they do. The question is, when will we start doing what we're supposed to do? I'll leave you with that, guys. Hopefully this message comes through clear. Some of you may not like it. A lot of you aren't going to like this. And perhaps I'll lose a few subscribers. I don't know. Sometimes when I put these videos out, I do. But it's the truth. I have data to back it up. Anyone that wants to see the data, reach out to me, dad-13@gmail.com. I'll reach out to you. We can connect up, and I'll show you the data for yourself. Go on DoorDash's website. Read their investor page. Read the information for yourself. Register for yourself to listen to the call. Hear it for yourself. Educate yourself. And through more information and better information, we can get better. And we can do better. And we can end up making money and making more money for ourselves. And making sure that we're protecting ourselves and our own bottom lines. Guys, as always, thank you for watching. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you tonight with a ride along, and figured we'd film a little ride along today. Now, I want to give you some background on this intro of what we're going to do tonight. We're going to do it a little different than normal, and the way we're going to do it, because I'm, as always, I'm always crunching numbers. I'm thinking about things. I'm looking at things. And I'm like, you know what? How do we do gig work? And I think for the most part, most of us do it wrong, right? So here is the goals. Here's what we're going to do. Unfortunately, what I always feel like we're doing every time I'm out is like taking a circular object and sticking it in a square hole. It never quite fits. Sometimes you get it partially in, but it just never fits right? So maybe there's a way we need to do this, and we need to stop doing it like it's what it's not meant to be, and come out and approach it differently. So that's what we're looking to do right now. So we're going to head in. It's about 5:30. We're going to work a couple of hours tonight. Now, I'm going to do this experiment on a bigger size later on if this works. See how tonight works. Now, full disclosure, I've already made $29 today. I went out, did a short run today, made $29 on a stack order, and kind of did this on like for an hour just to test the theory of saying, you know what, let's look and find some orders that will fit my guidelines. And what I found is if you want to make $25 an hour, the following needs to be true, right? If you want to reach a $25 goal per hour, you want to earn $25 for every hour that you're out, every hour that you have the apps on, you're going to need to complete 2.5 orders per hour, $10 or more per order, period. And that will give you an order value of $25 per hour that you're out. That will make sure you're hitting a $25 goal. And so therefore, if I was going to be out for 2 hours, my order goal would be $10 an order, 5 orders, right? That puts the half in. So every 2 hours, I'm completing 5 orders. So if I go out for 4 hours, I would want to complete 10 orders, at least $10 or more. Obviously, if I'm higher than $10, I'm going to earn more. So we're going to put that to work tonight, but we're going to focus it out over the next 2 hours, and we're going to try to complete 5 orders at $10 or more over the next 2 hours, and see how long it takes for us to complete 5 orders with a goal of minimum of $10 and a minimum of at least $1 a mile. And of course, I'll analyze it from a couple other perspectives as well, but it's got to be $1 a mile and $10. $1 a mile and $10. Let's see where this goes. That's what we're going to look at. We're not going to consider doing anything small unless it's a stack on. Now, if it's a stack on, and we're going to talk about this as contract size, not by individual order. So if I get a stacked offer for $17.50, yes, it's 2 orders, but if I believe I can complete that contract, I'm going to complete 5 contracts an hour, or 5 contracts over 2 hours, valued at least $10 a contract, which will net me at least $1 a mile. That's our goal. That's what we're going for. So I will be back to go over each order. We're going to take each order on. I'll come back in. I'll show you the order, and then we'll see exactly what it is. And we will clock this at first order to last order will be the 2 hour mark. So it'll be first order to last order. Okay? All right, guys. I'll be back. And as soon as I get that. All right, guys. So I didn't have to wait long.
In 800 feet, turn left at Worcester Drive.
We ended up getting a 1325 11-mile catering order. In 11 miles are full miles heading directly into the market that we're going to be in. So meets all the standards. There's potential here for overpay. I think it was like 14 items or something like that. You'll see it on the screen.
Continue
I'm not 100%
straight,
certain.
then turn left.
And I don't have the screenshot in front of me right now. So anyways, we're going to go pick this up. That's order number 1, 1325, 11 miles. So order number 1 has been received. This will count or as contract number 1. Anything added to this will still stay as contract number 1. Okay. Anyways, I'll be back to talk to you shortly with an update. All right, guys, I want to give you guys a little viewpoint of the upgraded setup that I've got going on here. So you see, this is what I call my handset. This is the handset that I use to do all my deliveries. It's a Z Flip, and it's really got some great features. I will do a more in-depth video on why I use it and how I'm using all of this. I would say this is an advanced setup. It's not going to be for everybody. And then I've got over here my Z Fold, and that's kind of that runs all my apps, that runs all my helper apps. It's got all the computer power that I need to do that with. And then I'll run my shopper phone over here, and this is just to help in busier markets because I've been going down into the city to try to go after more busier stuff, and I don't have it up, but that ends up being my S23 Ultra. Anyways, guys, just thought I'd show this to you. We're getting ready to go and make this drop off, so I'll be back to talk to you. How you doing? Doing well, man, doing well. Number 1, a couple pounds here for you. 2, there you go. Awesome. And you have a good one. Yep. All right, guys, there's the payout. And that was well over a lot of food, but they tipped me $10. I had a suspicion when I saw $13.25 that it was going to either be a really nice payout or it was going to be $10 and $3.25. In this area that I'm in tends to have lower tips. So anyways, no big deal. That's all good. Still a decent order value. It got me into the area, covered all my miles, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of good about the order. Not a big deal that it was a lower one. We'll go out, we'll find another one. So that's order number 1 down. It's 6:13, and we got 4 more orders to complete. So I am now heading back in the direction of, let me flip you around here. I am now going to head back in the direction of where I know the hot spots are in this area, and we're going to see what we can find. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. Want to report to you that we have our next order. It's 11:07 for 10 miles, but they're really not 10 miles because we are literally going to be going up the way to the Jersey Mike's that we have to go to, picking up a sub and coming right back to where I'm at, where I will be in a position to hopefully get another order. Shouldn't take but maybe 20 minutes to get this done total. So good order, in my opinion, good order value, good location, good drop off, all of it checks. Order number 2, guys, in the car. Contract number 2 to be fulfilled. So let's get up here, grab this, and get back so that we can get the next order and get number 3 out of the way. And we're good from there. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So got that Uber order delivered, and it ended up, being a face value offer, no extra tip going to be on that, which is what I expected. So 11:07. So then right after the Uber order, we ended up getting our next order literally right away. I think we got one offer in between. I turned it down, and then right after that, we got a $16.25 easy cater order for the EPS plant over here. For BJ's, which is right across the street, with a $3 setup fee. Now, I'm not sure why they're paying me for setup because all the bags are sealed and it appears there's really nothing to set up. But the total order payout is $19.25. I believe this order will have extra tip. That's order number 3. It's about 7:14. If you recall, we started this experiment at 5:39 with the goal to do 5 orders in 2 hours. Now, there was a long wait on this because I was right near the restaurant, so they had to prepare it. So we'll see what happens. We need to get in order number 4 and not order number 5. But if this is a nice payout, this could absolutely help us at least dollar figure wise, making the 2 hour period worth it. So we'll see. A little bit of a gamble, but I think it's one that will pay off. I think it's a high percentage risk here to sit and wait for that order and go from there. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you soon. I'll talk to you when we get this done, and we'll go from there.
Control room.
Yes, I have a food delivery.
I'll open the gate up for you.
Awesome, thank you. Set it right over there.
Yeah.
No problem, man. I was gonna say, yeah, they've got it all bagged up for you. Yeah. It had since set up. Like I said, they bagged it all up just like this. So all right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that delivered. It was a little bit of a headache at the drop off because I got there and it was supposed to be a setup. And I told the guy, you know, I got to set up. And I said, where do you want it set up? And he said, well, hold on, I'll come back here. And then he said, well, what do you got in there? And I said, well, it's just bags. He said, well, if you got bags, I'll just take it. I said, well, I know, but I'm supposed to set this up. Got that delivered. Got back here towards my area, and we've got got another order. So we got a $10.61 5-mile Uber order for the 4th order of this experiment, and it's about 7:35. So we're 4 minutes before the 2-hour mark of that last order, and we've got 4. This will be our 4th order in. I'm gonna jump off here. We're gonna go to Pizza Hut, get this order picked up. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that last order delivered. I'm over back here in my prime spot where I like to collect orders from. Got the 1061. It looks like there could be some extra on this one. We don't know. Sometimes it's a few cents. Sometimes it's 8 even. Sometimes it's more. Anyways, it was 2 large pizzas, so we'll see what happens. So got those delivered. That's order number 4. Now we are looking for order number 5, the final order of the evening. I just got a couple offers in. One of them was a Popeyes order for $12. Not doing that. Now we just got one that's heading towards home. Oak Tree Lane. Let's see here. This is where you wish you could see. It's 7 minutes away. I'm half tempted to take this one. It's not meeting my guidelines, but it's heading in the direction of where I want to go. But we're still going to turn it down because it's not meeting the guidelines. $7.50 for 4 miles. We have the fine guidelines that we're looking for. So yes, it's tempting to go ahead and do that, but that order, you know, you go over, you find out there's a wait. It's about a 11-minute ride that way. Now I am going to be going that way anyways, but it's 11 miles going another direction. And then you're in the $17, $18 an hour category or territory as far as order value and everything else. And then you're wondering, well, why am I not making money fast enough? Well, you're not taking orders large enough. I think there's still orders out here that can meet the guidelines I need. We'll see what happens here. Now there's the other side that would say, well, there could have been extra tip on that. You know, it was $7.50. You know, a lot of indicators there that there could be extra tip. But again, you know, do I want to gamble? I don't know. I've got a little leeway to gamble with tonight. I think my average would still be $10 an order. I could still get away with it because of the large order I did for BJ's, but we'll see what happens. So anyways, guys, when I get that next order, I will come back. I'll go over what it is, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So I told you there's always discretion, right? So we accepted our final order, our 5th and final order. Took a little while, sorted through some orders. Settled on a $9.25 3-mile, $3 a mile Chili's order. Now I took that order. It doesn't reach the $10 mark, but you know what? It's close enough. $3 a mile. Drop off is like 5 minutes from the restaurant. So I'm not turning that down. There's always potential for more. There's always potential they stack me with another order in the surrounding area and turn this contract into a +10. Remember, our goal is to get the contract size above $10. So we're close enough. I mean, and even if it ends up at $9.25, I think the order value will support it. And I know we have other orders that got us up. So anyways, we're pulling up the Chili's now and get this order picked up, and then I will be back to talk to you. All right, guys, so got that final order delivered. There was an extra on it. I was willing to take that risk. It wasn't a bad order at all. Like I said, it gave us 22 minutes to complete the order. We did it in 17. Okay, so I stand by that decision. $32 order value. Those are the adjustments sometimes you have to make. And knowing already what I knew about the 4 previous orders, that every single one of those came in at or above, that several of those came in above the $10 mark, I knew I was going to be in great position to offset that. So I was willing to take the gamble. I was willing to see where it put us. But anyways, $925 payout for the final order. We did our 5 orders. I'll be back. When you see me, I'll be in my comfort of my home after I have analyzed these 5 orders for purposes of this ride-along experiment and give you some reflections and thoughts on what I learned from approaching it this way. I liked it. I will say that. I think it's something that I would encourage everyone to give a try. And especially when you can multi-app and use multiple apps, doing it during a busy time. But I'll look at the final outcome. How long did I work? What all came out of it? Again, we started at 5:29 or 5:39. It was our first order. Our final order ended up being completed at 8:38. So we worked about 2 hours and 59 minutes, and we made some good money. I know that. I know we made some good money. And it worked out well, and it was not, to me, it was not bad at all. And I don't know the final amount because I'm still waiting on that Uber to pay out and find out. But right now, as it stands, we made about $75.97 in just under 3 hours of being out. And that was not our delivery time, because our delivery time was a little less. We did spend some time waiting, sorting through orders. But like I said, I'll get into all of that, get into all the analysis, go over the miles once we get that final Uber payout and I crunch the numbers. So I'm gonna leave you here on the road. When you see me again, I'll be back home. See you there. Hopefully I get there safe, sound, and everything else. And I'll see you in a little bit, guys. Thanks for watching tonight. And hopefully you enjoyed this. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So I want to come with you guys, guys, with a little with a recap here. And I want to remind you, first off, before we get into the recap, remember what we're looking at here. The experiment was, if you remember at the top of the video, we were looking to do $10. We were looking to focus on completing orders, not worrying about time or how long we were going to be out or the amount of money. It was going to be completing a certain amount of orders at a certain rate at a certain amount of mileage worth the minimum standards, and then of course making sure that we use common sense and using proper order selection, stuff like that. So the parameters we were using was $10 in order, $1 a mile, make sure drop off makes sense, make sure restaurant makes sense, etc. So I decided to use the day in its entirety because the first order I did was at those parameters, but it wasn't quite as strict. I hadn't come up with a full amount. I just said, let me see if I could find an order at least $10, going $1 a mile, see where this goes. And I ended up with a really good order. So overall, we're looking at it overall. We ended up driving 80 miles. Okay. So we ended up with 80 miles driven at $1.35 a mile. So from a miles perspective, being $1 a mile, the goal, we ended up with 35 cents over that. So that's the first sign that things went really well. Next, the dollar goal would have been at least a minimum of $60. We hit that for certain. Not only did we hit that, but we exceeded it by $48.02, making $108.02. Now, the real test here is time. How long did it take? So we ended up out in total, and again, the way we track our time, first order delivered, last order delivered, that time frame was 230 minutes in total, or 3.83 hours. Now, technically speaking, Looking at that first part of the day, I don't really, I'm just going to throw an hour on there, but the dinner hour was, we were doing 5 orders, which I said should keep us busy, in line for our goal of essentially $50. That would require us to do 5 hours or 5 orders, or at least 2.5 orders an hour, to do it over a 2-hour time period. Well, we ended up doing 181 minutes for the dinner hour. So we went 61 minutes over the 2 hours, and we did 49 minutes for the first order we did. That made up 230 minutes. That put us at a average order value for that $108.02 we made of $28.18. So even though we had to work a little bit more, even though we had to be out a little bit more, we still covered it at the amount we wanted to do for the 2 hours. So hey, I'm willing to work extra to get that extra money and get paid fairly. Now it gets even better when we look at delivery time, because we ended up working, of that time we were out from first order to last order, we worked 82% of the time. We only spent 18% of the time waiting on orders. We spent 38 minutes on an order, 189 minutes of actual labor time, and we were being paid while we were working. Our work time, $34.29 order value, or basically we were making $34.29 for every hour we worked, which is phenomenal. So overall, this was a very big success. You're going to go and say, okay, how did the profits look, right? At 80 miles driven out on the road 3.82 hours. Well, we generated gross revenue of $108.02. However, you didn't take home $108.02, because we paid $20.77 in taxes. We put $8 aside for our car expense fund. We put $5.81 back in the bank to put towards our next gas fill up. And we ended up walking away and clearing $73.44 of cash in our pocket at the end of the day. We cash flowed $73.44, profit at $73.44, almost nearly $100. So that's a good day in my opinion, especially when you look at it against the idea of only having to work just a little over 3 hours. So very, very happy with that result. Very, very happy with the overall results here of how things went. Now, we're going to take this. I intend to do this on a bigger scale. I intend to try to take this and do this over a 10 order, see how long it takes me to do 10 orders and where that comes out at $10 an order, which is $100. My goal would be 4 hours on that. So we'll see how it all goes. Let me know what your all's thoughts are. Is it better to work on order goal, how many orders you want to fulfill in a day, or would it be better, or do you think it's better to say, hey, I want to go out and have a per hour goal? And say I'm going to be out 4 hours, and my goal for that time is per hour, and boom. What's your thoughts? What do you think is going to make you more money? I'm thinking and leaning towards, I think it's, again, changing how you're working, changing what we're comfortable with. I think this is maybe more how this is designed to work. Focus on that goal, focus on finding that money. And when you find that money, you're going to find your goal, less than saying, well, I'm out here for 3 hours. I mean, there's really nothing we can do. If in 3 hours we've made $60, we've made $60. But if you're taking $6 orders because you're just trying to stay busy, and you still make $60 over 3 hours, but you worked that entire time, did you really end up better? And of course, we all know what you make gross is not what you really take home. So, I think this allows for a little bit of a smarter work. You let me know what you think. Guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the ride along today. I hope you enjoyed this little experiment today. We're going to take it further. We're going to keep looking, keep working, keep building. So as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Guys, Dad Dash is here, and I wanted to come to you today with a video about an app that I'm using currently, and it's for iPhone and Android. I'm going to show you a little bit about this app. I'll talk to you about it, tell you about it, but it's an app I'm using, and I think everybody out there could find this incredibly useful. So first, let's jump into my Z Fold and get into it. All right, guys, I'm inside the Z Fold now. This is what you see when you first come in. Now, this app does try to sell you some things. It does try to sell you some things. So be aware of that. There is, it's meant to go along with us with a cellular extender that will expand your cellular signal. But I don't use it for that. I don't necessarily believe my area is so bad that I need that. But what I do use it for is two things. Well, really one thing, but I'll also use it to try to figure out where my cell towers are at and try to move closer to them. But when I'm in a parking lot and I'm going in to park at a parking lot, I want to make sure I'm not parked somewhere that has no cell signal. So if you're on an Android, I'm able to hit this cell signal thing, and I'm going to do a test right now. Now, this is at my house, and you're going to see right here. There it is. And it tells you how strong it is. Obviously, further in the green is better, and the red is bad. So I will start kind of move around. I'll park, I'll test the signal out, and then I'll move again, and I'll test the signal out, making sure that I'm in a good signal range. This is absolutely, to me, a critical thing because it will help me eliminate that as an issue if I'm not getting orders, and help me decide what I'm going to do with that. All right, now let's jump into the iPhone here. We're getting to the iPhone interface. All right, so we're in the iPhone. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to bring you picture on picture in the iPhone, but here's the iPhone interface. You're going to see it right there. And when you do the iPhone, you've actually got to do this manually. So you're going to go here. It's going to give you a code. Paste that. And then it's going to bring you over here. Now you can dashboard it up. I have it already saved, but if you come in here, you're going to want to go under the RSRP, RSRQ center right here, which I already have flagged up here, and get your RSRP. So it's minus 92. So I put in there 92, and then it does the same exact thing. Again, it's not as quick, it's not as easy, but it will tell you what your cell phone signal is and help you to find the best spot using an iPhone. So hopefully, guys, you find this helpful. All right, guys. So listen, I hope you found this helpful. It's just a little tip. This is a little something. It's a little edge. We're out here. It's slow. You're sitting in a parking lot and you want to eliminate. Is it slow? Is it no orders? Is my app on? You've tested out the app. It's telling you it's good. Is your cell phone signal a problem? Are you sitting in a good spot? This app will help you do it. I put a link in the description to download it. I appreciate you guys watching, and I'll talk. What's up, guys? Dad Dash is here with another ride along, and I decided today to kind of kick it back old school, go back to the roots, so to speak. We'll see how long I last. I've got my kit with me, but I decided today I'm cracking out the iPad mini. This is how I started. I started with an iPad. It was actually an 11-inch because the mini wasn't out yet. Then I transferred over to the mini, and then, of course, I had my old trusty iPhone mini that I've had for the last like 3-4 years. I love this device. I'll never give it up as a personal device. It's my favorite. We're going to take these guys out for a spin. Only devices we're using: AirPod, Apple Watch, and we're going to see how we do. I call this. This will be like the everyman, everyday deal. And we kind of have an everyday goal. I thought it would be relevant to do that. Our goal today is $42.10 to hit that next 1,000. Of course, obviously, I want to do more the longer I'm out. We're going to be applying my strategy right now of $10 1 mile minimum to get the wheels moving. I've got various errands I've got to run. I'm not on the DoorDash till 3. I'm up on Uber, up on Grubhub. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how long this takes. We'll see what kind of day we have. We'll see if I break and go back and get my normal devices out and set them up. So, and I'll go over some of, oh, look at this. Uber is already giving us an order. $7.42 for Popeyes. We'll screenshot that and turn it down. Not doing that. 742, 5 miles. Got to come better, Uber.
Anyways, that's where we stand, guys. I will be back when I finally do find an order. I'll be back with updates throughout the day, and we'll go from there. Also, I am using my iPhone Pro 14 to record this, so it's just an all iPhone kind of day. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you soon, and I'll be back in a little bit. What's up, guys? Dad Dash back here. So it's been a little while since I talked to you at the beginning. We've run some errands. We went to the store. I ate some lunch. And got down here, got on DoorDash, sorted through a few orders, and then I got a 1025 5-mile Uber order, which obviously that qualified, so that got accepted right away. And then like clockwork, like I have a theory, it's like as soon as you accept an order from another app, and I'm using one phone today, so I believe they know what's on your screen, and bam, I got a 1525 12-mile DoorDash run. Now, it was for a pizza restaurant that, you know, I was not even going to try to stack because it's just one of these places that you are going to have a wait. You're going to have a 10 to 15 minute wait. And then it was a 23-minute ride from where I was at to the customer. And of course, some of that ride would be covered by going to the restaurant because the restaurant's kind of on the way. But man, I was like, nope, I'm not touching that. So I will see you guys at the delivery, and we'll take it from there. All right, guys. So I just made that delivery. Super quick order. Super quick order. Really just exactly what you want. $10 payout, good miles, good time, $47 order value. Man, that's what it is. The guy even complimented. I said, man, I appreciate you getting here super quick, man. I said, no problem. And it's helping me get somewhere else that I needed to go because the interstate is all tied up. And I would have gone this way anyways to go around that tie up. So it all lined up perfect. Anyways, guys, I'll be back with the next order. Hopefully I get something soon to talk about. But that puts us 1/4 of the way to where we need to go for our daily goal. And we'll see where everything else goes after that. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So, haven't done any other orders. It's dinner time. I actually ended up going offline for a little while. I had to go run some errands that I had to take care of. And now it is 6 o'clock. So, strategy for the rest of today. Today is not going to be a big day, but it wasn't needing to be a big day. We need what, like about $31 to hit the $1,000 goal. Like I said, I had a lot of other stuff going on. So it's 6 o'clock. We're riding into the market we're going to be in for dinner, my original market, Hagerstown. And we are going to go for 2 hours. And our goal would be 5 orders in 2 hours. If we can't quite hit go, I'm going to have to be a little harder on the stoppage tonight. So I'm not going to be able to just linger because it's been taking 2+ hours to get 5 orders in. But we'll see what happens. So that'll be the goal. Same deal. Now, how's this been? Using this again. It hasn't been very busy, so I haven't really been challenged too much. But I've noticed, just turning down the orders, screenshotting the orders, I am missing my driver utility helper app. I'm missing the functionality that allows me to just focus on driving, not be focusing on worrying about looking at this thing. And, it'll alert you, talk to you, tell you the order. I mean, there's so many things that it does that when you get back on the iPhone and you're like, man, I really do miss it. So, I mean, I can't tell you. If you love iPhone, I understand because I love iPhones too. But I'm telling you, there's some things it does and that once you get used to the Android experience and what you need to do to make it work, the little hassles are not, they're small inconveniences for the very big things this thing brings. Anyways, guys, I'll be back as soon as I get another order, and we'll go from there. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. All right, so Dad Dash back here. No sooner did I turn that video off than my phone went off, and we got a very nice, and I'll be honest, it's a screenshot, but we got a Uber Eats order. I don't know if you can see it there. Of course, I'll flash it up on the screen. 1164, 8.7 miles. Here's the best part about it. You might go 8.7 miles. I mean, that tees off everything that I want. But it actually brings me right back across to where I was heading anyways. So my favorite part of the zone, I'm going to go pick up the food and then I'm going to come right back down, drop it off, and I'll be right here where I want to be. So this is as ideal of an order as it gets. $11.64, smells of possibly extra tip. This has been a restaurant that is about 70% on time. And 30% of the time I have to wait a little bit. We'll see what happens tonight. Anyways, guys, let's get over here. We're going to go pick this order up, and then I'll be back to talk to you soon. Go over how everything goes. Talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. Pickup went smooth. Food's in the back. We got about a 7-minute drive. Let's get on the road and get this food to the customer, guys. I'll see you at the drop-off. How you doing, man? Going well. You have a good one. Thank you. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So, got that Uber order delivered. My wife called. I had to talk to her for a second, so I wasn't able to come right on. But as I'm driving away, I'm talking to her and going through things. DoorDash sends me a $15 order. It's a 10-mile, $15 order. Now, here's the nice part about it. Those 10 miles, once again, are all within our area, right? They're all within the area we want to be in. And it lands us right up near one of my hotspot zones. So perfect lineup, perfect way to flow. It's a stacked order. You're going to see on the screen. It's a stacked order, but it's actually going to the same address. So although it's a stack, it's okay because it's going to the same address that we're going to be going to and wanting to be at. So perfect in terms of what we are looking for out of an order. So yeah, we're heading over there now. We're about 5 minutes from the restaurant anyways. So all right, guys, I'll be back once we get this picked up. And all right, guys, Dad Dash back here. Just got in the car. Food is secured. We're on our way to the customer's house. It's going to be about an 11-minute drive, and we should be about, almost probably 10 to 12 minutes earlier than what we needed to do to make sure that this maintained our goal order value of $25. So this will be another excellent order. We will be finishing in a great place. So we'll see if that will hopefully result in a quick order on the next one, which is what we want. We want good flow when we're getting good orders. So off we go, and fingers crossed. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon. And see you at the drop-off. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. We got that delivery completed. Went smooth. And we ended up booking about a $29 order value. So we've got, I believe we need 521 right now left. Got a couple offers. None of them were decent. So it definitely was a little frustrating because it was like I'm trying to log. Normally what would happen is if I'm logging in an order, my phone, it would automatically pop up. I just put the apps in pop-up mode on Android, and it would just pop up and it would be handled. The system would automatically handle it, and I'd go back to logging. In this case, I should have been using the iPad, I think, probably to log, and just had the phone sitting there. And in the future, I'll do that. I'll get more back into my workflow if I was doing this using these devices on a more regular basis. The thing with iPhone is what I recognize is you've got to have more than one device, either a tablet and a phone, or two phones when it gets really, really busy. Now, I'm not saying you got to have the top of the line. Here we go. Outback Steakhouse, 15 miles. Locust Level Road, 1225. Not big enough. Not big enough for that distance. Too many miles. We're turning that down. So, but you got to have multiple devices. Now, which I do. Today, my goal was to try El Ranchero 525, 3 miles, decline. But my goal was to say one phone, one device. On an Android, you can get away with one phone, one device because they have split screens, pop-up widgets. Like I said, there is other ways and other things you can do with the phones that do make it very, very nice, especially with the auto decline features, the auto accept features if you want to use those, to speak to you. You can tell it decline, accept. I mean, it makes it very, very safe to be driving around and having orders come to your phone and looking around for orders. Anyways, guys, I'm going to stop rambling, jump off here, try to find that next order. It's 7:04. Like I told you, we're going to 8 o'clock. We're in great position. We've already got like $26, $27 of the 30 that we were needing. So we should be able to get this. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you soon. I'll be back as soon as I get in. All right, guys, those who wait shall be rewarded. So, or hopefully this will be a good order. I think it will be based on what I'm looking at it, my assessment of it. But, so we ended up taking the 1050 order going about 5 miles. So $2 a mile, a little bit heavier on the side of money. Going to a Mexican restaurant that's right down the street from me. I'm happy with the order. I think it's taking us away or taking us towards, when we drop off, we will be heading directly towards a bunch of restaurants. TGI Fridays, Chipotle, Five Guys, Panera Bread. I mean, there will be a slew. There's a couple of sushi houses over there. And there should be plenty of time to do one more order before 8 o'clock. And hopefully maybe even get an order heading in the general flow of home. And that to me is really, really good. So anyways, we're pulling up to the restaurant right now. Hopefully this order is ready. It's supposed to be ready at 7:12. That'll give me a couple of minutes to get my stuff noted. Then I'll run in here, hopefully snatch this order up, get on the road, and head on down the road to get this dropped off, and hopefully sneak one more order in before 8. This will definitely put us over where we want to be at for the day. So all is going spectacular. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a minute. And see you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back with an update. Food is in the car. There was a little bit of a wait, which I knew was a possibility when I took this order, but we're still on track based on my estimates. We're 9 minutes away from the customer. Also got some further good news. Just got our Uber tip from the first Uber order we were involved in, and it ended up going up from $8, which was what they showed us, which is the maximum Uber will show you up front, to $10.10, knocking down what we need to $3.11. And then you add this order we're on right now, and that gets finalized. That will put us over, well over the $40 that we needed for the day. So anyways, we are on our way to the customer. I will talk to you guys at drop off, and we'll go from there. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that order delivered. It wasn't without a little bit of issue there. I ended up thinking it was, I don't know. I was reading mailboxes and I thought I couldn't find the address, but I wasn't down far enough. I don't know what was going on, but we did end up getting it delivered. And it ended up being a $21 order value. So we lost $4 on it, mainly because of the wait time. And then, of course, like I had to double back, turn around, wait. So I added probably about 3 minutes to the drop off. And I think we needed to get it done in like 25 minutes. And then the extra couple of minutes we had to wait at the restaurant, add that in there, and our order values dropped. Now, the good news is we had other order values in the evening that propped this one up. So in the scheme of things, we still came in above $20. So that's what we want. That will help us and will help make the overall picture better. Anyways, we're heading now back in the direction. Well, we're in a hot spot right now, and I'm hoping we'll find an order relatively quickly, but we have not gotten any bites whatsoever. So the last time I delivered, DoorDash sent me some orders right away. So that tells me it's probably slowing down a little bit up here. If it slows down, I can't find an order. You know, I'm already above my daily goal for the day. So we're packing up. We'll go home when it gets close to 8 o'clock and head down the road. And then, of course, conclude this up. So anyways, guys, that's where we stand. I'll be back as soon as I have something to report on what's going on. I'll come back and update you. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and we are ending our vlog. So Unfortunately, we did not find another order. So let's jump into the numbers here, and then I'll give you my thoughts on how it went today using the iPhone. So we'll get through this quickly. It wasn't a long day. We only worked 1.85 hours. So we only worked 111 minutes. We delivered out of those 111 minutes 88% of the time. So we delivered for 98 minutes. Now that is tracking first delivery to last delivery. So some of those minutes after that last delivery tonight is not factoring into that. So take those numbers as you are, but that's how I choose to do it. We drove a total of 34 miles today, and we made a total of 49 for $1.46 a mile. We did a total of 4 dashes, which means $40 was our base, or what we were looking at. We came in $9.49 ahead of that. So we almost completed an additional dash in purposes of covering our $10. Our goal today, as I mentioned at the top of the ride along, was 42.10. And that was, so we finished, congratulations. We finished out our 12th 1,000 of the year. So I'm happy about that. Lots to celebrate there in that regard. Now, how did we look profit wise? Gross revenue, as I mentioned, $49.49. We paid $10.17 in taxes, $3.40 to our car expense fund account, $2.47 on our actual gas cost, for leaving us with $33.45. So not bad on $49.49. So that's where we stand on that. Thoughts on the iPhone and using just this phone? Well, I will tell you, it got busy there a little bit. I got to experience it a little bit, pulled over, and it's definitely more challenging in terms of trying to navigate, screenshot, and all that good stuff. And that's why, even though Android comes with lots of headaches, even though it might not be as smooth and the interface might not be as great, the things that it does well is that driver utility helper app is phenomenal. And when you put it on something like the Z Fold, and where you can have floating windows or multiple windows, like I said, there are issues. It doesn't come without problems, but overall, it definitely, I think, creates a safer environment, especially if you use multiple phones and devices. And I'm going to get into that, showing you guys what I'm experimenting in with that. And Android devices are cheaper, so it does present the opportunity that you could, for $300-400, you could very easily have a setup that will work all, Grubhub, Uber, and DoorDash, and have all of that, and there you are. So anyways, but I liked it. I mean, it was not a bad experience. I hit my goal for today. I did feel like, I always feel like when you're using just one phone and you can't see the screens, I feel like we're missing opportunities. It's like DoorDash is on, and then I flip out and there's Uber, and I feel like iPhone, the way it manages things, memory, because it doesn't have as much memory, it will kill apps. It will put them asleep if you're not there. There's a couple times I came back to the Uber app and it was on pause and it lit up. So, I don't know. I think there are opportunities that are missed. I think the iPhone users out there, if you're going to use an iPhone, if you like the iPhone system, get 2 of them. Get one nice one, right? Get multiple, get one nice one, that's your like primary, that will run your primary stuff, and then put Uber on that one, because you can't switch between devices. But then that way you can offload Grubhub, offload DoorDash onto the other one, if you're running 2 devices, or you're running a multi-app stack or something like that. I didn't even run a multi-app stack today with the iPhone. So I think that's where the challenges really start to get into. Anyways, guys, I'm going to stop talking about it. I would say, hey, I'll do it again. I'll do it again and do it longer. But I thought today was a good day to try it, a good day to come back and do what I do with my iPads and stuff like that. Anyways, guys, I appreciate you watching. And hopefully you enjoyed today's vlog. We made money. That's always a good thing. And as always, guys, I will talk to you soon. Stay safe out there. Stay profitable. And I'll talk to you in a little bit. All right, let's see here. All right, so how do I? Oh, wait a minute, 450, 17%. All right, so let's see what we got here. Whoops. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I was just trying to check out a couple different things. Nobody's in here yet. This was kind of a little spur of the moment thing. I decided I'd go live. Some of you may catch this in the replay. Maybe if you're still here in the replay after watching me go through and try to check my settings live, I apologize for that. I'm not sure if my mic's working. I assume it's working. Yeah, it is. It is. I think it is at least. All right. So I guess if I want to do that, I have to put it in the comments? Is that I'm not 100% completely proficient with StreamYard. Huh. I guess I'll post a link in there. I guess I guess I can watch the comments here. Is all I can do. I can't interact. I guess. Oh, okay. I guess Invite a guest, participants. Okay. All right. So let's use this banner ticker. There it is. So yeah, so guys, I've been out dashing. For those of you, I've been out today. It's been kind of a hectic day. Because I've been doing a lot of family related stuff. I got out here probably about an hour or so ago. I've got $10 exactly in. I've been flip flopping through the markets I'm going to go to right now. I think I'm going to go up to the Frederick market here in a few minutes. I'm going to leave out of this market that I'm in right now. Not too busy up here right now. I haven't got much order flow. Of course, I've also been having problems with my internet on my phone and the DoorDash app. So it's one of those days. And looks like we got Dick's Sporting Goods. Let's see here. What do we got? Of course. Sorry, guys. I had Instacart went off. I had to jump in. I'm using that. I'm using my phone I normally would use for my shopping delivers. And I'll show the setup here live. Why not? Let's see here. So I'm just gonna twist the phone around. I don't know how well this is. You guys can see, but this is my Uber phone. This is the Z Flip, and I put Uber on here because this is my handset. I use this phone to leave the car with. Now this is where I'll run most of my stuff off of. I keep this over to my left, and it runs the. Now I run Maxymo over here because you can run Maxymo on two different phones. But I run driver utility helper, and then I'll put Maxymo on here for Grubhub. Although this is not a Grubhub area for me, so I'm not really worried about that. And then normally I'll run a shop and deliver. If I get in a busier market, I'll stretch it out to 3 phones because I'll have this phone will be going off, this phone will be going off, and it'll be filtering the orders. And then I'll have the shop and deliver. Normally I'll put Instacart up where I'll share screen with Shipt. So that way I could see the orders coming in live, because with Instacart, you got to be quick. I mean, I've scored 70, 50, 70, $60 orders. Just had a $19 Dick's Sporting Good orders. I like Dick's Sporting Goods. Let's push you guys back around here because they tend to be small orders, big payouts, because you're picking up things like coolers, chairs. So if you can grab a hold of one of those, that's a great deal. I think I'm going to activate, let's see, oops, transfer Instacart over here. There you go. There we go. And there it is. Instacart now is transferred. So that way, Instacart, I can see, I'll let Instacart kind of share screen over here. I can turn it into a floater and see Instacart while I'm sitting in DoorDash. And that's why Android is so powerful, because you can do a floating window. So I can sit here, look at my Instacart, see any orders that come through. If something pops that I want to see or look at closer, I can maximize it. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So there it is, guys. You can see I have the floating app right here. That's the Instacart app. Let me turn up the brightness here, and there it is. So you can see, I don't know how well you can see it, but that's the Instacart app here. DoorDash is underneath. So if something pops with DoorDash, it'll pop up here, but Instacart also will come up and I'll see it. And then that way it lets me look and see. So I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to check. See if I can see myself. See if I can go in and do that. Let's see here. Oh, there I am, the only one. All right. I'm the only one. All right. There we go. Get rid of that. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the feedback. Anyways, hey, oh, there, Gary. I was off my comments. I'm just learning StreamYard, man. Well, thanks, Gary, for coming in, man. I appreciate you being here. So, anyways, like I was saying, I came in. I decided to do a little live here. I'm sitting here. It's not busy, and I just decided to come up and give this a try. Here it is. We got a shop and pay, 25 units, Target, and that is a big fat no. 1572, 1 hour 2 minutes. No, sir. I'll do the targets up here that are, I've gotten some decent ones. I've gotten some $20-$30 ones that are a couple items big, and I'll do those. But I have found the I don't know what your all's experience has been, or if you guys have the Target shopping page for Uber Eats, but I have found that they can be terrible, especially the bigger ones, because they do not give you very good. I mean, I know the Target store from shopping it for shipped, but a lot of times it's a mess. So I just prefer not to go big units with those, and preferably for shopping pays. I want $1. I'm not big on shopping, so I want at least $1 a dollar an item, and that's kind of how I filter it out. Otherwise, I stay away from it. But hopefully everybody is doing well today. We're going to, and we got a Instacart order up here. Staples, one order, 10.3 miles, 1168, deliver only. Nope, we're not going to do that. That's not good enough. So that's too many miles. Let's see, where's it going? Well, it's actually technically heading in a direction I'll be heading here in a little bit. So I guess if that's still up, I might consider collecting that order, because it's going in the route I'm going to be going towards for the dinner shift, which I'll be leaving to head that direction in a little bit. But we'll see if DoorDash or Uber Eats comes up with something over here. So I don't know if I don't know if anybody was in here when I was showing the setup here, but if you look back at the beginning of the stream, I was going over how I had everything set up. Looks like we've got something here. Nothing. Nope. That was just a notification. But in general, hold on. It's pretty slow during this time. I mean, it should speed up in this market probably in the next 20 or 30 minutes. When I first got up here, I was getting quite a few orders. Now I am trying out something which I have alluded to in some of my videos. It's been going pretty decent. We'll see how it goes on a Friday night. But I have implemented and again, my acceptance rate right now, I'll tell you right now, in doing this, and it's actually worked out quite well, because I'm kind of wanting to challenge the minds out there and challenge the ideas that you've got to have a high acceptance rate to get decent orders. And I'm at 17%. And what I'm doing right now is I have kind of a theory that when DoorDash, everybody knows, or at least, in my market, 225 is the base. So it's always been understood at 625, there's potential hidden tip. So I'll go in and we would accept those 625s. And in this particular market, a 4-mile run could be a long run. So 625 is not going to be a great order value. You might, it could take you 35 minutes to do 625, and then you're cooked for the hour. So my thought on this is, and from what I've been doing, seeing in the research and seeing in some of the people I've been speaking with and whatnot, the DoorDash algorithm is programmed to the driver. A lot of people don't realize this, but it's not programmed to all the drivers. It's programmed to you, and the algorithm is designed to get us to do orders. So if we're plugging 625, $4 1 mile, $5 1 mile, the more we feed the algorithm, the more it's going to return those orders back to us. And then essentially, especially if we're doing 625 and expecting hidden tips, and I'm not saying they're not there, they are there, but I've started to see a lot less hidden tips in my market. And I felt like it was a situation where the algorithm had finally got to a point where it was like, all right, I'm trained. I'm doing 625 orders, 625 orders, 625 orders, 625 orders. And then now they're just not putting too many of those in that have hidden tips. And I'm getting stuck out here riding around town at 625, 25-minute, 28-minute orders, terrible order value. So what I'm attempting to do at this point is I'm like, well, you know what? I want to put in what I get out. And that's what I believe. That's what I've heard. And that's what I've kind of seen is we get impatient and we're taking order. We'll sit here for 20 minutes and eventually take something that doesn't make any sense, because we're sitting here for 20 minutes trying to find a good order, and we take a 725 order thinking, well, maybe there'll be hidden tip, and it takes us 20 minutes. That's 45 minutes technically. We had 25 minutes we sat here declining orders, another 20 minutes on the order, and we wonder why we're not making money during that day. And that's because the order value of that order, technically the overall value, was terrible. So what I'm doing is I have set up to say I'm going to not move my wheels of my car unless I got $10 minimum, $1 a mile minimum. And again, the $1 a mile is not all encompassing. I'm not taking every $1 a mile order out here, so I'm not totally crazy or masochistic, but I'm looking at drop off. I'm looking at where the restaurant is and willing to go down to as low as $1 a mile if the drop off, if I like the drop off, like the location. So far, it has worked out excellently earlier in the week for me. I went out and did what was it, Tuesday night following this premise, and I think I had like five orders and did $130. So it was excellent. Here we go. Chopsticks Chinese restaurant, 1150, 6.4 miles. So there it is. I've been waiting a little while, just accepted an order, guys. We're going to go get this order picked up. So it's what, 4:15. I have just went through several lower paying orders that DoorDash was hitting me up with. And then they sent me this $11 order. I find that DoorDash will start matching you up. The more you accept the $10 and $11 orders, the more they will match you up with the $10 and $11 orders. You know, call me crazy, but that's what I see. And maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see. But you know, I'm testing this out and I'm going to go all in on this and I'm going to get data on it and I'm going to go and see and compare if I do this for an entire month and compare it to what I made last month where I was chasing hidden tips, doing more of what DoorDash's bidding is, and not going after the algorithm to get it to give me what I want. And I believe the algorithm is not as smart as what we think, because it's a computer after all. Hell, it does some stupid ass stuff. And we give it a hell of a lot of credit in terms of what we think it can do. And we laugh at DoorDash and we call DoorDash, their apps are broken. Their apps are breaking down. And then we turn around and say, oh, it's a super smart algorithm that's actually pinpointing us all over the place and bringing us in and holding orders. And we're, you know, come on. It's AI that eventually may get really, really good. It may get really, really good at some point. But right now it's in its infancy. And there is ability when you're dealing with something like computer AI to feed and control and have some impact. There's a reason why DoorDash chooses to bring us the programs it does, because it knows that it needs us to feed the algorithm, to feed it information. The algorithm works off our information. So that's my theory I'm working on, is that if I feed it my information, if I feed it what I want and what I need, and stop worrying about DoorDash and start worrying about DadDash and what I need out of it, what I need out of my day, what I need to get my wheels moving, and act with confidence and multi-app, because that's also a key component here. You know, so I do empathize that there are people out there, if you're not multi-apping, that you're gonna have to maybe do this a little different, and it might not be feasible in all markets to pull this off. But I believe if you're multi-apping, you're working multiple apps, you're working, and you're getting appropriate volume from each, you can bend the algorithms to your will and to what you need out of it over time. But you've got to be patient enough to be willing to do it. I don't know. We'll see. But so far, it's been working. So far, I went from not liking the results recently to being much happier with what I'm seeing, and deciding that, you know what, I'm gonna channel out the noise. I'm gonna stop trying to figure out what DoorDash wants me to do, and realize that DoorDash doesn't have. I don't think DoorDash has the control that they think that we have, or that we think that they. This that's all right, guys. Hold on. All right, guys. Apologize there. I'm not sure. Like I said, this was a tester today because I'm not sure how well my cell phone service is going to do up in this area. And that's what I wanted to kind of see. So let me know if you're having any issues in the comments, hearing me, seeing me, because I want to hear that feedback, because I want to kind of know just for future references. If I want to do more lives, I've done lives before, but I've always run into problems with cell phone service. So I was hoping maybe up here, where service tends to be, I'm in a less rural area. Service does tend to be a little bit better up here, although today's been a spotty day just in general, which is unusual. I was just wanted to see what was going on. So I apologize for the drop there. But anyways, what I was getting at was I'm trying out, like I said, a new approach. It's been working okay. So we're gonna see what happens here. And again, listen, I'm just trying out different things. That's what I like to do. I like to experiment with different things, see different things. All right, so we got Uber.
Pizza. Total miles 1.4. Current price $6.50.
So unfortunately, I had to go in the opposite direction of the order, and I forgot because I do. on a, you know, on a fairly regular basis. Sometimes I'll get out here and I'll feel better about multi-app stacking, but it has to do with time of day, traffic flow, stuff like that. But I always make sure to turn off my apps that I'm, when I'm shopping for orders, I shop for an order and then I will turn off my app and, the other apps to make sure that I'm not getting orders that tempt me to change. Now, what I will do where I will break on that is I will turn on, like if I go in here and this place is giving me a long wait, then I'll turn my app on, and start looking for other orders, and then that'll help me decide if I'm going to drop this thing. So let's get this. We've arrived at the store. What are we picking up? 4 items, guys. Not mushrooms and beef, sweet and sour chicken, vegetable chow mein, hot and sour soup. And there we go. All right. So what I'm going to do, the way I do this, for those of you that are watching, this is my handset, the flip. Now I'm going to go log into my DoorDash account. Okay. And this is the phone that will go in with me because I prefer to carry this phone around rather than the Z Fold, which will stay in the car. I will also use this for delivery as well. So let me run in here, guys, and I'm just going to spam call. I don't know who that is. Spam call. All right, you guys get a lot of spam calls. I know I do, especially with me having these various different phones. I get all sorts of calls because some of these numbers I've gotten and they're new and I'll get calls from all over the place. All right, so top 6 cafe. 11:50. So we have 27 minutes to complete this order. 83, 327. All right. And then we began this order at 4:12. Arrived here at the store and that's the nice part. Like driver utility helper app logs everything. So it logs my arrival. As soon as I hit arrived, it logs the beginning of the order, the end of the order. It's an absolutely indispensable thing to have. And then 4:41 is delivery time. All right, guys, I'm going to run in here. And whoever's hanging with me there, I appreciate it. But I'm going to run in here, grab this order, and I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I'm back in here. Of course, I'm having cell phone service problems already. It won't let me confirm the order. So it's letting me confirm it on my Z Fold, but it wouldn't on my, I don't know what's going on. It's crazy because they're both on AT&T. And you got one will work, one won't. I mean, I don't get that, but it is what it is. Let's see. We will close all apps on that one, but there we go. Oops. And I don't know how it is in where anybody else is at that's watching, but it is very hot up here. And I definitely wore pants today, but I should have wore shorts, and I am very much regretting it. So I'm hoping the evening it gets a little cooler. And I was not prepared. It had been cold. It had been really chilly. And then today it just popped out and we're what is it, 90 degrees right now. It's nuts. And that's kind of how the weather is here. It can never decide what it wants to do. All right, guys. So we got 10 minutes to go. As I mentioned, this order needs to be done in let's see here. I think I said 27 minutes. Yeah, 27 minutes. So we started this order at 4:12. So you're talking 4:39, and we're looking to arrive at 4:36. So we're going to come in 3 minutes early, which means we're going to add value to the order. So excellent. Way to go. And the good part about this is even though it's 4:30, so I'm going to be heading out of the area or needing to start to head out of the area to get to my dinner area after this order gets done, most likely. But it's actually going to land me in a pretty good place to where I might have the potential to get a follow-up order or get an order right away. And what I will do, and what I recommend anybody that's multi-apping does, when I get about 2 minutes away from my drop-off, I will power Uber back up. And then I wait then, because what I don't want to have happen is I'm going to be riding through areas that would absolutely give me an order right now. And if I find an order I like, the problem with it is they're routing me, especially Uber, which is very strict with times, and you've got to be very careful. And Uber now gives more information than ever in their apps as far as their expectations and what they're looking for. And their merchants are watching you as well. So be aware of that. Your driver might just put out a great video on what the merchants see on their side. So if you're multi-apping, be very aware of that, because when you accept an order, especially on the Uber platform, the merchant gets immediately a time frame that you're supposed to arrive in. So not only is a customer watching you, but the merchant's watching you as well. And the merchant has the ability, if you show up really late and they see you driving all over, because the moment you accept the order, your customer is seeing you, okay, and the merchant is seeing you. So the merchant can see you on a map, and they'll see your little car going all over the place, and they'll know right away. Most of the merchants are going to be assuming, okay, this guy or this gal's going in multi-app or driving all over the place. So you want to be aware of that. You want to be 100% aware of the fact that they know. So if you are going to multi-app, make sure you are making yourself available for orders when it makes good sense, and that you're not turning it on, being tempted to accept an order that you're going to end up with a 20-minute arrival time and you arrive late at the merchant, because the app may not even punish you for it, but the merchant has the ability to put you on to basically say, don't ever send another order to this person. And if it's a good restaurant, a good paying restaurant, high ticket items, you don't want to get blackballed from them. That would be terrible. It's going to be, what is this guy? Jesus Christ. I mean, he's turning into traffic. People are beeping at him. I'm telling you, man, it's crazy up here. People drive nuts in this area. And I'm telling you, it is. Every day I'm out, I see near accidents. You got to be just absolutely careful, because people just do the dumbest stuff in the world. I'm sure people probably feel the same way about me, because I'm sure I do my share of dumb stuff if I'm driving out here. But I try to be as careful as I can. I take my time. And I'll tell you what, my on time, 92% right now. My Grubhub on time is premier status. And Uber, I've got what I think a 97% customer rating. So I don't know what that tells me about my on time, but I assume I wouldn't have that if I wasn't doing a good job with all that. But and then you got traffic. Like right now, I'm sitting here. Luckily, I know that it won't be bad, but it slows you down a little bit. We're 5 minutes from the drop off. And what I'm hoping is, I haven't got an order from this place in quite some time, but there's a good sushi restaurant right up here that I know does large. It's definitely ripe for large order program orders, and I'm going to be dropping off right near there. So I'm hopeful somebody will put an order in at that time, at that moment, and I'll get flagged for the order. But we'll see. Because that's another thing we have to remember too, that I think that we sometimes lose track of is we seem to think like there's like DoorDash has more control over what is going on. And that's the point I've tried to make with people with about priority is it's not like people order ahead of time. So it's not like somebody wakes up this morning and says, all right, I'm going to go ahead and put my DoorDash order in for tonight for Outback. And I want it delivered at 7 o'clock. I mean, that would be cool if they did. But that's not how it works. Somebody literally goes, I'm going to order DoorDash. I'm going to order Outback right now, and I'll go through DoorDash because it's convenient. I put the order in, and it's live. And if you're off on a $5 order at that moment, and that $12, $20, $30, $15 order goes on the wire, you have all the priority in the world, but you're not going to get that order because somebody else is going to get offered it because somebody else is going to be available. And that's just the nuts and bolts of it. So, yes, if that offer comes and it's incredibly slow and you're sitting there and there's 6 drivers chomping at the bit waiting for an opportunity and that opportunity hits the wire, of course, they got to break the tie somehow and it's going to get broken. And they're going to use completion rate, acceptance rate, customer ratings, and they're going to use those metrics to break the tie. But overall, on a normal basis, it's not something that's commonly making a difference. And the problem is it's hard for anyone to prove that fact to anybody because we're not keeping stats. We're not looking at, and that's why one of the big things that I would encourage anyone and whoever the my one person is that's watching, if anybody's watching this in the replay, if you're not keeping stats and you need a stat sheet to start you off with your process of doing that, contact me. I'm not charging a dime for it. It's not the point of it. I would love everyone to keep a stat sheet, keep stats, so we can get together, have a live. I'd host a live, and we bring those stat sheets to the live, and we compare notes because that's how we get better. And when we can start bringing data to our conversations and not talking about what we think, what we feel, we can then start talking. And I'm telling you this because what I did before I did this, we talked data. We didn't go to a meeting and bring our thoughts and our feelings about how our operations were running. We brought our reports. We brought our P&Ls. We brought our financial summaries and our lending summaries and what we did. And we all talked about it, our delinquency run sheets. And we talked and crunched the numbers. And when we had a conversation, it was about numbers. And it was not about feelings or I think I'm doing well or I think this is going on. It was, all right, you think you're doing well. Let's look at your numbers. Show me in the numbers where you're doing well. What do you see? And then we would make adjustments based on the numbers. And then we would come back and have another discussion of a month, 2 months, 3 months down the road and look and see, did we impact the numbers? What did we do? What led to the results? Many of us can't answer that question. I can answer that question. I know what leads to my results every single day. Between driver utility helper app, the stats that I keep, Maxymo app, screenshots, I can recreate a day. I can tell you exactly how many offers I got. I can tell you what my average offer is. I can tell you what my average decline is. I can come through with all of those numbers, crunch them, and bring them out and understand what it is. And you can start to understand the market. Now, you never, again, this is stuff that's never going to probably be fully understood, but it's information that we need. It's information we need to be better and get better and make money. And when we do that, we will. If you do that, if you take the time to do that, you will start to begin to to make better, more informed decisions. And that's all we're looking to do in this. It's really quite simple. And that's what bothers me when I hear these programs being used as the basis for a decision, because you're not making an informed decision. Because the problem is the individual or the person or the place where the information exists formulating the basis for that decision, which is simply, well, I need to get my AR out. Okay, well then why are you accepting that order? Well, because I want my AR out. Well, does it? Okay, you're here to make money, right? Yeah, but I'm telling you, I'm going to get better offers down there. Okay, prove it to me. Prove it to me. Show me the data that supports that. And very few will be able to show the data that supports that or supports the decision that they're making. And that bothers me, because without being able to do that, you're not making a sound decision. And it's just the way it should be done. All right, guys, we're at the drop off here. I'm going to jump off my. All right, so is that where are we going? 36. That's correct. All right. It says I'm here, but I guess there must be multiple addresses in this building, is what I'm thinking. Let's click arrive. White House, all the way down the end of their driveway. Please leave the door open. Well, apparently, I gotta go all the way down this driveway. Oh boy. All right. Let's see how far we gotta go down here. That's where it gets me a little worried when I gotta go down gravel driveways and lots, because that's how I busted up my car doing that a couple of months back. And I luckily Progressive took care of it for me, but all right, I found it. It's not too far down. All right, guys, I'm gonna go jump out here and we're gonna get this delivered and then see what happens. Complete delivery steps. All right, so I got that queued up and ready. Now, what I do, guys, I'm gonna show you what I do. Anybody watching the rerun, I'm gonna take my time camera, turn it on. So now I'm recording my delivery. That's how I'm gonna take a picture. It's gonna GPS and timestamp everything I'm doing. And then I'll be right back. All right, sorry guys. I don't know if y'all can still see me when my screen went off. All right, so we got paid out $250 and $9 on that order. And the customer, I couldn't figure out. I went to the front. I went first to the side door. It looked like there was a place to hit the doorbell. And then I thought, well, hold on, maybe it's the front. I walked around to the front. The front door didn't look functional, so I walked back around, and she comes out. Of course, she's like, basically, she didn't put instructions. She put leave at door. I came around the corner, and she's like, oh, hey. I said, I wasn't sure where to go. I said, I was trying to come back, so I started coming back around here. I said, because that front door doesn't look functional. She said, oh, thank you. You're the best, Mr. Steven. Thank you. So, nice lady, very nice lady. So right now, what we're looking for, obviously, would be to get another order coming off this. And we are literally like right over here to my right is a shopping center that's filled with Chipotle, Five Guys, Panera Bread. Not saying I would prefer to get orders from some of those places. You know, there's other ones I would. And right down the street to the left is the sushi restaurant that I would love to get an order from, but I'm probably not going to. Although I guess I should think positive. When my wife comes out with me, she's like, think positive. What are you thinking negative for? I'm like, you're right. Absolutely. I got to think positive. So, all right, let's see. All right, so we're going to park up over here momentarily, and then I will update my stats, and then we're going to see if anything comes my way, anything decent. And I guess I got to turn on Uber too, which I have not done. So let me do that real quick. And I didn't realize that's in the shot. Okay. So we need to change the direction of the camera. Let's see. There we go. Yep. All right. So let's turn Uber back on. Because that'll be Uber is also Uber Eats up here is very important. It's a very important piece. Oh, here we go. Chipotle orders coming through. 575, 4.1 miles. Oh, my bad. I got caught looking at my orders. Oh, it's 2 orders too at that. That's terrible. That will auto decline itself. And there we go. So yeah, turn on Uber Eats and see if anything comes through there for that. But that was a terrible, 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 terrible order. A double Chipotle order for 575 going 4 miles. Never, ever, because one of those orders would absolutely probably not be ready. And 4 miles may not seem like a lot, but I'm telling you what, 4 miles could be a 25 to 30-minute journey because of the traffic and where it's located at, how you have to go. But if you have to go through the downtown right now, the downtown will be bottlenecked, and I mean, that's just a crazy order. But unfortunately, there are some out here, and this is the point, that would take that order and go, well, I'm going to take it, and I got to take it. No, you don't. Don't take it. It doesn't make sense. I mean, there's no sense that order makes because there's no way you can get 575 delivering 2 orders with the wait time that you got to have potentially at the store, and then the drive time. You're not going to be able to get up to an order value that's going to be. You got to get it done. I think what about I guess 575 would require you to get it done in about 12 minutes or 11 minutes. You're not going to get it done in 11 minutes, and the only thing you're going to be doing is risking that you get it done in 20 or 25 or worse 30 and you're making $10 an hour. Come on, like what are we doing? And yes, now on the expense side, yeah, you're not burning a whole lot of fuel, you're not burning a whole lot of gas, so you might make a case to say, well, it's low expense because it's low miles, but time is also an expense because the time you have to earn is very, very valuable. And when you expend the time you have to earn on low valued orders, you're hurting yourself. Because at the end of the day, when your 4 hours are up or your 5 hours are up and you've earned $15 or $20 or $25 and you're wondering why and you can't understand it, it's because you took those type of orders, because you didn't take orders that were valuable enough to warrant your time. Period. End of story. Let's see what Sam's has on. Oh, there's some offers here for, all right, so there's 18 miles, $29, 15.4 miles. Oh, gosh. And then we've got Rody just came in with a $40 gig. All right. So we've got 2 Instacart orders. We've got what? We got a 5-item Sam's Club, $20. Where is it going to? It's actually going back towards my house. So I'm not going to take that. I would not consider that one. I'm not considering a 50-item order ever. I don't know. Beyond my comfort level, I don't do enough shops to do 50-item orders, and certainly not at those stores where I don't know the store. And that is not how I'm going to be welcoming myself to a store, trying to go in there and take on a 50-item shop. All right, so we're updating now, and we're going to go 83342. That's what it was when we left there. All right, so we ended up with a 2760 order value, guys. So now, excuse me while I update my earnings. Oops, we're going to take that down. And we're going to go in and we're going to set it 2150. All right. So my goal today, the way I'm approaching this, is I want to do 10 orders today. So I have done 2 orders for 2150. And the way I look at that is I'm ahead, obviously $1.50 ahead. And like I said, the one night I did 5 orders and made $138 because I did a couple of I had some large order program orders show up in there. And it was an excellent night. And obviously I was planning to make $50 and I made $80 more than, or yeah, $80 more, $100 more than what I was expecting. So, that's why, to me, I think when you target a higher number, especially now, again, if you don't have a large order program, you don't have the pizza program, this may not bear fruit for you. You're not multi-apping, you're not looking through you don't have multiple apps to look across. But when you multi-app, when you're involved in all the programs, you can target larger number orders, and you can have the ability to sit here and wait a little longer and hopefully get those larger size orders to show up. So let's cash delivery sounds good. Log out. All right, so we're logging out, and we're going to put this phone on focus mode for Uber. All right, and then we're going to make sure that Maxymo is up and running on here, so it's filtering my orders, and there we go. So we're up on Uber, up on DoorDash. We've got Instacart looking for orders for us. See if anything pops. And we'll see what happens. So, and let me turn my banner back on. There it is. Earned 2150 today. So there it is. So the goal technically would be $100, right? I mean, that's 10 orders. But my theory is, again, if you're targeting 10 orders and you do 10 orders at a minimum of $10, which your average order size, as it's been the other night, was like $15.33. So I made like $153.30. Another night it was $137. You end up with you end up making more money. You end up getting the $100 in plus a few extra dollars. And if you get a hidden tip, if you get a large order program, all of that's cherry on top. And then of course, once you've achieved your $100 or whatever the goal is that you set out for. And by the way, yesterday I closed out another 1,000. So I hit my 12,000 of the year. Well, I'm over 12,000, but achieved my $12,000 period yesterday. So today we're working on the 13,000 of the year. And that's why we're at $100 daily goal. Now, if I don't work tomorrow or Sunday, I'm planning to be off for Mother's Day. So I won't work on Mother's Day. That's going to adjust. But my goal today, obviously, is not just to do 100. That's my minimum. That's what I want to make minimum, today, $100. And my hope is obviously I come in at 130, 140, 150, 200, see where this goes. It's a Friday night after all. And the market I'm going to is very, very strong on a Friday night. I went down there and in 3 hours, The one evening I made $180. And it was just popping. I was doing triple stacks for Uber. So it should be pretty exciting. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to go live down there potentially, although the traffic and everything gets so crazy. I'll see how it goes. I'll see how the cell phone service is. But I'm going to have to get ready to leave to head down there because it's about a 30-minute drive from where I'm at right now. And with traffic on a Friday, it could be a little bit dicey. But I should be getting in a position to get orders probably in about 15 minutes. So, anyways, that's where we're at. So I think I got nobody in the stream. I think I'm going to end the stream right now. And I'm going to get myself ready to go down to the dinner market for the evening and hopefully close out 8 orders. Anybody that's seeing this after the fact, anybody that's been in the stream today, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in. Leave me a comment, say hello. Thorpe is in there. Hey, how you doing, man? You're not there now, but if you're watching this again, thank you for watching. And thank you for coming in, man. I really appreciate it. So I will, like I said, I may be back up later today. This live stuff. I've been around YouTube for a while, but kind of a dinosaur when it comes to this stuff in terms of the lives and StreamYard and all that. So I may try to do more. I've said that before. I'm going to try to do more. I'm going to try to be more interactive on a live basis, and we'll see what happens. But I may come back on later today, so be paying attention. But we made $21.50 on a little pre-dinner appetizer course, and we'll see what happens. So we got 8 more. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'm ending this stream right now. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a little video here tonight. Wanted to talk with you. I'm on duty, riding around here making deliveries for the dinner hour on a Monday night. And I thought, you know what? Let me make a video because I got a few things on my head I wanted to talk with you guys about that I think would be helpful to hear for some of you. And one of them is basically this. And I've been going through what do I want to do. I want to do this all in one video, or I just want to kind of break it up. I think I'm going to try to do a couple videos with a couple of these thoughts, just so that I'm not requiring someone to sit here and listen to me for 30 minutes, which never happens. I think my average view time normally runs about 7 to 9 minutes. So I'm going to try to keep it in that neighborhood. But I wanted to talk about, 4 things that you should be taking into account, 4 assets that should be in full consideration. And they are the 4 things that without each other, if you're not accounting for those, will be making a mistake, and you will not be making money, and you will be putting yourself at risk of going out of business. So there are 4 things that you've got to take into account, that should be taken into account, that are the 4 assets of your business when you're a gig business operator. That is your car, your gas, your phone, and yourself. And I want to talk to you about how these all tie in and should tie into your approach. And when you're taking orders and you're out here working and making sure these are the main factors. And the app is not one of them. And most of the time, those 4 are ignored, and the app is the number 1. And if you're a top dasher, leaving the app to manage those 4 things. And if you're doing that, you're going to be heading down a bad road, and you will more likely than not be heading out of business in the near future, because the app is not going to really care about any of those things. So let's talk about number 1, you. And that is meaning you've got to make sure that you are limiting yourself, limiting your time out, making sure that when you are taking orders, that you are taking the best orders, that you are taking orders that don't require you to be out here for hours and hours and hours at a time. You're making sure you're giving yourself adequate rest breaks. You're making sure that you're turning the apps on and then turning them off for a little while. And doing all of that requires you to take good valued orders, because if you're not taking good valued orders, it's going to require you to be out here longer and longer and longer and longer just to hit the financial goals that you want to hit. And being out here sitting in a parking lot and being out here driving into the elements, risking your body, yourself for bodily injury 8 straight hours is totally different. So here's the deal. Here's what I would say to you. Let's say you're going to make $130 today, right? But you decide to go ahead and just accept every order and let the app manage that. And the app decides today you're going to have to take 27 orders to do that. And you're going to be taking $2.25, $5, $3, and you're just like, I'm going to take them all. I'm going to take them all. I'm just going to go out, boom, 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 boom. Or you decide today I'm going to maintain my normal order acceptance guidelines. And for me, that's $10 an order right now. That's what I'm trying to do and train the algorithm for and let them know that's what I'm going to do. Understanding that they will always need me to work at some point, and they're going to meet my guidelines. I'm not going to meet theirs. And this is an AI bot that's just telling me what I need and what I don't need. So I plug it in and I find out that, you know what? I sat 42% of the day, but I made $130. But I only worked 58% of the time. And I only risked my vehicle. Only risked my health, only risked my mental health, whatever you want to call it. All the risks to me personally only occurred 58% of the time. And I made $130. And today, that was just what the market provided me. That was just what the app provided me. That was just the opportunities that were provided to me at the amount I needed to work. And I keep doing that consistently, understanding that now my vehicle is going to be a lot less closer to that next oil change, tire rotation, tires, all the elements. And I still made $130 today. And I did it on my own terms. And I did it at my own rates. And I only moved my vehicle when it was valuable enough for me to move my own vehicle. That is the difference right there. And that's why you have to take into account you. The second factor I talked about was your car. And that's why you have to be making sure that if you're taking orders that are requiring you to drive long distances, put miles on your car, drive through the cities, do internal city miles that you're just absolutely destroying your vehicle over, and you're getting paid $3.25 to go take your vehicle out on the road to go deliver food or a package or whatever it is you're doing for somebody, that doesn't make any sense. Your car is your asset. Without you, your business doesn't happen. Without a car, your business doesn't happen. So it's your job to protect that, and only you will protect that. The app will not protect that. So you must protect that. That is your job to protect that. And you have to make sure that when you take the responsibility for that, and that is a problem. When you're sitting out here, and I have talked to a lot of dashers in my area, which is a very large rural area, and they are top dashers. And the thing that I have found, and this has been on about 3 to 4 people I've spoken with who said, I'm top dasher, but I was out for the last 2 months because my car was in the shop. And my car I'm having car problems. And all of it's because I know when you're not a top dasher, you're driving at best $1.30, $1.40 a mile in my area. It's very difficult to get even close to $2 a mile on a consistent basis. And when I've gone and accepted more and more orders and gone out, that's plunged to as low as 65 cents, 58 cents a mile. You're driving it hard. You're driving out here. And it doesn't mean you're making more money, because you're not. You're driving more miles to make the same amount of money, and you got to be smarter. Now, there are days it'll pop off, and there are days I believe that the algorithm will eventually figure out what it needs to put you on the road, and it will do that because it knows it needs to get the orders delivered, and it will pay you the premium. But if you allow it to pay you $4 an order or $5 an order or $6 an order, it's going to pay you $6 an order, and it's be damned your car or anything else. The next thing is just making sure you have fuel, because you are burning fuel, and without fuel, you can't go out here and work. So it's your job to manage that. Make sure you're getting enough money and accounting for setting aside fuel money for your car. So you need to take into account gas, because gas is very, very important. Because without gas, you have yourself, you have your car. If you can't put gas in your car, you're not going to work. So it's important that you are taking miles that's putting your gas to work in the most profitable way fashionable, and that you're also making sure that you set aside money every shift that you've used that gas, set it aside. That way you will always have yesterday's gas money to work and make money today. And if you're making money yesterday on that money, you should make money today. So if you do that and you get into that habit and you put it aside, and it's very easy to do, because every dasher should have a Dasher Direct card, You can leave the gas right on that card and send the rest of the money over to your bank account and keep that little bit on the Dasher Direct card. When you go out or you go home that night, go ahead, do your fill up. You should have the amount of money that you used, and you put that back in your tank when you're ready to work. And you should have at least that much gas to go out and work, and you should be okay, because that should leave some more gas that still should be left in the tank, and it should get you close to full. Or like I said, you can let it build up. You can decide to have that money in there and put that in all at once after a couple of days of working, and you can put it back in however you want to do it. But make sure you're setting it aside. Make sure you're leaving it aside so that you have the ability to always have gas when you need to work and want to work. That's important. And it's also important that you manage your gas by making sure that you don't go on long journeys that aren't paying you, that's going to drive down your cost per mile or drive up your cost per mile. And that's not going to erode into your cash, being able to cash flow to have the extra money you need at the end of the day to be able to put it towards the other things that you're trying to put money towards, whether that's food, bills, savings, whatever it is, whatever you're trying to do. You've got a cash flow at the end of the day. You've got to be able to set aside for the extra wear and tear on your car. You've got to be able to set aside for taxes, and you've got to be able to set aside for gas. And yes, you do get a deduction. That's great. But we need to talk about what do you look like? What is the real money you're setting aside? And then, that deduction gives you the ability to not have to pay as much taxes, but you should be setting aside, and every car is different. Some cars, the idea is get a car that's not going to require you to put forth the entire 65-cent tax deduction that you have right now towards the wear and tear and money that you're needing to set aside for your car. And that way you can have that money aside for yourself. On top of that, you also want to be making sure that you have, obviously, a phone. So you want to have good technology. And in my opinion, that's something that I think a lot of people do not take into account. And that is saying, how do you want to work? If you're going to work multiple apps, your phone is a tax write-off. Okay. So the more technology you have, the better technology you have, the ability for you to have multiple screens if you can do it. And you should be able to do that over time. I've put out a lot of videos on this, and I would highly recommend you go through them. Look, I'm not a professional video editor, so it's raw, it's uncut. It's just a guy out here showing you his phones and trying to help out. And that's all I'm trying to do. I ain't trying to win Creator of the Year award, because that's never going to happen, because I don't have those skills. So I put forth something to show you, hey, this is a great phone for $199. This is a great Android phone. I recommend Android phones for gig work. I stand by that 100%. Yes, iPhones can offer you a very smooth in-app experience, smoother than Android, with a lot less glitches. However, it's the external things beyond the app that makes Android a powerful, powerful device, where you can use Maxymo to help you track every single order that comes in. You can help you, for Grubhub, for Uber Eats, but you'll be able to actually be able to see what's your order amounts, how many orders are you getting in there. You'll be able to keep track and know what each app is providing you, what the average order size is, what your average offer size is. And it will all just be there just by simply running it through that particular device. Not to mention that if you're doing multiple stacks on multiple apps, you try to do that, sometimes you need to at slower times, especially, or you get that opportunity to be able to have two going on. It will help you organize your workflow. It will help you make sure that you're on top of things. You don't get confused. Phone over here, and you'll be able to make the most profitable and efficient decisions that you can make. So phones are very important, the 4 assets that every driver needs to focus on and make all decisions based around, and make sure that you are investing in those 4 areas. Those are the 4 assets of a gig business. And there really isn't anything else. The apps are a means, and I'll get into that in a separate video. The apps are a means to revenue. They're a means of generating revenue. They are not an asset. We don't have any interest in them, but they are a means for your business and to be able to go out and generate revenue. That is it. That is all they are. And they are a service provider to you. They provide you with the infrastructure and the ability to run your business, and that's where they belong. the assets of your business, what you should be working towards and making decisions around, are those 4 things. Making sure that you have those 4 things in mind at all times and be reinvesting back into those 4 things at all times, putting money back towards it, those areas, and making sure that everything you're doing is making sure that those are being protected and those are being kept in mind, because that is the entirety of your business when you're a gig worker. Anyways, guys, hopefully this makes sense. I hope you enjoyed the video today. Give me your thoughts on what I've shared here. As always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and coming to you this morning with a little video here because I wanted to go over. So I wanted to be, make sure that this is such an important point. I was on the live last night on Pedro's live, and I think there was a lot of confusion about what I was trying to say about base pay from everyone. I wasn't talking about hidden tips. I wasn't talking about any of that stuff, and I'm going to try to clarify some points, because I think it's very important that we understand exactly what it is we need to be focused on and what it is, where the area where DoorDash is getting away with, and all the companies are, by not showing us the proper information. It has nothing to do with hidden tips. That's a distraction issue to keep you away from the real area. So I'm going to visually show you in this video what I'm talking about. First thing I did want to point out here is, again, I've shown this in other videos, but the relationship of parties. What I was trying to explain, number one, the first thing you've got to understand is it talks about the relationship that we have with the apps, and it talks about, and it states in here, the parties acknowledge and agree that this agreement is between 2 co-equal independent business enterprises that are separately owned and operated. The parties intend this agreement to create the relationship of principal and independent contractor and not that of employer and employee. The parties are not employees, agents, joint ventures, or partners of each other for any purpose. Neither party shall have the right to bind the other by contract or otherwise except as specifically provided in this agreement, including Section 22. So whether you're a 4-hour dasher or a 40-hour dasher, this applies to you. And it would be in your best interest to fully understand what that means before you work any further with them. There you have it, guys. Okay. So understand what that means. DoorDash is saying they are a platform, not an employer. They are a platform to which we can get offers of generating revenue. And that is all they are. Nothing more, nothing less. That is it. So understand that. So once you understand that, let's talk about the pay. And now that we've been acknowledged as 2 businesses of co-equal independent enterprises that are separately owned and equal, meaning we are equal, meaning we are each entitled to see both sides of a contract prior to agreeing to said contract every time said contract is offered. So, payment for services. And this is another point. I was told last night that the TOS does not include payment for miles, duration, time, none of that, that the only thing is about desirability. Here is where it is included. Section 7.1, unless a different rate of pay is negotiated or contractor is notified otherwise by DoorDash in writing or except as provided herein, contractor will receive payment for all contracted services fully performed in an amount consistent with DoorDash's publicly provided pay model, which can be viewed here. DoorDash reserves the right to adjust or withhold all or a portion of payment owed to the contractor if DoorDash reasonably believes that contractor has defrauded or abused or attempted to defraud or abuse the DoorDash platform. From time to time, contractor may be offered opportunities to earn more money for performing contracted services at specified times or in specified locations. Nothing prevents the parties from negotiating a different rate of pay, and the contractor is free to accept or reject any such opportunities to be paid at different pay rates. So there it is. If you click into there and we click the here, it will take you to the Dasher pay page, which on that page, it is explained that Dashers are paid a base pay plus tips plus promotions. And they give you some information about that. What does base pay entail? Base pay entails exactly what I said it did. Time, distance, and desirability of order. So there it is. It is part of the TOS because it is attached to the publicly provided structure of pay that DoorDash says. DoorDash gets into it a little bit deeper here. So if you click into it a little deeper, here is the base pay and the pay lined up as provided by DoorDash. Base pay, which base pay is, it ranges from $2 to $10 plus, depending on the estimated duration, distance, and desirability of the order. Deliveries that are expected to take more time, that require Dashers to travel a longer distance, and that are less popular with Dashers have a higher base pay. So this is what I was saying last night. When you focus on this part, which is the only part that matters, right here, base pay, time, distance, desirability. We should be seeing a breakdown on every offer that's offered of what they're paying us for each of those three things, not just a flat base pay. The issue is that if they're supposedly paying us for the time, distance, and desirability on that portion of the pay, we need to understand how a 10-mile journey is paid out at one range. What is the amount that they're paying so that we can see the consistency? Because the problem is if you're paying $225 on a 6-mile, on a 1-mile journey, and $225 on a 10-mile journey, they're in line, and that has happened to me many times. Therein lies the problem, because DoorDash is not then paying extra money for the time and distance difference. And the desirability obviously means that was a desirable order, or desirable enough to accept that order without having to make that adjustment. But the time and the distance should be being adjusted on every single order based on the differences of time and distance, and it is not. And the base pay is the area that we should all be focused on. The promotions and tips are things that exist separately from base pay and should exist separately from the payouts. And that is where DoorDash plays with the numbers, because the customer, the restaurants, are paying the fees regardless of the size of the tip, to which DoorDash gets to keep a larger portion of those fees based on how high the tip is, by simply saying, okay, we're going to flat pay $225, even though this is a 16-mile journey or a 10-mile journey or 11-mile journey. We're just going to pay that Dasher $225 because the customer tipped $20. And then they keep the difference, even though they've charged the merchant and they've charged the customer additional money for those factors. They're keeping the money. I don't know how much clearer I can get on this. Yesterday, it was all focused on tips. I'm not saying DoorDash is keeping tips. They're not keeping the tips. They're passing the full tip on. But what they're doing is they're keeping base pay, more base pay than they should, because they're not consistently paying a consistent model of base pay. That is the biggest problem that exists in the gig economy, because they are not using a consistent base pay model. And this is across the board, although some of them do, but they don't show it to us. And that base pay calculation lives in darkness. And transparency is needed around base pay and not tips. What they do is they distract us by hiding the tips and making us focus on asking for full tip transparency. Well, that's not really where it's going to make a difference, because the tip is an end of order situation. It should be, at least. The base pay plus any promotion, peak pay challenges, whatever, are the two pieces of pay that should be the main driving factors behind whether or not an order is accepted, and it's not, because they basically are saying we'll eliminate base pay and just let the customer tip the dasher and let the tip represent the entirety of almost the entirety of the earnings, and that is a problem. Now, as for the issue, can you change a tip after the fact, negative or positive? You can, and I would encourage you to call support and ask, because I have called in and asked, and they ask you for why and what happened and why you want to change your tip. But you can absolutely take a tip away, where it says right here in the policy to the customer that yes, you can play during delivery. It gives you all the examples. Add a tip in the app. Now, I did a little example here. Obviously, this is the breakdown of what you just saw of how base pay, promos, how it all lays out. You've got base pay and promo, which are the two guaranteed forms of pay. And then you got tips, which is variable and can be changed, as I showed you. This is what, now again, this is me writing it on my screen, so I apologize. It doesn't look very, it's not, official or whatever. But an offer screen should look something like this. And again, this is what a actual offer screen that is actually would be official binding, contract, an appropriate contract offer to us would be, that says you're being offered $347 for distance, $3 for the duration of the order, that's a projection, and $2 desirability addition, because it's been maybe sitting for a while or nobody wants it, or the restaurant, whatever it might be. But DoorDash has figured that there's a $2 desirability kicker, which means your base pay is $847. There's no promos in effect right now, and the customer tip $5 prior to the order being when the order was placed, which means you would make $13.47 if you accepted said offer. And obviously the miles would be in there that say, well, $3 or $347 distance represents 8.7 miles, 2.7 miles, 6.7 miles, whatever it is. And that's what the offer would be. And then we would be able to look at this and say, okay, we agree with it, we don't like it, and we would turn it down or accept it. And then they would go in. And obviously the only thing that would change from offer to offer, dasher to dasher, should be the desirability, as long as a dasher is in the same proximity. However, this is where the incentive for DoorDash can say, okay, if I have a dasher sitting near that restaurant, then the distance would be $2 and the duration would be potentially $2.50, and the desirability would be maybe $2.50 because it had to get passed along or passed around, and you'd have a new total base pay. This is what an offer screen should look like. This is how it should be being done in a properly working market. I also wanted to demonstrate to you what fees are being charged to the customer. So if there's, here is a breakdown of what the customer is claiming, or what DoorDash charges the customer on certain orders and certain fees. So here we go. And again, I want you to take into account that dasher pay at this point is normally a flat based fee. The customer isn't seeing that. So here it is. These are the fees that they charge. A service fee that's paid on every single order. Starts at 60 cents and changes based on order subtotal. Happens regardless of whether or not there's a dash pass. Delivery fee charged on delivery orders and helps DoorDash cover costs associated. However, Dash Pass members can get $0 in delivery fees and reduce service fees based on the Dash Pass program. So the service fee can go down based on Dash Pass, but DoorDash is still going to receive that. Small order fee. In some cases, this fee is charged to enable to make small transactions worthwhile to fulfill, meaning code to the customer. They're paying Dashers extra because it's a smaller order. It's a smaller distance. It's a smaller amount. Do they pass that on? Does a Dasher get more money? No, they don't. We all know some Dashers are getting as low as $2 and even lower than that if it's a stack, or they will stack a small order on top of a big order to make up for the fact that it's a small order while collecting a fee and telling the customer that, guess what? It's a small order fee and you're paying extra because it's small. So the customer doesn't tip more because they're getting charged more. But yet DoorDash is keeping that money. Expanded range fee. Oh, this is a great one too, right? Because DoorDash is telling the Dasher and they're telling the public that they are paying extra for the fact that they live extra. We've said that they need to do that. Guess what? They're doing that.
This fee helps DoorDash preserve your access to available merchants farthest from you. To help ensure the quality of such deliveries, we offer consumers the option to access those merchants for an additional fee. So guess what? What do they do instead? They give us $2.25 and stack it and rely on the tips to entice the dashers out, and then keep the fees, because the fees should be being paid out in the base pay. This is all of how base pay would be paid, including the money paid by a merchant who is trying to get those transactions and orders fulfilled as well. And then there's an express fee. This fee applies when you select express delivery, not passed on to the dasher either. When you select express delivery, DoorDash matches your order with a dasher even more quickly than standard orders. Really? Huh? Because they never show that to us. They never let us know it's an express fee. They never tell us that we have to do anything extra. Never seen it, and it doesn't happen. Maybe that's why I get $6 or $4 on some orders. Maybe not. Who would know? Because DoorDash only tells the customer this to get them to pay extra while not paying anything extra to the dashers. And that this extra pay doesn't come out in a tip. So all of you that are worried about tips are worried about the wrong darn thing. And you're worried, and you're worried about getting money out of a pool of money that is already tapped to the max. And DoorDash, because DoorDash is fee collecting the customer to death, keeping it all while keeping us worried about one thing, tips, which is absolutely not where the money really is. And then the regulatory response fee, which we would have nothing to do with, but these are fees that leads to higher operating costs for DoorDash. And it varies based on region, location, and state, and it's 10 cents to $3.40. And then other mandatory fees that government authorities might be required. Like, for instance, everyone who was saying, well, Prop 22 is costing DoorDash. No, they're charging it under the mandatory fees. It costs the customer more money. Ask someone who lives out there and gets DoorDash. The fees are very large out there because they're charging the customer, and that extra money is not coming from us. It's not from what's stealing from us and moving it over there like everybody likes to constantly say. You don't know what you're talking about. And not only that, but there's a note that this list of fees is not even an exhaustive list of fees, and they may be subject to change, and there could be extra and additional. And then on top of this, guys, what other charges might I pay when I place an order? Oh, well, look where DoorDash puts that with us. Estimated tax, and then look at the language used. All of you want to rely on a tip to make your money in the food delivery business. The last thing on the list is optional dasher tip, meaning fee you don't have to pay. You've paid all these other fees, customer. The last thing you need to pay is the optional dasher tip, which is every dollar you tip is an extra dollar in your dasher's pocket, meaning you've already put all that other money in the dasher's pocket. No, you haven't, because DoorDash has kept it all. You are able to tip either at checkout or immediately after delivery. Dashers always receive 100% of tips, and tipping is completely optional. Isn't that nice? After you've made it appear that the dasher's getting compensated for the extra distance, shorter orders, smaller orders, they're getting base pay, they're getting promo pay. Man, that dasher must be really well paid. And then on top of that, there's an optional tip. Do you want to tip them? Well, no, they're getting all that other stuff. They should be pretty well paid, and the food's going to show up one way or another. No, what they are is enticed by a diamond program. They're enticed by any various other ways that doesn't include money in your bank account, and then you get paid $2.25, and then you go on the internet and you look like a fool complaining about it. So here you go, guys. Here's your evidence. Here's what I'm talking about. Here it is visually. If you can't read and you can't understand this after looking at this and going and seeing it for yourself, I can't help you. I'm sorry. And I don't mean that. I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic, and this is what you're working with, which is why the only thing you can do when you ask, Dad, what is the solution? The solution is you don't move your car unless you're getting paid a proper amount of money that meets your expenses. And however that has to come, whether that's DoorDash giving you a really well-tipped order with a $2.25 base pay, or DoorDash has an under-tipped order that they have to add in extra base pay. They have the money to do it. The idea that DoorDash goes under tomorrow because they have to pay us extra is absolutely ridiculous. They are collecting a lot of money. They will have to simply shift where they're putting their money. They are putting their money in managing the information that they're bringing in on Dashers and mining the information. Paying software engineers to look at it and improve the algorithm which is supposed to go out and figure out how to entice you to work for less. So instead of working for less, and instead of feeding the algorithm less money every single time you work, because you think that somehow you're going to get more money by getting less money, which makes no freaking sense because you can't get back what you already lost. Because every contract you've completed has already been completed, and you can never, ever go back and get what you lost on a negative contract. The only thing you can do is ask for more before you ever work in the first place. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Hopefully this made sense. Let me know what you think in the comments. Hit that like button if you enjoyed today's video. Share this video. Please share this with everyone that you can share it with. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with another ride along. So we just got out of Little Caesars. We're dashing along the way into the Hagerstown market. We got a small, today is another $1,000 wrap-up day. So we're finishing up, I believe it's our 13,000 of the year. I have to go double check that, but I'm pretty certain it's either the 13th or 14,000 of the year. And we're going to be finishing that up today. We need 43.45, and we've got 975 already in the car right now that we are running down on our way into the Hagerstown market. Last night had a really lucrative night with the large order program. It was popping off like crazy. Started out with like a $38 order, got a $28 order, got another $38 order. We made $143 in a little under 3 hours. It was phenomenal. It was really, really good. So hopefully today, it's a Sunday. I'm hoping today we can pop off and get the 43 out of the way and then make this a little bit of an extra nice day and get off the road early evening and then get to spend the rest of my Sunday night with my family. So let's see if we can do that, guys. I'm going to take you guys along with me. And like I said, we're heading up to deliver the Little Caesars that's in the back. And I'll see you at the drop-off. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. We are back. We are in the market. We had to come up here. Was having some cell phone issues as far as connection-wise. Got all that worked out.
Right onto Railway Lane.
And got a 725 3-mile Outback order. So we went ahead and took that. We've been waiting for a little bit. Figured, why not? Let's get that going. Let's get moving around the market. That's one of the things you want to try to do is get moving.
In 1,000 feet, your destination
that way
will
you
be
can
on the
kind
right.
of be moving around and getting paid to move. So this wasn't a bad one. Hopefully it's ready when I get there. That will definitely help out. So anyways, guys, I will be back to talk to you soon. Go over how things are, how things go with this order. And I'll talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got our order delivered, and it ended up being a $225 $5 payout. So not bad. We got it done pretty quick as well. I think we got it done in 14 minutes. So ended up with an order value of $31.07. Obviously, the name of the game now is get another order as quick as possible. So we'll see what happens. We're not too far from the shopping area we were in, which has normally good order flow all day long, especially on the weekends. So we'll see what happens. Anyways, guys, I just want to jump in here, go over that with you. And as soon as I get another order, all right, guys, Dad Dash back here in We have another order for BJ's. So my actual dash ended, and then I'm on a 3 to 5 right now, and then a 5:30 to 9:30 if I need it. So, anyways, it's ready here in about, well, it's ready right now. So hopefully it'll be good to go. It was $9 for 7 miles. Now, here's the thing: the 7 miles, you may say, well, that seems like a little long, but it's not, because all the miles are along this highway corridor. And then you get right off, and then you go right to the subdivision right there. And I like all the restaurants. It's like a restaurant row. You can ride all up and down here during weekend afternoons, weekday afternoons, and you're going to get offers. So it's a good spot to be able to ride up to and hopefully get something to bring right back down here. And I just like to be able to ping pong back and forth, back and forth. It's a great corridor. So anyways, hopefully this is ready. That's going to be a key thing to making sure this order is worth it. So let me run in here, grab this order, or hopefully grab this order and see. All right, guys. So I made the pickup there for BJ's. I thought I'd come in and just talk to you for a minute about some things, that are on my mind. So, and that is this. I watch a lot of gig tubers out there. Why? Because I believe that when you're doing what we do, that coming from where I've come from. In business, I've learned the lesson of others, right? Other people's experiences make you better. Those that don't understand that lesson will find themselves stunted in some ways, because that is a quick way to get improved, is to watch other people's mistakes, watch other people's successes. Don't do what they do, but watch what they do and then make it your own. Figure out how to adopt the positive things you like from them and do it. And that's what this YouTube thing should be about. What I'm seeing a lot of YouTubers is they're getting caught up, in the idea here where it's like everybody wants to tell everybody to get away from gig work, right? It would be like, which is crazy to me, because it's like, listen, you've had success doing it. Some of these people have had great success doing it. They're making content that's around gig work. And then their message is, leave, get away, stop doing it. That's crazy. Okay, we started doing this for a reason. Now, I will say this, it's not for everyone. And you need to decide if it is for you. But if you decide that you like the way this works, and it's working for you, and you're profitable, stick with it. But this idea that everybody should be looking at gig work as if it's some stop through on to something else, if that's your thought process, you've got the answers. It's not for you. But can it be for you? Yes. Can it be something you do for a living? Yes. I mean, listen, any business you run will have its sacrifices. If you're running a convenience store and you're running it, a convenience store needs to be open at times that you might be with your family or others are with their family. And that's when you're making money. That's when people are coming in and buying things and buying treats and buying stuff. It's when they're holidays and things like that. But if that's how you make your money, if that's how you support your family, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what it takes. You know what it entails. And if that works for you, great. If that works for you, great. And that's the messaging that's getting crisscrossed here. It's like, if this works for you, great, do it. And the YouTube forum and area should be about showing the good, the bad, the ugly. And the ugly is really ugly. A lot of people are showing the ugly right now because it's slow and it's not working. That means it's not for them. And I've said it's a small percentage that should be doing this as a full-time situation. But it's also good for some people to do it on a short-term situation. And everybody has their place in this community, because the short-termers who are coming out for 1 hour a day are not going to be cherry-picking. If you're coming out 1 hour a day to think you're going to cherry-pick in 1 hour and find great orders, or you may have a lot of 0 days. And if you're not out enough to know when to come out, you may have a lot of 0 or low-paying days. Look, if you're, but if you're coming out to do this as a temporary, short term, or just a couple hours a week, well, you know what? Come out, take every order, man. Take the money when you can get it, when the offer comes through. Have a minimum, boom, boom, boom. Don't be too particular, and take it. And you know what? You work. You get to take some of those orders, and you do some of the orders that I might not do because I'm out here for the longer haul, and others that are out here for the longer haul. But we need to stop telling people to stop doing this and not invest time in this and not try to learn how to do it right. Because quitting is not the answer. It's not a solution for some. But figuring out if this is right for you is. And there's a big difference between telling somebody, this just sucks, get rid of it, leave, don't do it. And if you are doing it, you're wrong, you're stupid. Because guess what? Not everybody, that doesn't apply to everyone. And if that's how you're feeling, then you know what? I think we know where you belong. Anyways, that's just my thoughts. I see this stuff. I see the videos. I'm not calling any specific creator out. I'm not going to specifically talk to any creators, but this is not one creator. This is across the board. I see it on a lot of channels, and I don't understand it. And I say, well, you know what? Maybe you're not doing well because you're not mentally there. You're not mentally trying to do well. And if you're trying to quit, if your mind is on quitting all the time, then you get what you put in. You get what you put in. That's just what it is. The effort you put in, the time you put in, doing, what you put into something is what you're going to get out. Anyways, guys, just want to share those thoughts. I'm on my way to this drop off, and I will see you when after we drop the BJs off, and hopefully go over the payout and what we're looking at. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. Dad Dash back. You made that delivery. Word to the wise. If you don't have multiple lines of service for cell phone purposes, then you are making a big mistake if you're doing this, because I just prime example of why it's important to have multiple lines of service, as my AT&T phones were completely in a dead zone where this drop-off was. I was able to get my T-Mobile phone up and running, no problem at all, logged right in, got the order complete. So it's great. I have T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T, essentially the three big ones in my area, all available to me when I need them. And for me, I run the Verizon through my cable company, and I was able to add that on for very cheap, like $15 a month. And it's very, very much worth it because I don't use it much. It's just there as like a backup line. And then T-Mobile's for my personal devices. And then AT&T is what I run everything through, which primarily AT&T does a good job, but you have spots, and that's why you got to be prepared. Anyways, guys, $9 face value payout, $18 order value, not the best order value on that order. I think that the travel time got me a little bit. Haven't got an order yet. Did just get a $7.50 KFC offer going 6 miles. Too many miles for too little pay. We're not doing that. So we're heading back to where we can get posted up again. Hopefully we'll find something soon. And until then, guys, I'll talk to you then. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So I had a little controversy here. So as you all know, I use Maxymo driver utility helper. So I've not been using, and this is one of the reasons why I'm about to tell you, I've not been using the auto except when I'm multi-apping, especially if I'm using multiple phones. But recently I turned it back on and thought, if I get a 10 and 2, $10 2 mile, which doesn't happen very frequently, I would, set up the auto accept, and normally I will power down the apps as soon as I hit accept. So I'm driving down the road, get a $11.11 8 mile order for Uber Eats at a Thai restaurant that I figured, you know what, most of the time orders like this are hiding some tip. It's probably a $3.11 base pay, $8, and it'll turn into $14, $15, $16, maybe more, it just depends. So I thought, I'll take that. Why not? It's slow out. It's been a little slow out here. I just gotten burned on a DoorDash order, taking, $9 for
continue
7
straight
miles.
to stay on Park Lane.
So I thought, you know what? Let's do it. So as soon as I hit accept, like magic and clockwork, DoorDash hits me with a 2175, 10-mile
In a
order.
quarter mile, turn left onto Potomac Avenue.
And of course, before I can do anything about that, boom, DoorDash auto accepts. Now, I looked at the order and I thought, okay, I'm going to try to do both, because like I could have tried to make it work. And it would have been, you know, to the tune of $32. So I thought, well, for $32, let's give it a try. Then I realized, I don't know why, but I was thinking that the Thai restaurant was an Indian restaurant that was closer to the Outback I had to pick up. I couldn't do it. So I had to get out of my Uber order, which is concerning for me because I'm at 88% completion rate or 12% cancellation. Uber counts the negative, not the positive like DoorDash. So I was a little concerned. I didn't want to have to give up the order, you know, and I thought, well, that's the incentive to try to make this work. But then at the same time, too, I've noticed the higher the tip, especially in this area,
Turn left onto Potomac Avenue.
the greater the chance these people are going to get mad, try to leave you a negative rating on both, you know, Uber and DoorDash. So I thought, well, when I realized how far of a distance away
Continue
the Thai
on
restaurant
Potomac
was,
Avenue for 3/4 of a mile.
the Thai restaurant was, I decided, you know what, get out of it. But anyways, the cautionary tale here of this story is, if you're going to use auto accept, make sure you power down as soon as possible, or maybe don't use auto accept. I'm turning auto accept off. I've turned it off on my other two phones. I'll turn it off on my DoorDash phone here in a minute. Because, you know, as convenient as it is to have a 10 and 2 accepted, I'm going to accept it anyways. So I can do that. And then it won't put me in these jam up situations where suddenly, you know, I've got to let go of an order or cancel an order, you know, for a stupid reason. You know, now what would I have done in that situation? I don't know, because the DoorDash order was obviously much, much better than what I was going to do with Uber. So perhaps I would have canceled the Uber anyways.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Eastern Boulevard North.
You know, it kind of took that decision out of my hands. So, and I guess in a sense, it helped me earn more money. So, you know, I guess it's all on how you look at it. Anyways, guys, I'll see you at the drop off. We'll see how big this payout is, see if it grows at all.
Take the next right onto Eastern Boulevard North.
Or if it stays the same. And we'll go from there. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we made that delivery. It went well. It's a little bit out here, but it's actually right near another shopping, you know, not too far away from a shopping center that I've done some pretty decent business with. So very hopeful something will come quickly. We've got to get gas. That's something that I just realized I needed to do, because it just popped up that my gas light came on. So we're going to travel over, try to get some gas, and hopefully find an order quickly. We ended up with a $45 order value on the order, and we're $5 over our goal. So 13,000 of the year behind us, right? Now we're moving on to 14. So, and I'd like to get 15 out of the way as soon as possible as well, because technically speaking, that's what I need to do in order for us to hit 36,000 this year. I've got to start moving fast and start earning a little bit faster to make up for some of the lost time earlier in the year. But we will continue focusing on that, see what comes, and see how it goes. Anyways, guys, I will be back as soon as I... Oh, and here we go, Fajita Grande.
Total cents.
So that's going up the surface. All right, that's taking me back across the market. It's taking me kind of a little bit farther out. It is $10, but I don't know. It's a lot of miles. It's a lot of miles. And there we go. It took too long. So we went ahead and let it time out. I guess, oh, no, I need to go left. All right, hold on here. Plus, I need to get gas, too. So I'm not going to take that offer. I'm glad I let that one time out. Anyways, guys, when I find another offer, I will come back and talk to you. Anyways, Dad Dash is back here. I went ahead and took the Fajita Grande order that came on during the last video. And what happened is I made a wrong turn. When you saw me decide left or right, I went left, and it was a dead end, and I had to come back. So my memory wasn't great on what direction I needed to be going. But I decided, you know what? Listen, $10. I'd rather have money in my car. It's taking me back over. And when I looked at it a little closer after I ran the address, because it came back like 2 minutes after I had let it expire, and I realized that it's sitting right behind like the Chipotle and everything. So I think it's a good area if I can roll Uber Eats and Grubhub on while I'm riding through there. Maybe I can grab something on my way to these people's houses, or to this person's house, to make the drop off. I believe I've dropped off there before, and hopefully maybe get something lined up in that shopping area or nearby. All right, guys, I will be back to talk to you as soon as we get this delivered and go over how all this shapes up and looks. Do we get an order? Don't we? Do we stay busy? Don't we? Where do we end up? We will see, and I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. We just made that delivery. And you know what? It was to one of my old regulars that I used to deliver to a lot when I was up here. Now, I have noticed something, okay? I'm going to do a deeper dive video on this subject matter, but I've noticed something very important. When I used to be up here delivering, I worked this market for 1.5 years. Only market I worked nowhere else. So I have a lot of customers. I had a 5.0 rating when I was up here. And I used to deliver to, like I said, a lot of people. I probably did my first 1,500 deliveries up here. And then I left and went to the Charlestown market, Martinsburg market, went all around. But I have noticed a lot of people, a lot of regulars coming back to me. So I've wondered, my acceptance rate right now is like 15%. So I'm like, how am I getting $20 orders? The $21 Outback order I did today, that was an old regular. Okay. They paid me $21.75 to go out to their house today and deliver to them. This order was to an old regular. They paid me $10, $4 base pay, $6 tip to get me to take it and keep $1 a mile at $10 minimum, which I've been working very hard to train the algorithm on. Now that's what I need on these, longer journeys. So, building your book of business is extremely important. That is something you got to do in all walks of business, whether that's in a sales job or in a delivery job. Here we go. 5 guys, 1169, 12 miles. Decline. So, and I'm seeing it come to pass here. That the business I built years ago is still coming back to me. DoorDash is still recognizing that. And that gives me priority. And if my customer ratings remain high, my completion rate stays respectable, well, that's going to get me back to my acceptance rate might be low, but because I have established relationships in this area from before, and I'm available, the order comes to me. And because these were good tipping people, because I was building relationships with only good tipping people, I get good tips. So there's a lot more to it than just being a top dasher. If you start building the relationships and the 5.0 ratings with $2 tip customers, sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't, because sometimes that person might only be ordering McDonald's and they're tipping $2, or they might not tip at all. And you're going to get called back to that customer again and again and again. And it's the reason why order value is such a big focus of mine, is because the value of your time is the only thing that matters when you're doing gig work. If you're not valuing your time correctly, you will not make money correctly. I'll leave you with that. I'll see you when I get my next order. This order paid out face value, as I mentioned, $4 base, $6 tip, and about a $22 order value. So a little lower than 25, but it got me back in an area. We'll see if we can make it up Like I said, I had a $45 order value on that order right before it. So if you blend them together, we were still probably well over $30 for the entirety of the time that I went and took the Outback order and then came back. So it, it all ended up, I think, working out. See you at the next order, guys. I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. So coming to you here with good news. We got another order. A little late tuning in, unfortunately, but that's okay. We're on our way to the drop-off. It was a $10.15 5-mile order. I was actually considering doing a Spark Shop, and then I was looking at a couple of Instacart grocery pickups, and then this order came. So decided to go with this one because it was 10 for 5, and I thought it was a good order. So we are almost to the drop-off. In about 7 minutes, our 3 to 5 dash will end, and then we will begin again at 5:30. So we'll go on break for a half hour. I like to plan little half-hour breaks throughout the day, and I kind of use the DoorDash scheduling to do that. So that way, it's like, all right, I go offline, and then I'll turn off. So anyways, that's where we stand, and I'll be back as soon as I get this delivered to go over to final payout, and then we'll take it from there. Talk to you soon.
I got sick. I go, whoa.
They're hitting the doorbell. There's a drink for you there.
Alrighty.
Hey, you have a great one.
Thank you.
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, haven't done one of these in a very long time. We're doing a Spark Shop, $34, like 23 items. And these are some of the best shops, that you can do because, 20, 30 items are very easy to do because Walmart does a great job laying it out. So, going over here to get this shop done instead of taking a break. And we'll be back on DoorDash at 5:30. This will put us over 100. So, like I said, I was hoping to get at least $100 in before we would even consider going home today. We should have that in hand, and then maybe just do a little bit of dinner. Just a little bit of dinner. You get on a good roll like today, Sunday. Let's push a little bit. Let's get that 100 out, first 100 of the next 1,000 plus 40. That would be great if we could do that. It's not slowing down; it's staying busy. So got to lean in when it's good. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, good offer here. We're gonna go in here, get this shop done, and then I will be back to talk to you. All right, guys. Talk to you in a little while. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we just got done delivering the Spark order. It was an easy shop. It wasn't bad. It was crowded, so it took me a little longer than it would have because I had to wait on a checkout area. And then moving through some sections of the store was, a little problematic. But other than that, it wasn't a bad shop at all. We ended up with a $35 order value. We got it done, I think, in a little under an hour. So we got it done in 58 minutes. So it took me a little longer than I would have liked it to have taken, but that's okay. We're now back on. We still were able to get back on DoorDash on time. So we're on DoorDash now. We're back on Uber, back on Grubhub, sitting at about $103. So with that said, we shall see what DoorDash brings us and what the dinner hour brings us. It was bright red when I logged in, so I'm expecting there to hopefully be some opportunity there. And then I know, actually, I just realized I just got a notification here that my delivery block for Grubhub begins at 6:30 in my home area. So we may head down there for that if it's not hopping up here and we're not getting anything popping off here with DoorDash and Uber Eats and whatnot. and see if Grubhub tries to draw us down with an order. Sometimes they do that, especially if you're on a block. There's an area just outside. They'll bring you down or let somebody order up here from a restaurant up here and let you bring it all the way down to them. So, anyways, guys, with that said, I'll be back when we get another order, or if I decide to call it, I'll come back and do the wrap up. Talk to you soon, guys. All right, guys. So Dad Dash back here. We made it back to our shopping area and promptly got a 1225 7-mile order for Noodles and Company. We were parked right next to Noodles and Company, so I went ahead and snapped that up. That was a good order, and it's only like a 9-minute drop off. So we are on that order now. That kicks off dinner. We'll see what comes. We're actually heading right back in the direction of where we came from for the Spark order. But there was really nothing going on until I got up here. I turned down a couple of Uber orders that were like 11 for $9, 10 for $9. You know, there's too many miles, even though it was $10 or over. And the direction and drop-offs I wasn't crazy about. So, anyways, we're on this 1225 7-mile order. And we'll see how it pays off. So, guys, I will see you at the drop-off. And go over everything, go over the payout and everything, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. How you doing? Doing well, doing well. Yeah, good one. Thank you. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. So, it is late, and I came out here to do my wrap up. I did not get a chance to do my wrap up. Actually, I went on Pedro's show, and I didn't get a chance to wrap up my ride along. But I also haven't talked to you since I was doing the Noodle Company order for 1225, and a lot happened after that. So I'm gonna give you a rundown of what happened and occurred, and then go over the final stats for today. So after that order for Noodle and Company, we got a 1975 Green Turtle order that ended up paying out $22.41. It was an LOP order. Then we took an Uber Eats order for $9.03 going 2 miles. Well, this turned into the biggest mistake of the evening because we got to this McDonald's. I thought it was a different McDonald's. It's a McDonald's I've had lots of problems with. They virtually ignore anybody that's working an app, they ignore you. They won't do the order. So I waited and I waited and I waited. And if you wait long enough, Uber Eats will let you off the order without penalty and they'll pay you. So I contacted support, let them know the situation. They gave me $4 and let me off without it affecting my cancellation rate. Then I got Silk Thai, which is a Thai restaurant, for $11.32 for Uber. As I'm pulling up to the restaurant to click that, swipe up, they send me an add-on of $7 for 11 miles. And of course, as I'm swiping up, it accepted it. Uber does this from time to time. So I had to cancel that order. So cancellation rate went up to 13%, which of course I'm being warned it's higher than my normal area, but I think I'm still okay. That order had a little extra tip on it. Got $12.35. As soon as I got done with that, I got a $7 Denny's order for Uber for going 1 mile, which I took. Got that delivered very quickly. Then I got a $15 DoorDash order for 8 miles. Took that order. Or it was 10 miles, actually. Sorry. Took that order. Got it delivered. Good order value, $42 order value. And as soon as I got that one done, I got a $11, I believe it was $11.25 going 4 miles, I believe. It auto accepted it. And then I got a $6.25 add-on. Now, this order kind of went off the rails because it was a stack. I let the customer know that was the second drop-off. Well, you know, even though the app lets them know, I let them know. This guy calls me up and starts chewing me out. I said, okay, sir. I explained the situation. He calmed down. I even had to get a signature from him, and I was delivering to a plant. In fact, I believe I've delivered to this guy before. But anyways, I go and deliver, and I was shocked that this order went from $11.25 to $22. And then my add-on went from $6.25 to $7.50 for a total payout of $29.92. So, excellent. Obviously, that was an excellent order value. It was a $49 order value. So how did we do for today? Ended up making $206.43 for today. Drove 161 miles or $1.28 a mile. Exceeded our goal of $43 by $162. We worked 8.73 hours for an average order value of $23.64. We had an average delivery value. We worked 382 minutes of $32.42. We were on order 37 minutes per order. And we had worked 73% of the time we were out. So how do we do cash flow wise, right? How did it turn out? We paid $37.71 in taxes, $16.10 to our car expense fund, $10.82 for actual gas costs, and we ended up taking home $141.80 of the $206.43. So not a bad day if I say so myself. Very pleased with how it turned out. I'm sorry I didn't get to show you more of the end, but it got dark and it was just tough to film, and it just didn't work out. That I just didn't think it was going to be good footage. So I thought, well, I'll just do a summary of it. I showed you a lot of the earlier parts of the day. Anyways, guys, listen. I'm going to leave you with this thought. Every order you don't like, every order you hate it, every order that you thought this sucked, it started when you hit accept. Remember that. That's the place you need to start with if you want to make changes, if you want to get better, if you want to have better days. Starts right there. Look at what you're accepting. If you don't like what you're accepting, accept differently. Ask for what you want. Don't expect anybody else to give it to you. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Guys, what's up? Dad Dash here, coming to you today. Saw this video come up by Pedro, and I'm glad he put it up. I think this is a great discussion to have, and I was going to go into the comments and try to respond to this, but I thought, you know what? I don't think that's not going to come through when I'm writing it. So I want to run a couple pieces of clips here. I'm not going to run the whole video, and then I'm going to respond to it and give you my thoughts. And Pedro, I'm going to give you the response you're looking for, give you some ideas. I think I can help you out here. So let's get into the video a little bit here. I'll show you a few clips from the video, and then we're going to get into talking about what we need to on this. So let's start playing it right here.
I'm confused. Really confused. I need your help in this video. I'm lost. I'm confused. Let's talk. And they want some protections. Point blank period. Okay. Now, I am not the most educated and well-versed on these subjects, but I've seen enough and I've talked to enough people to have an opinion at least. But I am confused. I am confused. On one end, we are independent contractors, and a lot of the content I see, conversations I have, we love being independent and having the freedom, the flexibilities, not having a boss, being able to work when we want most of the time. Independent contractor. And I am making this video because I want to learn. I don't understand why we can say we're independent contractors in one breath, and in the next moment, we want legislation and we want things to be passed for us. So are we independent, or do we need the government to help us? We can't have both. Or can we? A lot of us, it seems like we want a short-term solution to a bigger problem, right? And I don't know what the answer is. I don't have it. That's not my stance. That's not what this channel is about. This channel is about betting on you, setting goals, doing it one day at a time. Betting on you, the individual. You, the individual, can do more for yourself on a day-to-day basis, a year-to-year basis, if you control the things you can control and decide to choose your energy and point it in a positive direction, will do way more than getting an extra 20 cents, 30 cents. What are we talking about here? I don't get what's happening. And I need somebody smarter than me to help me out, because we can't talk off of both sides of our mouth. We can't want everything. We can't want this and then want this, and then we're not happy when we don't get this, but then we still get this. I'm confused. I need y'all to help me out.
All right, guys. So that is the crux of the video. That is the question that he's asking, and I'm going to respond to that. So I'm going to give you my thoughts, Pedro. I think I can help you out with a couple of things. So number one of the things you focused on in there is you're asking the question. You're confused because you see gig workers, gig business operators, whatever you want to call us, out here asking for legislation and asking for help. And you're like, how can you be asking for help if you want to be an independent contractor? Isn't that a conflicting situation? And there's a simple solution to all of this. Number one, yes. Asking the government to come in and intervene in a way we've asked, in a way it's being asked, and a lot of these legislative directives is not helpful at all. And the reason being is because it's asking that what we're asking for in those bills is for guaranteed wages, guaranteed pay, guaranteed benefits. Essentially asking that we become some sort of hybrid employee. And that shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what we are. And it's real simple what we are. Because if you go into any TOS on any of these apps, and I challenge anyone to do it, read the recitals page, read the descriptions of what we are, and each one of them says, undoubtedly, you are a business. You are a business that we are hooking up with other businesses who need help, customers of businesses that need help with deliveries, with shopping, whatever it might be, folding laundry, whatever it is. These apps are providing your business with the opportunity to work. And you're a business. And they're asking you to acknowledge that in your TOS. And when you acknowledge that, you're acknowledging that you're responsible for yourself. When this legislation is passed, what they're trying to do is to say, well, no, these gig apps that are simply technology platforms offering opportunities to work. Well, if they want to offer the opportunity to a dasher to work or to a delivery driver to work, well, you're going to need to provide benefits, a guarantee. It doesn't work. That's putting a circular object in a square hole, or a square peg in a circular hole. It doesn't work. It never will work. And the apps will never be able to run as an employer because they aren't. They don't have the infrastructure. They have zero infrastructure. There isn't a headquarters. There isn't this big infrastructure that's probably envisioned in most Dashers' mind, that there isn't a place to become an employee at because there isn't an employer that exists. There's just a technology platform who is offering up technology to delivery businesses that will allow them to operate and make deliveries and be aware of the businesses in their community that need your delivery services. Now, I'm getting into this because this is wherein the solution lies. Because this is when we are asking for legislation to be drafted. When we're asking for government intervention, we need to understand what we're asking for. And this is the problem that's existing right now. Yes, we can be independent contractors and have the government present. But what we need from the government is not guaranteed wages and guaranteed benefits. What we need from the government is for them to do their role, which is what a government is supposed to do. And that is they're supposed to be regulators of markets, market creators, but they're not supposed to involve themselves in the market. And they're not supposed to create regulations to which interfere in the market's operation. But what they are to do is to create a fair marketplace, which we are lacking right now because the government doesn't even realize the marketplace exists, because they don't even realize that we as delivery drivers are in fact businesses, and that this is in fact a business market where contracts are being offered every single day between two businesses. And the place where these contracts are being regulated are only by the apps themselves, by their TOSs. So the helpful thing we need is either on a state by state, on a federal level, whatever, however it needs to be done. But if these gig platforms want to operate, then there needs to be in each state that they're operating in a agency that's going to regulate the contracts that they're going to offer to ensure fairness in the contracts and ensure that you're getting equal, that each party is being treated equally when these contracts are offered. And then you also need to ensure the safety and fairness of the contracts. And the safety part is us driving around, having to try to make financial decisions while we're driving 70 miles an hour down the interstate or 30 miles an hour into a residential area where children are playing and we're getting spammed with an offer right as we're about to go to drop off. Should never be occurring. It should be a requirement that our vehicle is stationary, where we're giving an adequate amount of time to review the contract, and that we also then receive all pertinent information in that contract so that we can make a valid business decision on whether or not that is a profitable contract that makes sense to our bottom line. And if it doesn't, we hit decline. If it does, we hit accept. Now, making those changes alone will absolutely turn the tables. We will no longer need a pay guarantee, because by giving adequate time for a driver to consider the offer, less drivers will see eyes on that offer. The market will start to work from the sense that the restaurants will be saying, hey, we need a driver on this DoorDash or Grubhub or Uber. So it will make them have to make better offers to us to ensure that we're going to take the offer faster the way it should be, not because we want to go after a 70% acceptance rate, but because it's a profitable offer. The customer will be also putting that pressure to say, hey, I'm going to cancel my order. Where's my order at, DoorDash? Get the offer out. I paid you my money. The restaurant's paid money. And they're like, hey, we want this transaction done. So make a fair offer, get somebody out on it, and quit playing games. And that will be solved by ensuring that there's enough time by the driver to look at the offer. And then two, that when the driver looks at the offer and sees what it is and can see all aspects of the transaction, then can make a fair decision. They can say yes or no and then send it back. And then another offer could come their way. And it will require that that offer be repriced and sent back in so that it adequately compensates for all factors of the order. 3D should be paid out and shown. This is the distance pay. This is your pay for distance or miles. This is your pay for the duration of the order, the time you're going to spend working the order. And then this is the desirability of the order based on where it's got to be delivered, how long you might have to wait at the restaurant. Here's what's being paid there. And obviously the duration of the order is something that's a projection. And again, DoorDash should be using the algorithm and the data it's collecting to make better pricing decisions that should reflect the outcome of the order. And that should really be the analysis that should be being done, is how well did their algorithm predict the order outcome? And it should be, the goal should be to say, if they're predicting $13 is what this should represent, and it ends up being $15 because there was extra time on there and there was extra wait time and this and that, then their goal should be to say, all right, let's make sure we're getting closer and closer to the original offer instead of the ending offer. These are the things that we need help with. So the answer to the question, Pedro, of that you pose in this video is, do we need government? Yes, we do. But we need the right form of government and we need the right intervention of government. Bottom line. That's it. What we don't need is, we don't need guaranteed minimums. We don't need guaranteed benefits. That is our responsibility as a delivery business to provide ourselves with that, and to provide ourselves with insurances and protections. But that's where you need government at. Regulating the market, creating fairness in the market, providing that there's safety and security in the market, and making sure that we are recognized as an equal party when it comes to the contract offering process and when it comes to getting offered contracts. And if that happens, the contracts will begin to represent the full market value of what these offers should be. And we will no longer need any minimum guarantee, because we should be able to generate enough income and enough revenue for our businesses by allowing the marketplace to help us to determine it while we're bidding on these contracts. But we can't put a fair bid in for a contract if you don't understand what you're bidding on. So, Pedro, that's my response. That's what hopefully this helps and gives you some perspective on what it is that needs to happen here. But I don't think this is an issue of, you referenced in the video part-time versus full-time. I don't think that's really a problem, because, or really the issue, the issue that you say it is, because whether you're full-time or you're part-time, if you're operating in unfair market conditions, it doesn't matter. You're still getting taken advantage of. And maybe the part-timer doesn't understand it as much, but that doesn't make it any less wrong. And they should want they should want fair market conditions, that they know when they go out to give an hour of their time towards their business, however short-term and small it is, they should want to know that they're operating in fair conditions in a fair marketplace. And I would tell you that most people, when they start seeing the full information, will make better decisions, and better decisions will lead to better outcomes. It's just common sense. But that's what we need. And we need to be able to talk about this. We need to be able to talk about this correctly with regulators. We need to be able to put the right information out. Those with the bigger voices, the bigger reach, need to be talking about these things in the correct way, and educating people, creating awareness around what's actually needed, and directing the conversation into the areas and places that will actually help us get to where we want to be at. Anyways, guys, that's my thoughts. Like I said, it was a lot to me to put in a comment. Pedro, if you watch this, thank you for watching, man. Give me your thoughts. If you want to, anybody who watches this, put your comments in there. If you want to give me a quick comment, or I would encourage anyone who watches this, if you're inspired, make a video. Let's get lots of videos on this. Do what I did, make a video, respond to Pedro's video, respond to my video. Let's get a movement around this, where there's a lot of voices and a lot of content going out on this, because this is a great video. So I thank Pedro for putting it out. I thank you for starting the discussion, guys. Creators, let's start the discussion, and let's start talking about this, because this is what we need to be talking about. So this is the exact stuff we need to be talking about. Hats off, man. And appreciate you starting this. Anyways, guys, if you enjoyed today's video, as always, hit that subscribe button, hit that share button. and like button as well. And as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll be talking to you soon.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with another video today. Wanted to talk to you about an important topic, important subject matter that I think is very important for all gig business operators to keep in mind. Now, listen, I am a big fan of every of the gig world out here, of everybody putting the reel out, right? Putting out information, putting out stuff, and I like it, right? I really do. I enjoy watching those videos. However, I do want to remind everybody of something. When you're watching videos, especially when you're watching videos that are talking about base pay, talking about order size, talking about, what these apps are offering us, listen, I want to be clear on something. And when I say what I'm about to say, number one, I am not apologizing nor suggesting it's okay that an app pay anybody $2 or less, even $2.25. The base pay that we're getting paid by DoorDash, by a lot of these apps, Grubhub, Uber Eats, the race to the bottom that we've seen in base pay is absolutely a problem, and it's something that should be addressed. What I'm saying is until we address it properly and approach it properly, and until we make the right points, it will never be addressed. Now, what I'm suggesting be done about this is, number one, ignore it, okay? Because as long as you do what I tell you to do, right? As long as you're working, and again, I cannot stress this enough, as long as you know your value, and knowing your value, I mean, in reality, okay? Because I'm not wanting to exclude anybody that decides they want to take every order. That's valuable to them. I don't think it will be in the long run, and I think, hey, when they get frustrated, I hope if they're still listening and they're here, because we've included them under the big umbrella, they might try something different. And if it still works for them and makes them money and lets them reach their goals, I have at it, right? Because value is different for everyone. But I believe in the long run, value is truly a number. It comes down to your numbers at the end of the day, end of the week, end of the month, and end of the year. But I believe no one is going to be able to reach those numbers on a long-term, consistent fashion if you are not paying attention to making sure that you're only taking orders of value. And what does that mean? That means making sure that the dollar amount of an order covers your expenses and covers what you're putting into it. And what you're putting into it is labor. You're running your vehicle. You're making an investment in that order. And the idea behind the whole process is that you're going to invest your time, money, and resources into a particular order, and that you're going to get what you're going to get back out of that order is going to make you money. In other words, you're going to make money above and beyond that. So the $10 that you accept an order at, you're not making $10. And so many people have stressed this because it feels like sometimes people forget this fact. So it's really about, at the end of that order, what have you really made? And if you're not looking at that fact, if you're not looking at that figure, and taking that into account when you're making decisions, you're going to lose. You're not going to make as much money. You're going to have bigger expenses. You're going to have bigger problems at the end of the year. Particular things that you may not see right away, but you will see it when your car breaks down and you don't have the funds to take care of it. When you need to get gas and you have no money because of it. These things will come and confront you eventually, and they will confront you sometimes all at once. And if you're not preparing for this along the way, then it'll put you out of business, right? And that's what the whole deal is. So if you're taking orders of value, right, and you're taking orders that are going to give you a profit, in other words, that you can cash flow out of, so that when you take out your car expense, or what we call car maintenance, like your actual physical car maintenance, figure out what you need to set aside and then continue to keep track of that and fluctuate it. I'm at 10 cents a mile. That's what I believe has gotten me what I need. And I only am able to come to these numbers by keeping track on a running basis of what I'm putting into my car, and then transposing that over the miles that I'm working, and then getting a mileage figure that I can then use on each order based on this is what it's costing me. If I've got $800-900 on a rolling 12-month period into that car, and I've driven X amount of miles over that rolling 12-month period, and then this is the amount, it's going to go up or down, or it should stay relatively static. For me, it stayed relatively static, which tells me 10 cents is where I was at. I started at 7, and it rose a little bit because I was hoping with a Prius it would be there. And that's not taking gas into account, because again, a rolling 12-month period, I'm rolling my gas into a chart. I've been keeping track of it for the last 12 months. July will be the full 12 months. And then what will happen is I will then begin taking out one whole month once you complete a month, and it will keep it in. You don't want to infinitely keep these numbers. The spreadsheet would go on forever. I guess you could, but really you want to be looking at a period, 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, 6 months, whatever. But for me, I'm looking at a rolling 12. That's how I'm doing everything to do it. And I'm figuring out what my gas cost is, and I'm setting that aside. So at the end of every day, if you're not setting aside, you should be setting that aside in an account somewhere. Set aside your car maintenance fund. Set aside your gas. And if you tell me you can't do it, then you shouldn't be doing this, right? Because that is the basics of running a business, and you need to be running a business, and that needs to happen. And then at the very end, and of course, you set aside your taxes, your projected taxes. You should be projecting a tax amount every single shift, even if you're not ending up paying taxes because expenses are coming out. And then you give yourself a refund when you get your tax bill every quarter. And you don't give yourself probably a full refund. I wouldn't say you would ever go outside of a quarter. So again, you always keep at least last quarter's in, and then you give yourself a refund from from like 2 quarters ago. So, and then that money can go back in, and then you can use that to reinvest, buy phones, buy phone cases, buy bags, and spend that money. And then, put it back into your business, which is what should be happening. And if you're not doing that, right, if you're not doing these things, if you haven't set this up this way, these things will come at you, and these things will hurt you hard. And that's what you've got to be taking into account when you're making these orders. But listen, getting into all of that, what I'm coming back to is the base pay issue. Is when people start talking about base pay and they start saying, man, they're doing this, they're doing what we're letting them get away with. In other words, the first thing is understanding how to value out an order. So you've got to understand what your cost is for each order. And then you've got to understand, all right, if I take a $4.50 order going 2 miles and it's costing me X amount for gas and X amount for that, and at the end of that order, I'm making $1, is that enough for your time? No. The spread on that order is not, to me, it doesn't make any sense. You're not going to be making any money. It's impossible to make money because the amount is too low, right? Regardless of what they might say, well, take 5 of them, put them together. 5 of them will put them together. If your market, in a saturated market, which is where every market will go to, because that's going to be the goal of these apps, is to saturate and fill these markets up, you're not going to be working 100% of the time. And it's just not going to happen. And if you're properly pricing out orders and properly looking for value, then you won't be working 100% of the time. You'll probably find yourself working anywhere from 50 to 85% of the time. That will be your range. And you should happily do that. Because if you're not getting value, don't run your car. And if at the end of the day, whatever you brought home isn't enough to meet your bills and expenses, then it's time to find something else. It's time to properly put your gig business where it belongs in your life. Because if it's not able to sustain you, it would be like if you owned a convenience store and the convenience store at the end of the month wasn't paying all of your personal bills and you were losing money, you'd close your convenience store eventually because you'd lose your house and lose your car and lose everything around you because you're not able to cover your basic bills. And that doesn't even make sense to be involved with it. So if it's not doing that, that will tell you that. But you've got to be able to know this. You've got to be able to see this. You've got to be able to start pricing it. Now, what I believe, okay, is that if every driver started understanding how to organize their business and then started to see what they needed out of every order, they would find $10 an order is minimum for what you need. $10 an order, $10 to get your car moved. And And some people are going to say, that's crazy. There's no way. Well, that's crazy because we're letting the apps work us for less than that. And here's the thing. When it gets saturated, it works in two ways. You're going to have the people that's going to tell you it's over, it's impossible. No, it's not, because the market is at maximum. It's at maximum capacity. In my market, there's a wait list to get in, which means we as drivers, the drivers that stay here and do it right, the drivers that meet protocol, meet the standard that the apps want you to meet, and come out and start asking for what they need out of it. The goal of the algorithm is to put us to work to make money. DoorDash doesn't make money when we don't deliver. Grubhub doesn't make money when we don't deliver. So until we let our wheels move, we make sure we're getting value. Now, I'm not suggesting we're going to go back to decline now or no. I'm talking about decline with a purpose. Okay? The problem with decline now was it made it sound like we were boobs and doofuses and idiots out here that was just declining everything as some form of protest. No. And that's pretty much where it went. And then we got bad press and we look foolish. The idea is decline with a purpose. Decline with a purpose. Okay?
Incoming order from BJ.
And if you're not declining with a purpose,
total miles 6.4. Current price $13.75. Price per mile $2.
I got an interesting one. It's $13.75, 6 miles. I apologize, guys. I just need to take a look at this to decide what I want to do with it, because it's a tough one. All right, so let's just. I can literally see the restaurant. So that's going to take me 12 minutes to get to that residence from here, allegedly. Okay, let's go back to it. Let's accept it. All right, guys, it's time to get to work. But anyways, hopefully you understand what I'm talking about in this video. It's a little bit of a lengthy video, and I tend to get lengthy with my words, but I hope the point has come through, okay? Accept offers that make sense. Do what I just did right there live. I didn't plan this. I didn't know an order was coming through. Look at it. Know your time. Know what you have into it. Understand $13.75 right there. What does $13.75 mean to me, right? $13.75 means that I have about 34 minutes to get that order done. And I'm looking at that knowing that I have 11 minutes from where I'm at. Golden Corral sits right over here. BJ sits right over there. 11 minutes from here to my final drop off on that order. So that tells me that I have to budget 11 minutes of travel time, probably add in an extra 4 minutes because I'll be stopping somewhere else, which is along the way. I can see the path. So I've got 15 minutes of travel time. So my real assessment is, can I go make these pickups in 19 minutes? Can I go to Golden Corral in 19 minutes and pick up there and pick up at BJ's? And the answer to that, I hope, is yes. And I made the assessment and I went ahead and accepted it. And we'll see if it pans out. And I'm going to assess it. I think it's a doable order at that rate. It's an area that I believe I can get another order from, and we'll go from there. So let me get on this. I need to go pick these orders up, guys. I hope this video resonated with you. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
Dash here. So I want to go over, and here we go. We're going to get to see some differences here. I want to go over some differences between iPhone and Android live time. So one of the first ones you're going to see here is address. So as you can see, I click that, but if I click this, well, it's going to, you're seeing another difference right there. But if I click that address, and hopefully one will come through that I'll be able to demonstrate this on. That doesn't have, maybe I'll turn off my auto decline. I think I'm going to do that since you guys just saw the auto decline features. Turn that off for the moment. So that way I can have the time when something comes through to show you. But I want to show you guys the main differences, because there are some differences between having an Android and iOS. Now, what I recommend, one thing I'm going to let you know, is you can be logged in on both devices. So if you want to experience the best of both worlds, and there is differences in both worlds that are going to that can help you. I'm going to show you some of these differences, and you can actually use both of them. Now, what I recommend you do is when you go on order, go offline on one of them. So if you prefer to use iPhones, or you find iPhone works best for you, then complete the order with the iPhone. If you like the Android experience, complete it with the Android. I personally will go with the Android experience, and I'll show you a few differences that why I like using the Android handset better. But having two handsets up, being able to utilize and have the best of both worlds is really nice at my fingertips, because there are some things you can do on either one that you can't do on the other. So the first major difference is this. All right, so you're going to notice there's a huge difference here. The address here, you can see it, and I have it blurred out, but end of destination address is my house. And you can see I have it turned on this dash, although I'm not actually leaving my house. I just had it turned on for demonstration purposes. Over here on Android, nothing, it's not there. Over here on iOS, you can see it's available. And what that will do is at 1:43 p.m., it's going to pop over and give me an option. Let's say I was far away at the other end of my area. It's going to start trying to find me orders going in the direction of that address. So you can set it for a restaurant. You could set it if, like, say you were going somewhere, you're going to, a restaurant to go eat, you're going to a place to run an errand, whatever it is you're planning to do at the end of your dash, they make it really convenient, and it will allow you to earn money on your way there. And you can decide when you get those offers, they're normally not going to be the best offers in terms of miles to money, but since you're already driving those miles, the idea would be, well, you're getting paid something to drive the miles you'd be going anyways. And sometimes you get really good orders. I use it. I like it. It's really, I will log into my iPhone towards the end of I'll log in at the beginning, but I'll make sure I'm logged in looking for orders on my iPhone at the end of the time if I'm in a situation where I want to find orders on the way home. It's a very nice perk. Another great reason to have both iPhone and Android if you can do it. And everybody really can do it. You just got to find the affordable route to get there. So that's difference number one. So let's go in here and go back out. So we're going to wait a little bit and we'll see when an order comes through, and I'll show you. Now, the other difference, actually, I guess I can go ahead and show you some of the differences while we're waiting on an order. So iPhone's pretty vanilla. You swipe up, you're out. You swipe in, you're out. Everything's manual. Find your cameras, your secondary cameras, your time cameras, all that is going to be. So everything is manual. It's swipes, whatever. Now, this is where Android starts to really take off, in my opinion. You can customize a Samsung phone. This is specific for Samsung. This is not Pixels, OnePlus devices, any of the other ones. This is specific to Samsung, which is why I believe Samsung really has a great deal. You combine it with Driver Utility Helper app, and you combine it with the ability to modify and customize your phone, you get really a very, very powerful device. And if you understand the features you want to use off of an iPhone, you can use those when it makes sense, and so on and so forth. But here we go. So let me show you some of the things that you can do here. So number one, first thing I do, I long swipe over, and I'm going to get my camera. Now, this camera, I use this instead of the Driver Utility Helper camera. And I do that simply because I like the ability for it to float, which you could technically make the Driver Utility Helper camera float, but it's a couple extra steps. But I also like the fact that it has the map overlays on there. It has the address, and you can slide it over like this. So when I get to the customer's house, I'm going to hit record, and then I'm going to slide it over, and then there's my camera picture. So now that I can take my picture, and I don't have to, I can keep the app up. I can see everything I need to see. I can read all the instructions. I can see the address. I can be double checking the address. I have all that up. When I get up there, I just take the picture, done. All right, picture's done. And then I can just slide it over and exit out of the video camera. And then the video's over. And then I can go ahead and click the button to close out the order. So I can go click, click, click. attach the camera, and I'm done. So that is really, really helpful to have when you're pulling up to the customer's house and you just, well, actually, I got to long swipe it, and it pops up anywhere. So as soon as I get there to the customer's house, when I'm pulling up, I'll reach over and I'll long swipe, and this will pop up. And there you can see it right there from anywhere you go. The other thing is you're seeing there's different swipes and gestures and things I have. So I like to log. So to make my logging process easier, as you can see, quick swipe up at the top gets me to my spreadsheets. So there it is. You can see swipe up at the top. I'm into my spreadsheets. Whatever spreadsheet I'm working with last is always at the top. All right, here we go. It's game time. So let me show you some differences here. So first thing I'm going to show you is on the iPhone, any iPhone user out there, you tap on the house. It's going to be a house, apartment, different things. You tap in.
Incoming order from McDonald's. Total miles 1.6. Current price $4.25. Price per mile $2.66.
All right. And now watch what you can do on this. This is what makes it really extremely powerful. So now I can see 6 minutes, right? And I can see exactly where I'm at. Now the McDonald's is right here, so I kind of know it's all there. I'm going to go ahead and hit decline. Now that would have normally automatically declined because it would have been under $5. Now, if you're working an iPhone, with an iPhone, you can just swipe back out, and there it is, and now you're back in. So whatever one you do the decline on, you will swipe back out. It's much easier to do the decline on the Android if you're running an Android and an iPhone, because all you do is swipe up out of the iPhone, and it'll come back in, and the order will be cleared. On the Android, because of how it does things, you can sometimes get into a loop where you got that declined order. It won't leave your screen unless you clear your cache. And honestly, these are the little tips you got to learn. That's just how Android's going to be. So don't battle it, right? Just remember to do the decline on the Android. Since auto decline is already set up, a majority of your declines are going to happen on Android anyways. Do all of your accepts. Do all of your declines on the Android device, because the same thing can happen if you accept on, say, the Apple device, but the Android device doesn't get the accept, and then it can go into a death loop where you're going to be stuck and you're going to be swiping. And if your preference is to use the Android device because of some of the little things I showed you there, the swipes and the things, man, you're going to be cooked. So now the other thing that I like, right? And this is another reason why I like the Android, is because what I can do now, this is only on the foldables, but there is some of the functionality I'm going to show you is also available on the on other Androids. So what I like to do is I like to do split screen. Now let's just do it the easy way. So I'm going to do split screen maps. So normally what I would do is I would have my map screen up, and then I would minimize the app. So I'd be able to see my app, where I'm going, what's going on. Something else comes through or offers, right? It's going to be right over here. And then I would have my directions running right over here. But this is how I will do it. And I'll run my directions over here because I will have already popped this into the directions. So I'll run this and I'll leave this out. And then that way I can see if an add-on comes, it's going to come right over here. If I want to check out another app, if you click into whatever side you click into, your swipes are going to coincide. So if I hit log in over here and then I go ahead and click it, it's going to put me over here. Now you're going to watch right over here where it should update. We've got a $6.77 offer. Now this is another little cool feature you're going to see here. You're going to notice there's a delay, right? Over here, we've got the iPhone going off. Now it comes in, right? Now watch this.
Incoming order from Taco Bell. Total miles 4.4. Current price $6.77. Price
So
per mile
instantaneously,
$1.54.
right over here, if you had this screen on and you were just using one app, you could have your apps are going to pop through over here, especially if you're using like Maxymo, and then you can tap in Brandenburg Drive. Now there's 9 seconds left, and you can see exactly everywhere you need to go. Now watch, remember, decline over here, and there you can go and say, well, no, I don't like that order. And then swipe up over here, kill the Dasher app over here, and go back in. Okay, here we go. Two McDonald's orders, $8, 2.9 miles. Here we go. So you can see there's a little bit of a delay, as you can see each time. So orders are coming in. So now we have a double
order from McDonald's with multiple stops. Total miles.
And again, I'm going to demonstrate. And this is the most powerful feature.
$2.76.
that you can have, okay, on here. And it looks like this is the order we had before. So this must be a no-tip order. This is a no-tip order. They put it together. The no-tip order and the McDonald's order. We saw that live. And there you can see from where I'm at. So it would be a drop-off here. And then really what you'd be looking at is the total miles over here time-wise. So how much time does it take to get there? 3 minutes to go from to this address, because that's from over there. But then the real answer is, well, how long does it take me to get there? Which is 6 minutes. So I'd be able to know this was a 12-minute order. And technically speaking, it probably would be an order if it was a single order that could easily be done with no problem. But if that's a stack order, I'm not doing a stack order $8 ever. Especially knowing the interiors of that order, it's just not going to happen. Although in theory, that could be okay order, because if both orders were ready at McDonald's, you're dropping one off in the parking lot of McDonald's. That's basically being dropped off at Walmart. The other one is coming back over here towards my house. It's a 12-minute roundabout. For me, if I'm going to be doing the searching, I'm going to normally have, or you could just do a perfect split. But normally what I will do is I will have the app over here. Now, you say, okay, well, what happens if I don't have a foldable, Steve? What are we doing, Dad Dash? You know, like, do I have the ability to do all that? And the answer to that question is yes. So let me show you what that looks like. Slide it up, maps, and this is the recommended way of doing it there. Put the apps at the bottom of your screen. So if you're doing DoorDash, you're going to put the apps at the bottom of your screen, and that way you could see, that way when an order comes through, and hopefully one will come through, I can show you exactly what that looks like as well. So these are the main things that are different. There's also some differences here. If you look at this now, why am I not getting deliveries? I want to show you this. It says, why am I not getting deliveries? Why am I not getting orders? This will tell you your area is slow. This will tell you the app is working. Continue to your hotspot, right? Now, there's also one other little thing that you get. And in this, you get, go into this screen and you go to settings, okay? Now this, you have to get a test your network settings out here and see what your internet connection is. You can also do your floating widget. And let me show you, see if that pops up here. I think it should. Nope, only if you're on an order. So basically the floating widget is going to be if I'm on an order, if you're on an order, or let's say I'm not on an order, I'll show you if a offer comes through. Then what will happen is a widget will pop up there. It's like, it'll look like a little floater. Anyways, it will look just like this little widget right here. Okay. And that widget is going to be red. And then what happens is when you click into that one, it just opens up the app. But instead, what it'll do is it'll have an actual little pop down menu, and it'll show you all of the order information. It'll show, and it does that constantly throughout the order. So you could be in your camera app taking a picture if you were using that instead of doing the pop-up overlay like I do. You could just go right in there, and the pop-up is going to come right up. You could click it. You'll see your address. You'll see your items. You'll see that, and it'll also show you that information. Now, it used to also show you subtotal information, which was kind of an advantage, but they took that away when they stopped showing out the subtotal information. And that was kind of a little advantage to the Android user because you could easily pop in and see that by just exiting the DoorDash app, checking out what the subtotal was, and going back in. And it also gives you the ability to re-enter the DoorDash app at any place, anytime. So that's a helpful little trick right there that Android provides you. All right, so guys, hopefully you enjoyed the little demo today. And look, I wanted to leave you with this. This was kind of a broad overview. There's a lot of other things that you can do with an Android device that I think really is exceptional and makes it a great device for gig workers. iPhone is a great device too. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's just there's a lot of things, and I'll probably do a video that's more specific to the Android workflow that I use when I'm using my Androids. But I think there's a great case to be made about using both of these. And if you're interested, one way I think would be an easy way, because I know the question is going to be, if you're an iPhone user right now, you're going to say, hey, it's hard for me to afford an Android device. And if you're an Android user and you want to get an iPhone, you're going to say, well, it's hard for me to afford an Apple device. And what I would recommend you guys do is if you're looking to get into the iPhone range, look for, say, an iPhone 12 right now. They're running great deals on the carriers on those. They're also running great deals on renewed iPhone 12s on Amazon or eBay. Those are a great device to get into if you're an Android user looking to have it. iPhone 12 minis are great. The SE3 is a great one if you can find a good deal on it. But if you're an iPhone user, then there's an easy way for you to get into the Android and to get a quality Android device very easily and inexpensively. And that is go on to eBay, buy a device sub $200, probably $150. You could get an S20 right now if you look hard for around $200. You can get the S20 FE for sub $200. Go into eBay, look for a sub $200 Android device, and then what you can do is trade it into your carrier. So if you're on any major carrier, doesn't matter what carrier it is, they're all going to be running great deals on trade-ins. And a lot of times when a Android device comes out, they're going to be giving you up to $1,000 trade-in credit. So you spend $150 and get $1,000 trade-in credit. Now, in the meantime, you pick up this device. What I would recommend you do, if you're an iPhone user, it's going to take a little bit of getting used to. So instead of jumping in and buying a big device or investing in a device, go out, spend $150 to $200 on a phone. What I would recommend you do, set aside, $10, $15, $20 a dash. You can do it in 10 dashes, right? And then you can have your Android phone saved up. Set it aside like you would for your gas, your taxes, whatever. If it needs to be less, whatever, set it aside. Once you get your money there, go in, buy your phone, right? And then use your hotspot. Don't add any lines or do anything because you're going to need to reserve that right for when you want to go buy. If you decide you want to get deeper in. Now, maybe you might be happy with the $150 deal. You've got your driver utility helper. You've got it there sitting on the side, and it's hot spotting and connecting, and you're running some of the features. It's not full featured, but you're getting a good bit of the features and you're happy with it. That's great. Keep doing that. However, if you fall in love with it and you're like, man, this is great, and you really can see the benefits like I have, and I was an avid iPhone user. I never thought I'd ever drop iPhone for any reason whatsoever or have a room for an Android in my life in any way. Now, personally, I will continue using iPhones, but for gig work, I am Android only. It's kind of weird. But anyways, so what you will be able to do then is take that device and trade it in, and you could get up to $1,000 bill credit if you're an AT&T customer, and you would get essentially a S23 phone if you got that for $100, and it would be 36 billing credits. Now, you might say, well, I got to wait 36 months. Well, listen, your work device should not be the device that you're trading up every single year. Okay. This is a work device. This is a device that you're going to use primarily for work. So you should be writing it off because almost 95% of the usage, and I always do 95%. I never do 100 because there's always a 5% time. You might watch a video, you might do this, and that covers you. But 95% of the cost of that phone is going to be write-offable on your taxes. Now, I'm not a tax advisor or consultant, so advise your tax consultants and all that stuff. This is not tax advice. This is just telling you what I do. So go ahead and purchase that phone. Get your bill credits. You will have taken a $150 investment, flipped it over, and gotten a $1,000 phone out of it. And you have gotten a $1,000 phone for $150 if you follow what I'm saying. Anyways, I'll leave you with that at the end of this video. So hopefully you found this helpful. And if you have, guys, leave a thumbs up, like, share, subscribe. Check out my other videos on different various Android phones, on different various iPhones that I've used out there. If you're curious about any phones and how they work with gig work, check it out. I've got a whole bunch of videos on it. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to come and talk to you guys. Why not? I'm sitting here and I forgot the schedule today. So I'm trying to figure out what my next move is. I did do an Instacart order this morning. It was actually a really good one. I got it done in an hour and made $30.16. I was live for a minute, for about a half hour on DoorDash up here, and it was really not very good. What's the topic of today's video? Is about making sure that you price out and hold for your price. And I want to talk to you about what I mean by this. I believe 110% that DoorDash is winning the Mind program. They have literally made everyone believe that if you are waiting on orders, or if you're willing to set your own price, that there's just no point in doing that, because if your acceptance rate drops or whatever, you're never going to be able to get a good order again. And many people strongly believe, and I want to present proof to you. We're going to go ahead and take that. 1129, 2.6 miles, 5 items from the Martins right over here for Instacart. So might as well take that. And I want to show you yesterday evening, right? An order that I got. And I'm going to flash up on the screen right now. I'm going to show you my acceptance rate at the moment of the order. I'm going to show you the order I got, and then I'm going to show you the payout. All right, so that's the acceptance rate I was at. That's the order amount that I was offered, catering bag required. And next is the payout. I had to turn down offers to get there. There were several offers that came in before that I am quite certain 95% of Dashers would have taken. But because I was looking for value, and I was wanting a minimum amount in order to go forward and proceed forward, I refused to take those orders. Quite frankly, right now, there was several DoorDash orders that I could have taken. Had I taken those orders, I wouldn't be getting this $11 2-mile, 5-item shop. So my point is, my minimum to move my wheels right now that I've decided is $10. We're in an economy now where we got to increase our standards. This idea that getting a high acceptance rate and then basically DoorDash manages your business, manages your order amounts, determines what you need. Because DoorDash doesn't care about your bottom line, nor does it understand your bottom line, nor does it know what your expenses are. But that's your job to manage. If you want more, ask for more. And I've said this to many people. If you want to hear double talk, double speak, if you want to hear contradictions, go turn on a Gig Workers channel. All of them will tell you, you are going to hear the craziest things, because you're going to hear them tell you do X because it's really doing well. And then you're going to hear them complain about how slow it is, how terrible it is. So you can't have both. If the diamonds are so great, if Top Dasher is so great, if high acceptance rates are profitable, then why are you slow? Why is anyone slow? Why is everyone consistently complaining all the time how slow it is, yet telling you, I got to work to get that AR up. I got to work to get that AR up. And then when it gets up, it still stays slow. And then it's, well, it's this. Well, it's that. Look, the bottom line is this. Sometimes it's just slow. Sometimes it's not good. Sometimes DoorDash has too many Dashers on the road. That doesn't mean you need to accept more crappy orders. That doesn't mean you need to accept more low-paying orders, like what's coming through right now on my Uber Eats, 641, which that reminds me I need to turn that off. That's not the solution. Never will be, because had you stayed around 3 more minutes, you have no idea what would have come next. The answer is not to take an unprofitable order ever. The answer is to be patient, look for profit, look for profitable orders only, have a standard, and work to your standard at all times. And then you will know that you're never losing money when you're working. And then you will be able to know that all you need to do now is figure out how and where you need to work, take profitable orders only. And there's nothing unique about what we're in right now. The only uniqueness we might have is there might be more of us out there. There's less that know what they're doing. There's more work. There's more drivers on the road. That's it. But other than that, know your value and work to your value. Anyways, guys, I got to go in there, get this shop done, and making sure that I'm not losing too much value on this order while talking to you guys. Do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and guys, I'll talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you because I wanted to go over with you how I schedule. And this is a way a lot of you believe that the only way to get on DoorDash is basically eating the crap sandwich, so to speak, getting Top Dasher, or doing 10 shopping pays or 11 shopping pays or 20 shopping pays, whatever it is that they decide that they want to make you do. It's also another way, and it's scheduling. Okay, many of you believe scheduling is impossible. I'm in a very saturated market. My market is waitlisted. However, I maintain a 95% completion rate, which is the easiest thing to maintain, in my opinion, than any other metric out there. And it does get you a nice benefit. It gets you the ability to schedule every day at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to take you in today, and I'm going to show you how I arrange my schedule every single day. So let's jump into my phone. All right, guys, so welcome to my phone. So here we are. This is my schedule screen. So my preferred region is Hagerstown. So you can see I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to be looking to do 8 a.m. first to 10:30 a.m. So that covers a little bit of the breakfast, and that gets that into a block. So that's 2.5 hours in my first block. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the first part of lunch, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And remember, you can sign in 15 minutes early. So my thought on this here is, even if I end up not being able to have an order at 12:30, it's only a 15-minute wait. It gives me a little bit of a break. Or my goal is to be on an order so that when I get off the order, I can come right back in. The next time I'm going to set up is 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So that's going to cover the next section of lunch. And that's going to give me that 2-hour period there. Now, I will end that session early if I need to, depending on how busy it is. So the next session I'll set up is mid-afternoon, 3:30 to 5. So that will cover that little period of time between dinner and the official end of lunch. And then I'm going to do the 3 core hours of dinner, 5:30 to 8:30. So it gets those blocked off, and that way I can have those in there. And then I will finish up the day 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. I'm covering the remaining of the evening. If I want to stay out past 9 or however long I want to, at least I've got that all covered. So there it is. That's what the day looks like, guys. I recommend you implement this in your market. You can, of course, switch out markets if there's preferred markets or markets you don't want to be in. But there it is, guys. Let's jump out of the phone. Hopefully you found it helpful. And you're going to see that I was able to create a schedule that lasted from 8 a.m. all the way until midnight, allowing me the opportunity to make sure that in 2 to 3 hour increments, well, actually an hour and a half to 3 hour increments, I'm able to virtually jump on any time of the day that I want. If I got kicked off for some reason, I would always have a shift starting very, very soon in the market that I want to be in that day. Now, yes, it doesn't give me the flexibility if something changes and I'm in another market unexpectedly. I mean, there are still some variables, but in general, I can guarantee that I can select a week in advance the market I want to be in without having to go through the hassle of accepting 70% of my orders or 10 shopping pays. I can do it on my terms, my way. To me, that's what it's about, being an independent contractor and a business person. Anyways, guys, I hope you found this helpful. As always, hit that like button, share this video with anybody you think could get value from it, and of course, hit that subscribe button as well, guys. And as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, coming to you with a ride along today. It's a Sunday afternoon. Trying to end the week strong because I've only worked 2 out of the last 6 days, or I guess 2 days this week. So this is my 3rd day. I've only worked a 3-day work week, but we're trying to end it big, end it strong. And right now, guys, we're sitting here getting ready to head into the market. I got a $14.75 offer, double stop for Popeyes and Jersey Mike's. I normally try to stay away from this Popeyes, but for $14.75 along my way, leaving me like 1 mile from the area I want to be in, I'll do it. So hopefully this all goes well. I'll show you what I do, show you how it goes. We've got the Z Fold 4, the S23 Ultra, the Z Flip 4. We got all of them going today, man. And of course, I'm filming on my iPhone 14 Pro. So I'm going to show you how I put all these to use today as we go through. Maxymo on this one, Instacart on this one. Maxymo with Uber is going to be on this one. And then I'm going to be running DoorDash and driver utility helper on this one. And it'll also be my navigation system. So guys, anyways, that's the setup. That's the idea. That's the plan. Come along with me today, guys. Let's go make some money. Let's focus on order value. And let's get to work now and get inside here right behind me and go pick up this first order of the day. Talk to you soon.
Hello. Yes, for Dylan or Devin. I'm sorry. Yeah, Devin. Yeah.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash back here. Just got that order delivered. So interesting thing to note with this order is the following. It was a stacked order, and for the first time ever, I got this screen. Now, previously, it just didn't show me the payout, but now I got this new screen, and it said, "Great job. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep up the good work, and you will see the payout breakdown once you complete your next order." I just thought that was interesting because it seems like, I think we're starting to see here where you're going to see more batched orders. That's the goal. That's where DoorDash is running towards, I think. And they're slowly creating the infrastructure to deal with that. And again, they compliment you, push you along. So I thought that was very interesting. Ended up finishing it ahead of schedule. Ended up with about a $27 order value. So everything about this was great. And now we're going to get out here on this road, turn right, and we're going to be about 1.5 miles down the road. I will be in my area. So I'll be back as soon as I get that next order. Maybe I'll come back in, talk to you if it takes a while, and share some thoughts on some things. But otherwise, guys, as soon as I have an order to share with you, I'll be back to talk to you. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. So Dad Dash coming to you with an order, guys. We just got an order. And it's been a little while. We've had to sort through a few orders. It's been a little bit slow since we got up here, but we got a $10.75 order. It's a dollar, I believe a Dollar General order for 8 items. Anyways, guys, let's get on the road. Let's go get this shop. Let's go get this delivered. Let's see what kind of order value we can create. Talk to you soon, guys, and I'll be back to report soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. I'm going to be real quick on this because I just filmed the video. Didn't realize that I guess I turned it off. I thought I was turning it. I don't know, man. It's been one of those days. But anyways, last order was a disaster. It was a mess because we got there. The shop was not very good. There was a couple of harder to find items. But the real disaster of the order,
icing on the cake, so to speak, was that the cash register broke down in the middle of my transaction, and then they had to go find the manager, who I guess was out on a smoke break. It took forever for them to fix it, and it was just a mess. So anyways, it took 45 minutes for that $10.75 order, and then we found
Turn
out
left onto Massey
that guess
Boulevard.
what? It was $10.75 base
In
pay.
800 feet, turn right onto Halfway
Meaning-
Boulevard.
It was a no, sorry about that, guys. It was a no tip order. So anyways, the good news is got back here and ended up getting a catering order, or a catering bag order, I should say, a large order program order, $17.41 for a Italian restaurant right down the road from us for 6 miles. So $17.41 for 6 miles. I've tended to see sometimes when the change is on the end of these things, like odd change, sometimes it's the complete total is showing. If it is, it is. $17.41 for 6 miles is a daggone good order, whether it's large order or not. I'd love it to be more. If it isn't more, it's fine. We're at $42, and I'm hopeful that wherever we're dropping off, it looks like on the map, it appears we should be in range to get another order relatively quickly, if not right away. So anyways, guys, I will be back to update you on how this order goes. Like I said, it's been a challenging one tonight so far, but we're going to stay positive. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you soon. I'll be back to report on how this order goes, and hopefully on the next one that we get. Talk to you soon. Hello. How you doing?
Good. Thanks, baby.
Hey, no problem. You have a great one.
You too.
Thank you. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So coming to you from a different angle, right? Changed it up a little bit. So anyways, all right. Last order was much better, much improved. Got to the restaurant. It was ready to go. Pulled up. Customers hanging outside. Dropped it off. No extra tip, unfortunately, on top. It was face value, as I like to call it. Now, the good news is, though, not too very long after, I did field one crappy Uber shopping pay, a 3-item, $11, 10-mile, going to the center of town. Not good at all, okay? Or area of town that wasn't going to put me where I wanted to be at. Not good at all, man. I didn't like it at all. It was going to be one of those real negative drags. It would have resulted. However, what I did get was right after that, my DoorDash goes off. I didn't have a chance to look at it. I just heard cha-ching and ba-ding. And ba-ding means it was auto accepted. And I go in to look, well, what auto accepted? Because I have it set at $10 2 miles. So you're not going to get a lot of auto accepts at that. And guess what? It was a $26 11-mile order. So we are on our way to go pick that up. Hey, all right? I mean, I'm all right with that. So anyways, heading over there now to pick that up. It's 11 items from what I can tell. No odd money at the end. Very good potential opportunity that there's extra tip here, that this thing goes up. Maybe we're looking at the tip plus $5, plus $4. Maybe it's $39, $30. Who knows? But we'll find out. So let's get to the restaurant. Let's go get this picked up, guys, and I'll be back to update you very soon to tell you exactly what this payout turns out to be. Talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, good news. On the last order, we got some extra tip. So it ended up being $33.45 payout, guys. Wow, what an unbelievable payout that was. So that puts us needing now $94.84 and puts us at about, I guess, $70, $80, I think, something like that. Let's see here. So that changes the whole game, when you, $76.36. When you look at it, because we now, we've only been going now for 3 hours. So there it is. One order like that can balance you out when you're, looking for value and staying in the pocket. Key now is we got to find another order
relatively quickly. So let's see if we can do so, guys. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, we got another order. I went over, I stopped off. I actually stopped off, got a little pick-me-up, got a Danish. I had to take a restroom break, and then we got back on the road, and we got a $10.05 5-mile Uber Eats order. So we are on our way now to Denny's to pick that up. Not a bad order at all. Hopefully we can get it done and maintain value on the order. It's great miles to money. Now we got to realize our value and realize our worth. So let's go and get this done. So we're pulling into Denny's now, guys. I'll be back to report on this. This will put us at what, $86 once we get done with this order. And this does put us drop-off wise in a section of town that could be pretty lucrative. We'll see what happens. Like I said, we just got to see if it all pans out. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon, and I'll be back in a moment. All right, what's up, guys? Dad Dash here. Just got done making that delivery. $280 base pay, and I guess it'll be about $7.26. Actually, it showed me $10.05, but Uber does this. It'll add a penny after the fact, so it actually ends up being $7.26 tip. I don't know why they do that. It's weird. But anyways, that order is done and behind us, and we are now on the hunt for the next order. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got another order, but it was not without much consideration and just consideration of a lot of options. So I'm gonna discuss what was going on here. So ended up taking a 1050 order, 9 miles. Now you may say, wait a minute, that sounds like a lot. And you know, perhaps this will turn into a disastrous order, but I don't think it will. It's a Pizza Hut order. I've seen these orders go up before. Maybe it won't. However, what I like about the order is it's 10 miles moving all within the area I would be moving around with anyways. So I'm not going to be ending up outside my range or anything like that. Guys, I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So everything couldn't have gone more perfect with this order. Dropped it off, $7 tip, $3.50 base pay, face value payout, and right on target. I mean, as soon as I'm pulling away, boom, I hear the cha-ching, and then the sound of the auto accept, because I got a 1675 7-mile order for Outback. So, I mean, couldn't have gone better. So that puts us at what? I mean, that guarantees a $26 hour at least, depending on whatever the Outback order. It's only 4 items for Outback, but you never know. I mean, that could be, $20 tip. Anyways, guys, let's get moving. Let's get up here to the Outback and see where this goes, guys. I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So we got that large order program delivered. All right. And there was extra tip, not a lot. It was a $15 tip, $2.75. So it went from $16.75 to $17.75. So we started heading back towards our area in hopes of nice orders to come our way. And we got a few. We got pinged with some of them. I'll try to show you some of the orders that I saw so you can see what I see and what I'm not doing. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking with me if you're still with me this far. And I'll see you at the drop-off. Hello, how you doing? Good. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that order delivered. $29.44 order value. So we maintained value. Wasn't bad. Got credit for a shop. I don't know if that one will count towards the shop and deliver promotions they're running, but I think I have to do 10. I don't even worry about it. If I ever get Dash now for a week, I would be forever grateful. I'd still schedule because I want to stay in
my normal routine. So anyways, but there you have it. So we got a couple of offers, and then I ran into some cell phone connectivity issues because I realized I was still connected to Wi-Fi, or I had my Wi-Fi on from when I was inside Target. And anyways, okay, here we go. 575, 2.8, McDonald's. Nah, not going to do that one. So I think what I'm going to do, what I like to do sometimes, if I get on the fence post, there's some things going on that I'm debating on whether or not I should really stay out related to my family and kids and everything. So I'm going to kind of let the market decide, right? I'm going to start heading, because I am down in my market. I'm at the other end of my market. So I'm going to just take a drive, stay on the freeway, and just see if something comes my way. If not, I'll keep going and I'll ride right over the state line to my house. And that's how I'm going to kind of play it. It's 9 o'clock. I know it's an hour and a half earlier than what I said I was going to stop, but you know what? Sometimes you got to do that. That's the freedom you have when you're doing gig work, and that's what I like. I like the ability to be able to do that when I need to, and I answer only to myself for doing it, because I'm the only person it affects is me, and I have a decision: stay out and work a little more, or maybe don't buy something I wanted to buy, or maybe work a little more tomorrow. However, I work it out. It's my decision. I own it. And you have the freedom to do what you need to do when you need to do it. Anyways, guys, I will be back to report on the next order if one comes through that we accept. If not, I'll be going over, I guess, wrap up and everything else. So we'll see what happens here, guys. We'll see what the next thing is that pops up. All right, guys. Hopefully I'll talk to you soon, one way or another. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. And I'm coming to you from my house. So ended up not taking another order. Ended up driving straight through the market. Never found anything that was worth taking. So I came home. So anyways, guys, I want to go over the final results of the day with you. It was a successful day, in my opinion. We ended up driving 96 miles for the day. Ended up earning $127.92 for the day. And that was a result of working 239 minutes for a 3211 average order value. Now, the time we spent out looking for orders, because that's the time we worked on orders, the overall time we were out was about 345 minutes, or about 5 hours, a little over 5 hours, actually 5.75 hours, so just under 6 hours. So that means we had a 69% work rate, basically minutes work percentage. So a little bit lower than what I would have liked. I would like to see that a little higher, which means we would have realized more of that $32 an hour. But we ended up with that resulted in us ending up with a 43-minute per order rate for the time we were out. For those 5 hours, we were at 5.75 hours we were out. Wait time ended up factored in actually a pretty big amount tonight. It was 8.25. We waited on an average of 8.25 minutes per order. We did 8 total dashes, and our average money per order, our average contract size was $15.99. So, like I said, overall, I was satisfied with what we got for the evening. Like I said, I would have liked to have seen us maybe work a little bit more for the time we were out, but that's okay. We maintained our average that I wanted to be at, which was $10 an order. Actually, almost 50% higher than what we wanted our average to be. So profit summary, most important thing of the day. What did we make? What did we clear after all of our expenses? So we had taxes of $24.29. We had $9.60 we added into our car expense fund. And we ended up with actual gas cost of $6.97, meaning we cleared $87.06 for the evening. So not bad. I'll take that any day of the week. You go out, you make almost $87. That's a good evening for me. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. I hope if you take anything from this, you're learning and you're seeing. Listen, don't give in to the apps. Fight for your value. Use the decline button if you need to negotiate your worth. And don't get discouraged from doing so. If you did enjoy today's ride along, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this with at least one person you think could gain value.
And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, coming to you today with a video. Wanted to jump in and just have a further discussion about something I saw today. I was, watching videos, listening to videos as I always do when I'm out. And man, I saw something interesting today, that they're going to basically take the Diamond program, Top Dasher program, and combine them and give us, again, something that we already have, something we should already be receiving, and call it a reward. And I want to educate you guys on a little something called math, right? That many Top Dashers and people who buy into these reward programs are not understanding the math. That absolutely disproves the idea that accepting every order is going to help you make more money. Temporarily, it might, because you're literally going to be lending yourself to luck. But numerically, over time, what we call the long run, and anybody who's involved in any type of either finance or investing or gambling or whatever, the long run always gets you. And many have compared gig apps to a casino, and that is exactly what a great comparison, because the casino, in the sense of us versus them, is always going to be the apps themselves, because they are always attempting to bend the long run in their favor. In other words, they might have to give us a little something in the short run, but they're trying to figure out how can we make the long run turn the corner, and then boom, all of it returns to us in spades at an amount of 10, 20, 30 times what we had to give them, we're getting back now. And how can we do that? And that is what the apps are effectively always trying to do, what they've been trying to do from day one, and what they do on a regular, everyday basis. And the reward program, what you've seen the evolution of what they're doing, is essentially taking away your independence while giving you the right, only giving you independence or the rights of an independent contractor when you give up your independence. It's kind of genius the way they're doing it. And
In 600 feet, turn left onto North Conococheague Street.
And it's the old way. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of science when they talk about how the frog gets in the frying pan, right? But they don't turn the frying pan on right away. And they normally put some sort of treat in the frying pan, and he gets in there and he's eating the treats and he's loving life. And then they turn the frying pan.
Take the next left onto North Conococheague Street, then your destination will be on the right.
But they don't do it all at once. It's slow. It's a slow burn. And they keep adding treats to keep the frog in there happy, and slowly turn up the heat. And then eventually, all of a
Your
sudden,
destination is on the right.
at some point in the near future, the heat comes on totally, and the frog burns up, and then they make their frog leg appetizer, and they eat the frog. And that's exactly what's happening right now with these programs. And I'm not saying people are, especially some of the creators out there that are trying to direct people to do things and learn, it's all short term. But in the long run, the frog gets burned, the frog gets eaten, and you learn that it wasn't really the frog who was supposed to be eating anyways. That frog was going to be prepared and served at a restaurant of people out there, and they were going to make money off that frog by selling the frog that's burned up for their appetizers or main course or whatever. But that we are the dashers in this instance, the frog. And right now, we're being baited in. We're being told to give up our independence, give up selecting orders, let us select them for you, hit hit it 70% of the time. We'll tell you when you're going to drop, and that way you know don't decline that one. Just keep declining at 70 or higher, and eventually you're the frog in the sense that your car burns out, you burn out, you get in an accident, whatever. You don't make enough money, you can't pay your bills, and eventually you burn out and you leave it, and they put another dasher there. They don't care. So you have to understand that they don't care about you, and these programs are not going to care about you. So that's, you know, I can sit here and explain it to you for 30 minutes on how this works, but just think about it for a minute. Think about the idea that everyone jumps in here and starts accepting every single order. There is no more priority then. And there really isn't priority to begin with right now. Because when they give you 70%, or you have to accept 70% of the orders, then you're going to have to take whatever they put in front of you, and they're going to have full control over what they're putting in front of you. So when they put the $4 order in front of you that everybody says I would never take, and you're like, drop below 70 or take the $4 order, and you're going to take the $4 order. And then you're going to lose a lot of money on that $4 order. And then you're going to be hoping and praying that next order, please be something good. And then it's not. And then you're going to get upset. And you're going to get mad. And you're going to be like, God damn DoorDash. God damn. No, God damn you for being stupid. Decline the orders that don't make sense. Accept the orders that make sense. Forget the programs. Forget the diamonds. Forget the rewards. Remember, you don't depend on someone else to reward you. Depend on you to reward yourself by making the right decision. Guys, I'm going to leave you with that. Hope this makes sense. Hope this doesn't offend anyone. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable. I'll talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a special video tonight with a topic that I think will surprise many, but I wanted to share this with everybody. It's kind of I think, an exciting time, and it's going to be a time that I think we're going to get, in my opinion, some much needed answers on a topic that is all over, and that is whether or not diamonds are a dasher's best friend. What do I mean by this? Well, officially today, Dad Dash has become a priority diamond dasher. That's right. Today, I have a 73% acceptance rate currently with DoorDash. And I'm going to tell you in this video why that is, why I decided to do that, and I'm going to give you a little insight into the journey it took and how long and exactly what that looked like for me. So let's jump into it. So a week ago today, or a week ago today, I was under 10% acceptance rate. In fact, last Thursday, I was in the single digits when I was dashing. Certainly would not have thought I'd be at 73% acceptance rate today. However, that's where I stand. The thing that drove me to decide to go for a higher acceptance rate and to look at the diamond program is exactly the last video that I did on this channel, which was criticizing the new tier program that DoorDash is coming out with. And then watching videos and giving that great consideration, I started thinking to myself, you know, Dad Dash, you've never, ever had a high acceptance rate. I mean, except for the one time when you reset your acceptance rate. You've never collected data. You're doing exactly what you tell everybody in the videos not to do. You're relying on a feeling. I think my feeling's pretty good. But there's a lot of people out there that claim hey, you get a high acceptance rate, that there's a way to work, that there's a smarter way to work, a quicker way to work. And I thought, you know what? Maybe I should go out and give this a try. So this past Monday, I decided to take the dive, or I guess it was this past Sunday, I decided to take the dive, and I started the process. I skipped during the day on Tuesday, but I decided to start the process of increasing my acceptance rate in getting diamond status with a goal to get top dasher status so I can dash anytime I want through the month of July. And then I'm going to put everything to the test. And I'm going to compare data month over month, day over day. I'm going to be doing data comparisons to truly do exactly what I have claimed will be proven. And that is that I believe 110% that more money will be made as a multi-applicant who isn't concerned with acceptance rate, who isn't bought into the programs, and that is the way to make money with gig apps. I am not going to go in with bias though. One might say, well, you're already biased, Ed Dash. No, I mean, I am to a degree, but I am very open-minded going into this exercise, very willing to be proven wrong. So much so that I've not let anything get to me over the course of the last few days. And I'm going to describe that for you and go over that with you so far, what I've seen, what it's been like. And it's been quite interesting, to say the least. So that's the hope. My plan is to do the following. I am going to attempt over the next few days, over the next week or so, to continue on the path of accepting every single order except as a diamond driver. I am going to focus primarily on the DoorDash app, and I am going to collect a week's worth of data as a diamond driver and see exactly how much I can earn accepting every single order with diamond status, large order program, pizza program, shop and deliver program, and see what priority really does. And I'm going to compare it to the weeks and months of data that I've already collected as a low AR multi-apping driver. I am going on a vacation at the end of this month. My plan is to leave my Dasher account in top Dasher status so that when I get back from that vacation at the beginning of July, I will hopefully coming back in as a top Dasher. My hope then is to begin a process and a strategy that I've laid out in my mind, which I will describe in subsequent videos, ride-alongs, and everything else that I'll be showing you over the next 6 to 8 weeks, that I'm going to then experiment as a top dasher / diamond driver, multi-apper, utilizing all of literally unlocking the full app, so to speak, as someone said, and all features of the app, and see just how much money I can make in the month of July. And then I will be doing a full review at the end of July of how it turned out, how it compares to the last 6 months of this year, how it compares overall as my time as a gig worker, gig business operator. And I will obviously give the verdict of will I continue into August and beyond, focusing on maintaining a high acceptance rate with DoorDash and possibly even adding other apps to the mix, depending on how this works out, and seeing if a high acceptance rate centered strategy is a way to make not just money, but more money, to make the best money that you can make in the gig economy. And I'm going to back it up, not with suppositions, not with feelings, not with, hey, I got this order here and this order here. I'm going to break it down for you. I'm going to show you what the miles are, cash flow is, everything. So if that's something that you're interested in seeing, hit subscribe to the channel now. There's going to be content coming out for that. Like this video as well. because if you know anyone's interested in seeing something like this, this is not going to be your regular run-of-the-mill challenge. This is going to be a numbers-based, analytical-based experiment to see what it actually looks like when you're collecting data alongside of your dashes, and what does the data really tell us. We won't perhaps settle the debate because it's a market-based situation. It's going to settle it for me and my market. But I believe everyone will be able to gain something from this, learn something from this. I know I'm looking forward to what I will learn over the next 6 to 8 weeks, and how I can take that information and use it to grow and advance my gig operated business that I run. The next thing I want to talk about, the final thing I want to talk about, which is the thing that I think a lot of people will be interested in, is how did I do it? What was the experience like getting my AR from a single digit AR and to a 73% this morning or today, this evening, and where I will go beyond as I continue working this for over the next few days, next week or so, prior to me going on hiatus for vacation. So I'm going to say this. I've heard all the hullabaloo about Hell Week and how hard it is and this and that. I'm not sure how everybody else's markets are, but my market, I am convinced my market is one of the toughest markets out there, specifically the Hagerstown, Maryland market that I am working in right now, the Martinsburg, West Virginia market that I work in. These are saturated. None of them have referrals. They're completely oversaturated, and you spend a lot of time sitting, waiting. You've got a large swath of people that are not going to tip you. You've got every pitfall, every complaint that you can think of exists in that market. And it is a challenging market. It's large. There's lots of miles. It's just, you name it, it's there. So I have always envisioned that something like this was going to just be hell on earth. I was going to lose massive amounts of money. I was going to have a gas bill that was going to be huge. I was going to barely crack $100. And it was just going to be just horrible. It was not great. It has not been great. I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is it was also not the end of the world either. I also still made money. I still cash flowed at the end of each day. And now I sit at 73% acceptance rate. The thing I didn't see, the interesting thing is when this process started on Sunday, I have not seen and did not see and have not seen one large order program order come across my screen. And again, I'm doing this probably slightly different than maybe others might, because I jumped in and just said, I'm taking every single order. There's only been one order that I turned down in this entire process, and that was today because I used multiple. I've been using multiple phones. I forgot my battery pack, so I had to switch phones and set my driver utility helper filters on the one phone, and it turned down a 225 Papa John's order. I'm not going to say I was unhappy that got turned down, but it did get turned down, and that's been my sole turn down. Everything else has just been straight up. What DoorDash puts on my screen, I'm hitting accept, and I'm off. And it's been quite interesting. So let's see here. So I told you, since Sunday being the, that would be what? Wednesday the 14th, 13th, Tuesday, 12th, 11th. So the 11th. All right. So the 11th of, let's see here. So Sunday was when I started. I did 14 orders that day. That's, now again, I'm counting them as contracts. So there may have been some doubles in there. I don't see any. Actually, I see one double in there. So I did 15 total orders, and it was all DoorDash. And I made $115.12, drove 152 miles, 76 cents per mile, $23.82 overall order value. and 1652 average order value for the time I was out. I spent 6.97 hours out, and I worked 69% of the time. So actually, that was very in line with some of what I've been seeing out there on other days. Ended up with a shift cash flow profit loss of 84.38 after taxes of 581, car expense fund of 1520, and actual gas cost of 973. So that was not terrible. Again, on the 12th, I went out, drove 188 miles, completed, let's see here, 15 total dashes for the day, 2015 average order value, 2248 average delivery order value, worked a total of 7 hours, and worked 90% of the time that I was out. So, and drove at a 76 cent per mile. So you can see I'm driving a lot more miles for certain, but it's not killing me because I'm in a Prius. So I anticipated that. You know, and that was part of why I was willing to do this. I only did one order on Tuesday, and that was a $6.50 Taco Bell order for 10 miles. And that's all. And then today, I did a total of, today was crazy. Today, I did a total of 25 orders, 177 miles driven. Now, think about that. That was a lot lower than the previous day that I showed you in there, where I drove 188 miles. But I drove 177 miles, 95 cents a mile, 167.65 total earned for the day, 1401 total order value, 1762 delivery order value, 80% work rate, and cash flow wise, I cash flowed 122.79 out of 167.65 for 1932 for taxes, 1770 to the car expense fund, and 784 in actual gas costs. And that's my story all the way up. Now, some of the things you're not seeing in there. Today was the most interesting day I had because I delivered 10 no-tip orders. As you know, as a value-based driver, I don't get caught up necessarily in tip or no tip. It's all pay to me. So it didn't really bother me that much. Knock on wood, so far, my ratings have stayed. My ratings went up to 4.99%. I'm not seeing anything coming now. I'm going to be looking tomorrow morning, obviously, because, you know, I have 10 of those sitting out there, and I have a lot of low tip orders. My average tip for the day was $2, if that tells you anything. That is extremely low. Average tip per order was $2. Very, very low. So as of right now, I have seen nothing that indicates to me that there's a real priority out there. What I have seen is I am making similar money, a little bit less money, but somewhat similar money, delivering more orders at a lower order amount. And that has always been my theory, that DoorDash is a volume-based business who wants the Dashers to deliver more units for the same amount of money. In other words, they don't want you at $10, $12, $15 per order, because that means you can make $200 doing 10 orders, or, you know, or doing 15 orders, as opposed to making $200 doing 30 orders. And because DoorDash is paid by the order, they make more money each unit delivered. We don't necessarily see more money per unit. So if they give us a $250 no tip, it doesn't make a difference to them. They're making the same money on that as if they give us a $30 one. The only difference is our incentive to stay out and work is lessened when they give us the $30. So what they're doing, in my opinion, is simply encouraging everyone to come to the top, and then they're going to slowly spread everybody's work out so that it takes you longer to make the money, and therefore requires you to do more orders to make the money, and then they make more money. As opposed to our incentive is to make more money doing less orders. And by focusing on larger order amounts, which is what I do on a normal basis, that helped me with my bottom line leading up to this. So far, since I've started this, I'm having to do more orders. I'm working longer, and we'll see how that bears out, because I've only been at the highest priority level for a couple of hours, and it got a little bit better, but it really didn't improve that drastically. So we will see how it pans out as we go further into this. And I'm very, very interested. But it was a very interesting experience. I've been talking to support a lot more. I've had all of my security measures in place. I'm body cammed up. I'm recording on my phone. I'm ready to. I am absolutely ready to be to prove that I did the job any way I need to, and that's that's just the cost. So, anyways, put any questions in the comments. I may go live and do some live diamond dashing tomorrow. Be on the lookout for that. In the meantime, I'm going to put this video out, make this announcement. I think it'll be a surprise to some that are following my channel, but I have not changed. I'm doing this because I want to find out. I want to get the data. And I figure, you know what? Who better to do it than me? And so far, it's not costing me that much money to do it, so I'm happy to do it. And maybe something will kick in tomorrow now that I'm in the top priority status. And maybe I will finally see what everybody's been talking about or claiming exists when you get to a certain level of priority, that the LOPs and pizza programs and everything will just start flowing and being dropped upon my screen. And I'll be going, wow, this is crazy that I'm getting all these orders this easy. See how it plays out. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a video tonight. It's about 3:30 in the morning, and I'm coming to you literally right after this whole situation went down. Now, just so you know, obviously, you know, I don't normally dash this late, but because we're going on vacation and there's babysitting considerations and things of that nature, I am dashing late. I have this week, I will be kind of flipping the schedule around and am dashing late. So interestingly enough, as everybody should know, I have been, you know, busy at work doing DoorDash's bidding. Currently, I'm going to go over my ratings right now. 4.99% customer rating, 86% acceptance rate, 99% completion rate, 92% on time or early, 3,111 deliveries, and a contract violation for order never delivered. Now, this is a travesty, and I'm hoping it gets corrected. I have been on the phone with support. I will be playing for you videos demonstrating what happened. I got an $11 diamond order with a plus sign, stacked order for 7-Eleven. Normally would not have probably taken that order if I wouldn't have been a diamond guy and I wouldn't have seen the plus, and it just wouldn't have been an order that would have been in my wheelhouse. It was $11 for 4.3 miles. Some of you would have taken it, but I would have looked at it as two orders for $5.50 a piece. Probably wouldn't have taken it. But given what I'm doing right now and the experiment I'm having, and I'm out dashing late at night, I took the order. I got to the restaurant, and lo and behold, it's
a 16 item. One order was 16 items. One order was 3 items. The 16 order item had a bag of chips that they couldn't. Well, at the very last minute, this was literally as I'm walking out the door, he flags me down and says, "Hey, you're missing a bag of chips." Then he says, "Don't worry about it. I don't have it. I'll refund it back to the customer." On the 3 item order, it was a bottle of ibuprofen, a Dr. Pepper, and a large extreme meat pizza. So guy hands me the bag for that and 2 bags for the other item. And I said, "Well, where's my pizza at, man?" And he says, well, we're out of stock of pizzas. I said, "Okay, I'll contact support. I'll contact the customer." So I always contact support. So I'm on the phone with support, reporting that there's that customer 1 needs to be refunded a bag of Fritos, which I was about to make that delivery at the time I'm on the phone with support. And then the second customer needs to be refunded a bag or refunded back for the pizza that wasn't received. I leave that customer's house. I drive over to the customer with the pizza. Queue up the delivery.
There you go, man. You have a good one. Thank you. No, actually, yeah, I texted in the app, but it should be refunded back to you. Unfortunately, they're out of stock.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Sorry about that.
As you heard in that video, I walk up to the customer's house. Customer comes out. It is supposed to be a leave at door. The customer doesn't even come out. I guess it's a male companion of this individual. Comes out. I hand the bag, which contains a Dr. Pepper and the bag of ibuprofen, and he inquires about the pizza. You heard it. I inform him about what happened with the pizza. Onward I go. I get a crazy delivery, or where it says handed to me. I know it's like 2:30 in the morning, so it's handed to me. So I'm like, I gotta ring the doorbell. So I ring the doorbell, and this lady comes out and starts yelling at me about, "What are you doing ringing my doorbell? Is this something that DoorDash tells you to do?" And I showed her the phone. I said, "Ma'am, the app says handed to me." She goes, "Oh, well, I have no idea what was that." Now, I haven't seen any negative ratings come in yet from that order. Doesn't mean there won't be. So I decide I want to get my ratings protected. I want to make a report on this. So I go to call support. I go in to check to see if anything's popped in my ratings, and that's when I see this contract violation. And then I have a conversation with support. Have that conversation. So I am now waiting. I have submitted my review or my dispute. I'm disputing this. My theory on it is I had texted the customer to make sure to contact support for a refund. I was told refunds would be processed upon completion of the order. My theory here is that this customer called support reporting that the pizza wasn't delivered, and that the support agent, and again, we've all had that experience where you get the support agent who's just goofy, and here's order not delivered, and it assumed, hey, this order must not have been delivered, and marks it down not as if the store couldn't provide the order, but marks it down as if the order was never delivered. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching this video. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Share this story with others. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad. What's going on, guys? Dad here, and I'm coming to you with an update regarding my contract violation.
I just got off the phone with support, and I am happy to report to you that the contract violation has been removed. And I'm going to tell you about that phone call and that process. First off, I want to thank everybody that watched my video, reached out, and all the comments that come through for that. So I really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about what happened here. So you should have seen the original video that I put out, and that was from fresh after it occurred, going into the details and all that good stuff. But I knew I wasn't in the wrong, and I knew I was going to have to pursue this because I just wasn't going to accept it. So I got up this morning. It was still on the account. As I noted, I'm not dashing during the day right now. I'm only dashing in the evening times. So I went about my day, doing some errands and things, and then it was still there and still there. And I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to call support because this is just not right. Like, I mean, there's just too much evidence. And I already had a contract violation short time ago that was related to being not at the store on time. And I had definitive proof, and nobody would let me give me anywhere to send the videotape evidence. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to pursue this. So I got on the phone with somebody, very nice lady, and she was very helpful. And I explained the situation. She looked up everything, and I said, listen, I was on the phone with the support agent as I'm pulling up. I mean, like, this was all should be fully documented. Now, it says everywhere on that contract violation screen, the support agent can't do anything about a contract violation. I don't know. I mean, maybe that is the case. But in this case, while I'm on the phone with her, she said, I see everything. No need to send in the video. I trust you and believe you, and I can see enough documentation's been going through. She said, I'm accepting your dispute. And she clicked it, and she said, it's updated. Look at your app. And I looked at my app, and the contract violation is gone. There's the ratings right up there. It is now gone. I've checked multiple times to make sure it stayed gone. It is gone. She said, it was not your fault. You did everything you're supposed to. And she basically said that it appeared that it was a support agent who inputted incorrectly. And in other words, the customer didn't actually make a report. They just were reporting their pizza not being delivered, and the support agent put that in as order not delivered. So guys, make sure you call. Make sure you're videotaping. I had like 3 angles of the delivery. I showed you the one that was on here, but I had me pulling up. That was just raw footage of that. I had app footage from that camera. The only thing I didn't have was audio. I guess my dash cam audio microphone, it's dropped a few times off due to the heat, and it appears there's an issue with my audio. It's there, but it's like really loud and garbled. So I'm going to have to do something about that. But I had the footage. I was confident. I called in. I kept in contact with support, and I got it removed. So everybody out there who thinks you can't get a contract violation removed, you absolutely can. Obviously, you've got to have your proof. You've got to have your ducks in a row. You've got to have your evidence. You've got to be vigilant. You've got to take notes. You've got to be able to speak confidently and speak intelligently about what's going on. I was able to tell them exactly what was in my order, names, dates, exact times. I mean, this lady knew I knew what was going on and that I had delivered the order, and she did whatever she did on her end, which I was not aware she was even going to be able to do such a thing, but she did it, and right on the phone, boom, contract violation gone. So guys, contract violation's gone. We'll go back out tonight for some more late night dashing. I may go live tonight. If anybody's up, any West Coasters out there that follow my channel, you can be watching. I may do that just to have something to do and just to have some security and be live out there dashing around on a Saturday night. I'm going to be going out probably 12:30 to about 4:30 in the morning. Just go out for 4 hours. Last night I ended up making $66. Of course, I ended up having to pause my dash and deal with all this stuff. So I lost a little momentum. Obviously, I'm trying to make 100 if I can, but if not, I have to be off the road at 4:30 because my wife gets up to go to work
at 5 and I got to be here to make sure I'm back at the house with the little one. So I have zero leeway. And I actually ended up going home about 3:45 last night because I was just discouraged and upset. I was just like, you know what? I'm tired. I'm going home and get something to eat real quick, eat a snack, and go to bed. And try to get a few hours of sleep before I gotta get up on dad duty. So, anyways, guys, believe it. You can do it. If you have a contract violation issue, pursue it. Make sure you're always collecting information, cameras, dash cams, body cams, phone cams. You got to have it all, guys, because you got to protect yourself and your account and what you're doing. Now, if you're a part-time dasher, you really don't care. Obviously, you know, that's not, but I'm talking more to the people that do this as a primary source of income. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a video today. I wanted to just kind of talk with you for a little bit here. I want to give you a couple of tips. If you're a new dasher out here, I want to give you a few tips. If you're getting set up, if you're out here, I know there's a lot of you. There's going to be a lot of dashers starting that are coming into the summer or on summer break. Maybe it's you need an extra few dollars. I want to just give the everyday dasher some everyday tips on how you can make the most out of door dashing, and you can apply these to the other apps as well. So guys, if that interests you, stick with me for the video. I'm going to give you some tips. I have well over 3,000 door dashes in. I've got over 5,000 total deliveries between all of the apps that I've been working, and I've been doing this for a little over 2 years. So I've got something to add here, and you know, a few things maybe that you can learn from my experiences. So let's get into the video. All right, guys. So tip number 1, the first tip that I'm going to give you is understand you do not have to accept every order. You are not going to get deactivated if you don't accept every order. Now that might seem like common sense, but to the new ones coming in right now, you're going to hear a lot of stuff that's going to be confusing. Now, there is a debate over whether or not there is a benefit to accepting more orders or to keeping an acceptance rate higher or lower. My advice is if you are a new dasher, you should go out and you need to start accepting orders before you know what you can decline. You want to just look at the order size is really what you want to pay attention to. Miles to money is something that you want to take into account, but you want to look at that more of an analytical thing at the end of the day to see what kind of job you've done and how well things have turned out. Because as you're going to learn, the miles to money can be very, very deceptive. In other words, DoorDash will selectively choose to show you orders at times when they can show you the best order. But if you're not taking into account the miles you've traveled, so say you're at a drop-off and you travel 3 miles to get back to an area that you're going to get orders from, and then they show you a 6 for 3, you've got to take into account that that's really a 6 for 6. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't take that order. You know, that's up to you. But I'm saying you need to make sure you're always remembering what you've traveled from the previous delivery to where you're at, and keep track of it. See how you're doing. It's a metric you should keep track of, so that you can kind of understand your market a little better and keep an eye on it. It's a way that you can end up driving more miles than you really think you're driving, and you can be thinking you're doing better than what you're doing and find out the hard way that you're driving a lot of miles. So keep that in mind. But you do not have to accept every order. Don't be afraid to turn down orders. But also, if you're starting out, don't be afraid to accept orders either. That brings me to number 2. Number 2, keep track of your data, whether you're part-time, full-time, a 2-hour dasher a week. Keep track of your data. Have some sort of data collection method. Get an app that tracks your miles. You definitely should have that. I use Hurdler. There's Solo, which will, for the auto tracking on Solo, which is why I don't use it, is not very good, at least on the phones that I have. And I have quite a few phones that I've used it on and tried it on. So you would need to manually track, and that's not really hard. You go out, you start your dash or you start your delivery time, turn it on. You end your delivery time, turn it off. But if you use Solo can be really, really good because it will track your income and it will track your miles, and you can have a full picture. And especially if you're more doing this part-time, it does a lot of the groundwork and the heavy lifting for you and gives you enough of a picture of what you need to see without having to dive into it. Now, if you're someone who's trying to start this to get deeper into it, then consider spreadsheeting out some things. The best way to do that, especially when you're beginning, don't try to take on too much. Don't make it too confusing, but take screenshots. And what I would recommend is, I would recommend 4 core screenshot opportunities. Screenshot your offer. Screenshot when you arrive at the restaurant. Screenshot when you leave the restaurant. And screenshot when you drop off the final delivery screen. And some people say, well, I'll use the final one. Do those 4 screenshots on every single order. Get accustomed to doing them. Then take a little time when you get home and apply them to a spreadsheet where you can document the time the order began, the time you arrived at the restaurant, the time you left the restaurant, and the time the order ended. And then, of course, you're going to have a mileage tracking app going on as well. The other thing you can do is take a picture of your odometer too, if you want to add it in there. So when you get the order or when you get to the restaurant, it doesn't really matter how you do it because you're tracking. You can do whatever is easy. But what I would do is the first order that you take when you get to the restaurant, take a picture of your odometer. Take a picture of your odometer when you get to your drop-off. Take a picture when you get to the next restaurant. Boom. And do it that. It's that simple. That way you can keep track and see the miles you're traveling for each order. And then you can really get a picture of what it really looks like, because you're going to have a screenshot of the offer. You're going to have screenshots you're going to have fit pictures of the actual starting miles and the finishing miles of each order that you're on. And you're going to be able to really get a picture for how well you're doing versus, what you're being offered versus what you're actually driving. And it can be quite different. Now, you can also obviously get a picture by having a mileage tracking app as well, which I recommend. If you get into the habit of doing that, as you get more accustomed to dashing, learn the apps, and things become more accustomed, go ahead and start actively tracking those things as you're dashing. And I recommend everyone do this, whether you're a 2-hour-a-week dasher or not. You're still going to have to pay taxes. You're still going to need to know where you stand. You're still going to need to understand the numbers. You still got to have all these things. And you're going to want to have as much data to back it up if you find yourself in an audit or whatever. If you don't have that stuff organized, it's going to be much tougher to back up the numbers that you're filing your taxes with and everything else. Now, that is tip number 2. Tip number 3, buy yourself some good delivery bags. Grubhub, in my opinion, has the best delivery bags. Now, if you're not a driver for Grubhub, you may not get access to them. Go online. What I recommend you do, buy a pizza bag, buy a catering bag that is dividable, meaning it'll have a divider in it, and that will allow you to use that bag. You can use it for small bags, big bags, and make sure it has built-in cup holders inside the catering bag, because you can literally turn that into your everyday bag by having maybe a bag of food on one side, utilizing the cup holders on the other side. They've got some really nice bags on Amazon. And then get a cup trolley. Now, Grubhub has a really, really spectacular one. I've not found anything like it on Amazon, but it's a square bag that fits perfectly. It allows you to put the cups as they are in a like a little cup holder. You can fit down in there, and it'll hold those. Or if you want to make sure it's extra safe, you can put the cup holder itself down in there and take the drinks out, and it's 4-cornered. And that way, when you get to the customer's house, you can pull that out, put it down, boom, boom, boom. customers have been extremely impressed with this when they see it. They're really thankful. The other thing you can do is if you have a singular drink and a bag of food, it fits in there really nice. So if you can get, anybody should be able to go onto the Grubhub store and order, I believe. I'm not certain, but if you get a chance to order something like that, grab it. But get good bags. Have something to carry your drinks in, and then get a regular everyday small bag. So you should have a smaller bag, a catering bag, and a pizza bag. Those are the three things you should get to start out in some sort of drink carrier. That's what you need to get basically started. That way you're ready to go. And the catering bag is there so you can take a picture of it. As you know, there's going to be opportunities to get catering orders from DoorDash. There's opportunities in all the other ones, and you're ready to go if one comes, or you get an order that's got a lot of food in it. And then as you go, make sure you continue to invest in those bags. That brings us back to number 2. When you make those purchases, use the apps like Herb or Solo. Whatever app you're using to track your mileage will also allow you to track your expenses. So make sure you take a picture of the receipt, or if you order it online, take a screenshot of it, attach it in there, and put that in. And those apps will take care of telling you what you owe on a quarterly basis for taxes, so that you're ready to go and pay your taxes and stay current on your taxes as you're going. But that is going to help you with your customer ratings. I believe I had some struggles with my customer ratings, and I believe it was firmly due to the fact that I did not have the quality bags I have today. I went out, I invested in the bags, I started using the bags in terms of, I always used the bags, but I didn't always carry them up to the door. I didn't always make it clear to the customer that I was using the bags. So make sure you carry that bag up to every single house you go to. There's always going to be a Ring doorbell cam. Well, at least 90% of the houses I go to. Also, you can, if it's a face-to-face drop-off, make sure you bring it. The customer doesn't want to see you breathing on their food, stumbling up their walkway, handing them a bag with grease hanging out of it, and a drink that's got drink mess all over it. They don't want to see that. They want to see you taking care of their food, and they will reward you with solid ratings. And then if you run into any problems with anything like that, it gives you the opportunity to also give a call to support and take care of it, which we'll get to. That'll be tip number 4. But anyways, make sure you have quality bags, and make sure you use them. Tip number 4, utilize support. Okay, support is something you should utilize. Many drivers don't utilize support enough. Anytime something happens that's irregular, call in before the customer calls in. Report it before the customer does. You drop a cup at if you accidentally drop a cup at the customer's house, I've done that before. Call support. If there's something irregular, call support. If you believe something could be happening, if the customer was upset or unhappy about something, or anything happens that's outside of the norm, make the report yourself. And what happens with that is you will get ratings protection. And when you get ratings protection, you will protect your ratings. And that is very, very important, because you got to maintain your ratings on every app with Grubhub. You don't get to see your ratings, but every app besides Grubhub, your ratings matter in some way, shape, or form. And it does affect the orders that you get, much more so than AR does, I believe, in my opinion. 5, make sure you pay attention to completion rate. All right, completion rate right now, 80% on DoorDash. I believe on Uber, it's 85%. Instacart, it's 85%. Look, make sure, yes, you can use and you can cancel orders. However, make sure you do it only when necessary. My completion rate sits at 97%. If you're selecting decent orders, you shouldn't be canceling orders very frequently. If you're taking orders and you're canceling them, then that's when you need to go back to number 2, where I told you to collect data and start looking at the restaurants you're doing business, start looking at what's going on, and start trying to assess what you need to do differently, because you're making the wrong decisions. You're going to find that a lot more problems happen as the amount of your orders go down. So just keep that in mind, because those are the orders normally that are going to have more issues. that you're going to get wait times or you're not getting compensated enough or you're sitting there. But if you get a well-paid order, $18, $15, $20 order, you're not going to mind standing there waiting. But if you're sitting there with a $5 order and you've got a 20-minute wait, you're going to feel a lot differently about it. So make sure you pay attention to the quality of orders that you're accepting. Make sure you know what amounts you need to do in your market that are going to allow you to keep your completion rate high enough that you're not feeling like you need to cancel out of orders too much. But it is something you can do up to a certain amount. But remember, it is a deactivatable offense if you let your completion rate drop. Right now it's 80. Rumor is it'll be 90% on DoorDash. So guys, if you're new dashers, those are 5 tips that I'm telling you right now. Follow those tips. You will make some money. You will not get into trouble. Those are things I wish I knew, but those are things I've developed and learned over the last 2 years. So if you found this helpful, maybe even if you're doing this now, it's a new perspective of some of these areas. So you might even have got something out of it. But if you feel like this is something that you think people should hear about, if you feel like this is something that a new dasher would get help from it, share this, subscribe. If you're not subscribed, hit that like button and share it. And I always say share it with at least one person. And if I get 100 views and you share it with 100 people, we're doubling it. And 100 people that don't know about this channel, we can get it there and get this information out to help people out and get it. That's what this is about. That's what we're all about here. So guys, thank you for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will come. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. I want to come to you today with an important discussion here, especially as we come into these slower months of summer. While you're out here, I always say that when it slows down, it's an opportunity. And this used to always be the case when I was in the previous professions. As I always said, every business cycle has a slow season and a fast season. And the question is what are you going to do with that time, that extra time that you might have? And, what I always said is that's the time you work on things. That's the time you work on developing new routines. That's the time you add things in because it's slower. It's easier to work on. And in that way, when it gets fast again, when it gets busier again, you've added some helpful routines into your processes. And one of the routines I wanted to suggest here is, if you're not keeping track of data manually, you should be manually tracking your data in addition to any of the apps that are out there. And there are some good apps, but you should be manually tracking your data, making sure you have screenshots of your transactions and all that good stuff. So obviously you've got iPhone, you've got Android. There are multiple various different ways. Android gives you more customizable features that can make these things easier, which is why I've slowly become a really, really big Android fan. Loving all of my Samsung, specifically my Samsung devices. They've really, in my opinion, some of the things that Samsung allows you to do are great for gig work and great for making the process of tracking things and doing things so much more quicker and efficiently. Now, there's also things you can do with the iPhone as well, and I'm going to go over it. What I'm talking about right now today is manual tracking and an easy way you can do it. I recommend you try to get yourself accustomed to doing it live time. It's pretty easy to do. And it's certainly easier to do, especially with the iPhone, if you have a tracking device that you keep with you. Back when I was all iPhone, I was all about keeping an iPad mini in my car with me, or a tablet of some kind. Or if I was normally I would a lot of times I recommend every iPhone user, if you're going to be a primarily iPhone user, you should have two phones. I mean, you just should, because iPhone is a little bit of a different breed in the way it handles things, and it's helpful to have a second screen available to you at all times. And one of those is for tracking purposes. But let's get into what a good workflow that will allow you to do this easy, efficiently, and something you can start putting into effect now. The first thing is get a spreadsheet. If you need a spreadsheet, I'm going to attempt to link a spreadsheet that I use, that I've made available, made clear. I ask only that you just simply subscribe to the channel, give me some watches, and if you like the sheet and you share it with someone else, get them to come in, subscribe, support the channel, and they can come download it in this video. Give the video a watch, boom. Nothing more, no payments, nothing necessary. And then, of course, interact and ask me questions if you need to. Share with me some of the data that you're finding. I would love that. Not required, but it would be something that I think would be great, because we're keeping track of similar data, so we can have that conversation. But anyways, one of the best ways that I think that to get started is by screenshotting, and there are 4 core screenshots that you should take. 4 core screenshots that if you take these, it will allow you to record all the necessary data that you need, and you're never ever, you'll be able to do it flawlessly. Whether you decide to do it live time or you take a little time after you get done or the next day to map out a session, and they are the following. Take a screenshot of every offer that comes to your phone. So when an offer comes, if you're using an iPhone, set up the back tap. That way you can pick the phone up and double tap the back and it will screenshot. Of course, if you're using a more modern iPhone, it's really easy to screenshot by up and power, and it'll screenshot everything. But the back tap is nice, especially as you're walking around, walking in. What I've done is on my work iPhones, I have the double tap and the triple tap, basically both screenshots, so I never miss it. So boom, 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 whether it's 1 or 2, it's gonna end up screenshotting for me, and it'll screenshot. So that's the nice part about it, and that's about as easy as it's going to get when you're using an iPhone. Now on the Android, oh my, there are so many ways you can set this up. The one I like on Samsung devices is I can get it set up so that I can hold the power button down. And when I hold the power button, it automatically screenshots. By far the easiest. You can also set it up so that I can hold and swipe. And that screenshots. Okay. And then, of course, you can hold the up and the power button, and it will do that as well. And you can also swipe down and hit the screen shot button. There's a screenshot button you can set up. This is by far the less convenient one. You can even, with S Pen enabled devices, screenshot it that way. There are so many ways that you can screenshot things. But by far, to me, the best way to set up the screenshots is setting up the home button screenshot, where you just hold the home button, and then also a swipe, where you can hold and swipe. And it, for me, I have it on this side, hold and swipe in. So that way, when I'm driving, I don't have to worry about holding the button or anything. I just hold it in, and it goes ahead and takes my screenshot. Of course, also, you have Driver Utility Helper that can help with that as well. If you're using an Android, if you want to pay the $9.99, it'll automatically screenshot for you, as well as Maxymo, which will take care of Uber, any Uber offer that comes to your phone, Grubhub, Lyft, Uber Eats. It'll take care of those screenshots for you. But if you follow the screenshots, screenshot at the offer. When you arrive at the restaurant, take a screenshot. What I recommend you do is the screenshot you do at the restaurant is the screenshot that if you go in on an Android phone, you can just hit the hamburger lines, and it'll pull up the order. It'll give you the details, what the order contains, the time of the drop off for the customer. Screenshot that. Now you have the time of the drop off. When you're leaving, screenshot, and this time take the screenshot and screenshot the address or the map screen. That way, when you're leaving the restaurant, you now have it mapped out. Time of offer acceptance, time you arrived, time you left, and then when you're processing out the order and the payoff screen comes up, screenshot it then. And even if for some reason it doesn't show or you miss it, just take a screenshot then so you at least know the time that it ended, and you can see at least the change of the payout screen. And you can find the payment information later. But that way you have those 4 things marked. And what you end up compiling in your photographs on your phone is a history of everything that's happened within that shift. And on Android, you can actually set up so that your screenshot folder, you can set a date up for each day. So all of your screenshots will go right into that folder, and you have a full composition of every order you've seen all day long, which will make it very easy to later go on and spreadsheet out those, you spreadsheet out your day. It will not take long at all. And again, the spreadsheet that I use is custom built for all of this. And then what I do is I will keep track then of, the first screenshot. Essentially what you're going to then have is you're going to have everything you need, because the first screenshot you take, which is the first offer of the day that you accept, you can kind of mark that and know that that's the first one, because you'll be able to look back as you're going through the day. Maybe offer 1 was declined, offer 2 was declined, offer 3 was declined, offer 4, it's accepted. The way you know that is because the very next screenshot is you're at the restaurant and you're seeing your order information along with the drop-off time. Then you're seeing the time it's going to take you to get to the customer and the customer address. Now you're going to be able to go back and see, then the next thing will be the payoff screen. Then you're going to see another offer screen, and then you'll see your four screenshots of the order itself, and you have an entire record of everything you've done. And if you're multi-apping, you'll be able to see it as well, because you can take screenshots of offer screens. Now, when it comes to the shopping apps like Instacart, I don't always take every single screen of those, but I will follow. Once I accept an offer, I'll make sure I've got a screenshot of the offer itself that I accepted, and then I'll follow it when I get to the store, when I leave the store, and then, of course, when I get to the customer's house, I'll go in and take a screenshot. When I'm done, right as I conclude, I'll take a screenshot. So I have the record of the day. And that way, if it gets really busy and I need to just keep moving, then I can go back when I'm sitting for a 15-minute period. Instead of shooting a video, I'll go in and I'll update my spreadsheet. Now, I like to do it live because most of the time you're going to have a couple of minutes at the restaurant. You have a couple minutes here or there that you'll be able to stay on top of these things. And as you're getting screenshots, so for instance, I'm not going to log anything right when I get the order, especially if I'm driving. I'll have the screenshot, that initial screenshot. Then I'll arrive and I'll screenshot my arrival. Then I'll go into the restaurant, see if my order's ready. If it is ready, I'm moving. Screenshot again. I'm out in my car. We're on the way to the customer's house. Now, again, I've captured all of the pertinent information that I need to, okay? And then when I get to the customer's house, screenshot again. Now, as I drive away, what I will do is I'll find a safe spot. Normally, that gives me a little bit of time to see if I can catch an order. After my drop off. But I'll start moving. I'll pull over, and that's when I'll go in and I'll just literally pull up my. Now, if you're working with an Android, you can use the split screen. It gets real nice because you can have your gallery app down below and your spreadsheet up top. Unfortunately, with iPhone, you're going to have to hop between the two, but you can still do a variation of the two and log, or in this case, have your phone up here and your tablet down here and tap, and you're good to go. And then by the time you get to the end of your shift, you have all your numbers. You know your miles to money. You know what your work rate is. You can really start to evaluate the metrics and the numbers that you need to say, is it worth even being out here right now? I'm working 50% of the time that I'm out. Is it worth me sitting in the parking lot? Would it be better for me to go home, let go of this 2-hour period and just go home and come back out when it's busier at dinner time? Maybe it would be. What's my miles looking like? You can see lots. The sheet that I have or use, you can see a lot of pertinent metrics that can really, really help you make better decisions as you're moving along. But the first thing you've got to do is you have to create the routine of keeping track, and it's very easy once you get used to it. And it's really just a matter of taking a couple screenshots and screenshotting your entire shift. And once you do that, and again, it's super easy with an Android. It's pretty easy on an iPhone. Once you get used to doing it, it's just natural. You just find yourself, as soon as you get the offer, screenshot, boom, boom, boom. And once you get into the habit of doing it, it's all good. And if you have something like driver utility helper helping you, you don't even have to worry about taking the initial screenshots. You just worry about screenshotting when you get there, screenshotting when you leave, and it takes care of all the hard work. In fact, driver utility helper app takes care of the need to screenshot when you arrive and when you leave. All you have to do is just be aware of and take a screenshot of the time that you need to drop it off, because it tracks all those things. When you hit arrived inside the app, it tracks it inside driver utility helper app. When you leave, it tracks it inside driver utility helper app. Although I would encourage you to get into the habit of screenshotting things, for the simple fact that there's also other information that using those screenshots, like order information. So if somebody comes back and says you're missing an item, you have all of the items of that order right there in front of you. If they're asking you if you need to refer back and get the customer's address because maybe your phone goes down, or you can't get to the app goes out, you at least have the address that you can get to the customer's house at, and you know what address you're supposed to be dropping off at, so that you can get there and get the food there still, take a picture of it, and then process out the order however you need to. So it also provides the opportunity for you to get pertinent information that is very, 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 very pertinent. The other thing you can do is, again, use Google Maps to create a directory of well-paying orders, because you're going to be having that address of that customer before you destroy it or get rid of it, which I get rid of all of my screenshots on a rolling 30-day basis, because it takes up space on your phone, it takes up cloud space. You don't want to keep them on there. So I just delete the day every 30 days. So today is the 20th. I'm deleting the 20th of last month today. And if 30 days has gone by and I haven't needed to access the info, I'm pretty certain that there's not going to be anything that's coming up that makes me need that information. So I get rid of it. But one thing you can do is go in and put a little information, high payer, good tipper, whatever you want to say. You can do that. And next time, especially if you're using Android, you can do this with the iPhone as well, but you got to go in and manually input the information. But if you're using an Android phone, you can click the house. It's going to look up that address for you right into the Google Maps. And then you're going to be able to see any type of tags that you attach to that address. So you'll be able to recognize right away, hey, this was a good tipping customer. They tipped well. Former LOP customer, whatever, tipped $20 on the 15th. You'll be able to know right away, oh, that's a customer you want to see. So you'll be able to track a little bit just how many repeat customers you're seeing. And that'll kind of help you understand how big of an impact that's making as far as in the earnings you're making and the orders that you're seeing. Anyways, guys, sorry to go on a little bit, but this is something that you can start working on right now while it's slow. Develop these habits, and start tracking and start creating data for yourself to help you make better decisions, help you analyze what you're doing out here. And I do believe if you start doing that, you're going to make more profitable decisions. And as a result, you're going to make more money. Guys, as always, thanks for watching. I'm going to try to include a link so that anybody that wants to download my spreadsheet can do so. And that way you can start keeping track of this data today and start mapping out your shifts and start creating a feedback loop for yourself on the actions and information that you're creating on a daily basis. Guys,
As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with another video for you. And I wanted to talk with you guys today about an important concept, I think, or I won't even say concept. It's an important part of, and I think underlooked part of getting the best orders out of DoorDash. Many of us focus on AR. Many of us, or many, I see many gig content creators out there focusing on AR and Top Dasher programs and stuff like that. And the thing they're missing is that those programs, and again, I'm living the life right now because I felt like I needed to do that for a little while, and I've got to have some experience to really be able to give my perspective on it. Because I always hate people that don't experience things and then they come and they talk to you and you know, you've got to get in it, you know, and you've got to live it. But I'm living it right now, and I'm not being proven wrong with a lot of what I believe is how you make money and how you run your gig business. And one of the things I've preached is you don't run your gig business chasing the programs that a platform that isn't even that's not supposed to have any influence over you, but they're trying to influence you. And the only influence they should be having is providing solid service and making you money. And then you're going to come back. This is, you know, DoorDash, Grubhub, all these are platforms to which they allow you to run a delivery business through. And if this was being done correctly with sanity, you would have a very clear operating platform where a contract gets presented. Here it is. Here's all the details. And then here's what it costs to use our platform to fulfill that contract. This is what you're getting after that expense. Is this worth it for you to come and use our platform? And if it isn't, provide feedback. And however DoorDash wants to know, obviously they want to know because their goal should be to be able to get you to use their platform to fulfill orders for your business. And that way they can realize the money and the fees that they're going to get paid, not just from you, but from the customer and from the other two parties that they're getting paid through. So it's kind of a vested interest. Instead, DoorDash says, no, we want to be greedy. We don't want to have to compete for a Dasher's business. And we certainly don't want to have to acknowledge that the Dasher is the most important part of this whole component because they're the one that has to use us to then serve and fulfill a contract meeting the customer and the restaurant's requirements. So we chase programs, Top Dasher, Diamond, potentially coming down the road, Dasher Rewards. And when we do that, we don't operate like a business would. We don't do the things businesses do to be successful. And one of the things that businesses do to be successful is build relationships. And that's what the point of this video is. And I'm sorry for the long intro to get to the point. But I want to talk to you today about how you can build relationships through these apps that will help you make more money down the road. And the first step you've got to do is you've got to find a quality customer. And the way you can identify a quality customer is by setting a standard of order acceptance. So setting an amount of money that you're looking for in each order or particular guidelines. And obviously there's various different components to an order. So, you know, a $10 order that's 15 miles isn't the same as a $10 order for 1 mile. But you're looking to find the customers that are willing to pay and value the service, number one. Once you find that, you want to build a relationship with the customer by answering your end of that. And that's by providing them a quality experience.
And then hopefully they will then provide feedback to the app because they want to make sure you will have the opportunity to provide that same experience again, showing them the value that they're showing you. And you guys will have a mutually valuable relationship where you're providing value and they're providing value to you, and you guys are coming together and meeting it in the middle. And the way you can do that is by ensuring that you provide a great experience and thereby getting the customer to rate you 5 stars. When you get 5-star ratings, you get priority. You create priority for yourself. A stronger priority, in my opinion, than any other priority that DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, because Grubhub does have a rating system. It's just they're not holding the driver accountable for that rating system. They're not showing it to the driver. Maybe they are holding us accountable, but it's not being done the way DoorDash does, where they like to dangle that carrot and stick in front of you and say, hey, you got a bad rating here. Hey, you're at this, or Instacart. So the key is getting that good rating, because then that's going to allow you to match up with that customer again in the future. And the system's going to recognize this, that if you're working and that customer comes back and they've rated you 5 stars and they're a quality paying customer, you want that customer back. And I've even found that the diamond system, when they're diamond, putting the I think that's why some people are like, I don't see diamonds on everything. Like, why does this order show a diamond high paying order and this order doesn't? Because the orders I've got a small sample size of this, but it's going to get larger as I go through the month of July as a diamond driver. But what I've seen so far and recognized so far, because I keep track of customers that pay well, I've seen the customers that I've done business with before, when they come through and give me a good paying order, it doesn't pop the diamonds. It just comes through. And it's like, oh, that's a good order. Why didn't it flag? And the reason why I think it didn't flag is because it's not being given to me because of my ratings. It's being given to me because of the past relationship I had and the fact that they rated me 5-star, and it's relinking me back to that customer. So it's, again, remember, this is not, I don't believe that this isn't the sophisticated system that I think we all see it is. It's really quite black and white and plain and simple. And it just, previous customer, previous 5-star, driver over here, offer made, and because of that, it says, okay, not diamonds, and the diamonds don't generate on your screen and you don't see it. Now, had you never dealt with that customer before and they're giving you that, $2 a mile offer, you're going to see the diamonds pop up, because the reason why it maybe gave you that priority at that particular moment is there was a driver or 2 or 3 in the area and you got priority over that at that moment. But that is the most powerful way, in my opinion, that you can have control with a low AR. And I'm speaking to you from a vast amount of experience. I have taken it market to market. In other words, I've returned back to markets because I can see, I'm not getting into that in this video, but I keep track of it. Let's just put it that way. And I understand when a customer comes back that's paid me well before, I can see it. And as a result, I've recognized that trend. So, guys, I cannot stress enough. Get yourself good delivery bags. Use those bags. Protect the food. Bags up to the customer's door so they see you getting their food out of a bag. If it's a hand it to me, make sure they see that that food's been in that bag and you're taking it out of the hot bag and into their hand. And then they will, I guarantee you, they will rate you well. And then furthermore, if something irregular occurs that you think is going to cost you in the ratings, report it to support first. Let them take care of it and ask them for ratings protection. Don't assume it'll be there. Tell them why you're calling. Be very upfront about it. I'm calling because I want to protect my ratings, and this was not my fault. The drink spilled, this happened, that happened. Maybe the customer got loud with you, whatever it is. And make sure that you get your ratings protected. And then that way, now that customer may never deal, you may never see that customer again, but at least your ratings will be protected and it'll keep it high and it'll keep you out of trouble. And then that way you'll be able to
ensure that good quality customers are going to come back your way. At first, it's going to be slower, and then it's going to get busier, because then you're going to have those customers, and those are going to be customers that will be reusing and reusing the platform. And then when you're out, regardless of what your AR is, if you're out and you're there and you had a 5-star and you're available, you're going to get their order and you're going to make money. And I firmly believe that in that instance, you're not getting the priority anymore. The priority doesn't matter if you're available. Now, if you're not available, and you've never dealt with a customer and a good juicy order comes through, then you may need that priority. But the more you dash, the more relationships you build, the less you're going to need, I believe, the diamond priority. And I'm going to continue to watch this and continue to trend it out and continue to give thoughts on it. But I want to share that with you. So if you're new to dashing, even if you've been doing it for a long time, get focused on finding quality orders. Forget about keeping the AR up. And then when you find a quality order, make sure you provide a quality experience. And then patiently wait as you build the book of business and as they start coming back to you. Anyways, guys, hopefully this makes sense. Give me your thoughts. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Dash coming to you guys today with another video, and I wanted to talk to you guys today about just give you guys some thoughts on what it's been like so far in my experiment that I've had. I wanted to just give you some reflection and feedback on my time. It's been brief, but on my time as a high AR, high completion rate, stat-minded, stat-driven dasher, and virtually accepting almost all orders with a few turned down scattered about. So I want to give you my thoughts on that and what I've seen. And this is something I'm going to be doing between now and August 1st. I'm going to attempt to stay as a top-rated dasher. And I'm going to hopefully be a top dasher next month, all month long. And I'm going to see if I can maintain my AR above 70%, my acceptance rate above 95%. I don't really think the completion rate will be hard to maintain because I do that pretty much on a regular basis now. And see where things fall, see where the earnings are at. So how do I feel about it so far, thus far? Thus far, it's not been as, I would say, as terrible as I thought it was going to be, but it has definitely not been very good. And my main takeaway is that it hasn't improved my situation, but it hasn't made it substantially worse either. In other words, I'm making a little bit less than what I was making when I was being a value-driven dasher. In other words, I was letting the money define my stats instead of believing that the stats were going to bring money, right? Or that money was going to follow my stats. I let the stats follow the money. So, in order for me to make $200, whatever my stats ended up at the end of the day, they were. And here's what I believe. I think that there isn't that much variation. Although what I think it ends up being is you end up doing more orders, more deliveries within the time you're working. And the time I'm defining working is when I go out, I track my working time from the first delivery to the last delivery taken. If there's any significant break in between, I'll stop the clock and I'll start the next time I take a delivery. What I've found is that when I'm multi-apping, when I'm going after money that fits into my profit paradigm, then I find that I'm working less because there are less orders that are going to meet that. And I'm only activating my car and activating my time when I feel an order is valuable enough to do so. I have seen that there has been an uptick in miles driven. I will agree with that. But for myself, it hasn't necessarily cut too deep into the profits. But really, anything
that cuts into cash flow. It's like, well, why would I go do this? But what I have found is that it does get a little bit frustrating as I'm going and dealing with these lower orders, going to a worse part of town with more. Again, what I have found is, I'm getting a lot more, especially when I'm just accepting everything and not even looking at the map or analyzing the order. And I'm just saying, I'm just going to accept it and go. I have found the value of those orders drops mainly because the customers are not very thoughtful. They're leaving me standing outside of apartment buildings that I got to get buzzed into, having to make that decision that some dashers do. Do I leave their food at the front of the apartment? And eventually, after maybe 5 minutes, they realize I'm there and they buzz me in. Whereas the guy that's tipping me $20 is watching his app, and yes, that can have its own drawbacks, and yes, that can result in low ratings if you're trying to multi-app, or you're not doing what you're supposed to do, or you're stopping off and using the bathroom in the middle of the order or whatever, or you're not taking care of their order. But what I found is those people, because they're thoughtful enough to tip you, they want the experience to be solid. They don't want their food waiting longer in your bag or in your car longer than it has to. And they're jointly interested, as you should be, in having a positive, successful experience that gets them their food in a timely fashion. And they're a partner in that. And it seems to me that fact that they're investing in that, it's the old investment idea that when somebody invests in a transaction, it's like the idea, again, it comes back to where I used to be before. We would require, for certain types of loans, certain types of transactions, we would want to have an investment from the customer. And it would be, when someone say, well, if they can't come up with it, why would you let a deal go? Well, it's because the connection, having something in it, makes them be more involved, to wanting to get more value out of that order. So, for instance, what I mean is if you have a customer that's tipping you $20, $10, they have tipped that for a reason, because they want to have a good experience. So they're invested in having that happen, giving you good instructions, being there at the drop off to come across the street and help you get it to them fast and hot and well. Just being interactive and involved, that helps you be successful. It helps you to successfully complete the order with as little friction as possible. Whereas the guy that isn't tipping says, I don't care. In fact, they might even be invested in creating pitfalls, because this person is demonstrating, in a sense, that they're not financially invested in the order, at least on your end of the order, to the degree that they're saying, hey, I would rather something go wrong. I would rather you get frustrated and leave the food, and then I get the whole order for free. And that's not everybody that's low tipping or doesn't tip or isn't invested, but it's unfortunately a percentage of them, probably half of those people, or greater. I believe I've seen a tremendous, having been somebody that for 2 years has really dealt with what I call the upside, the people that are invested. To me, I can see now the downside, and there is a difference. So, anyways, guys, that's my thoughts. I'll do another thought video, maybe in a couple of days as I go through. But I don't think so far that I'm seeing more money. So, I'm not sure what the comparisons are out there and other people are doing. And I'm looking at the data, right? I mean, I'm comparatively looking at the data. And I think that's where some of the disconnect is, that people will come out and they're getting caught up in what you would call like what they see. So they see a good payout. And I'm not saying I haven't seen decent payouts. Like I got an 11 for 5 miles. And I'm like, oh, and it says it's for my, ratings. So it's like, oh, I haven't seen orders like that. Well, probably because even when you were cherry picking, you weren't being patient enough. You weren't you were just eventually. And to me, that's also a issue if you're a cherry picker. If you're not patient enough, if you don't have a standard, and you end up waiting and waiting and waiting, and then taking what I call a mid-level order, and the value on that order is really low, and that can almost be as destructive, more destructive than taking every order, in my opinion. You can almost make less in that instance because you've waited all this time, and then you've taken an order that isn't adequately paying you, and you never have a chance. You really kind of lock yourself in the middle, where you either land in the middle or not enough. But anyways, guys, that's my thoughts so far. I will, like I said, I'm going to continue to check in with you guys, let you know my thoughts on things as this experiment goes. I will be off, obviously, next week, as I had mentioned. I'll be off all of next week, so I'm going to try to post some of these videos up that I'm filming this week, and just maybe pop up 2 or 3 of them while I'm out, so it keeps the channel running. And then when I get back, I hopefully will be Top Dasher, and we can really have some fun. All right, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Dad Dash coming to you today with a video, and I wanted to talk with you guys today about something that I think is an important topic that I would love to see take off, and I wanted to just talk with you about this, and that is the idea and the premise that I would say that I believe every gig worker out there needs to start a YouTube channel. And I'm going to talk to you about why that is, and why, if you don't have one, you're missing out. So let's get into it, guys. It's not going to be a long one, but let's get into it. Let's talk about it. All right, guys. So why am I telling you that every gig tuber, that every DoorDash driver, gig worker, whatever, should have a YouTube channel and should be posting videos and posting information and all that stuff? The reason why is because it is an opportunity to get paid. It is an opportunity to learn from others, and while at the same time sharing your experiences, getting feedback from others, and essentially getting paid to improve. It is an advantage that we have over any other profession out there. Because if you're working for a company, number one, let's say you're working for a company and you decide, I want to go start posting videos about my job and what I do, and try to get feedback from others that are doing similar work. Your job might come in and say, I don't want you on social media talking about things. I don't want you talking about that. I don't want you doing that. You don't have that restriction as a gig tuber. If you come on here and you simply just share your experience, you share something from your day, something that happened, something unusual, or maybe it was just a success. And then it allows others to watch you. It allows others to assess you. It allows others to give you feedback. You can also pose questions. You can pose the issues that you're wondering about, and other people can go and either make a video to help you out, or jump in your comments and give you some comments to help you out. The thing that we're missing out here is, I see gig tubers out there and everybody's worried about competing with each other. Well, what we really should be doing is helping each other, because the beautiful part that I think being on YouTube represents is the idea that you can actually support another gig driver, gig worker, whatever you want to call us, gig business operator, without any monetary transfer of anything. And as everybody knows, or you should know, especially if you're a full-time gig worker, your margins are slim. So you don't have the money to give to other gig tubers out there. You don't have physical currency to give, but what you can give is a watch and a like. And what we can do is fill the airways, fill our airways with people, other people's experiences and what they're seeing in their market. And we can become a network, a positive network of individuals sharing each other. And if we all committed to watching and going out and having these videos run and watching various different creators, every time we watch a creator, we're giving them the opportunity to earn. Maybe they're not monetized yet, but if they get monetized, then every time we watch their video, we're putting a little bit of money back in their pocket. And even if it starts out very, very small at first, but if we have over 3 million gig workers in our space of gig work, and there's, I think, close to 8 to 10 million in the United States. Worldwide, it's even bigger. And YouTube has a reach worldwide. So if we all decided that we wanted to just share our experiences, if we all decided and said, look, Dad Dash did a video on this, I'm inspired, do the video. Give me your perspective. I'll watch it. Okay? I'll comment on it, or maybe I'll do another video. But every time we're doing a video, it's an opportunity to earn. We all have phones. You don't need to do anything special or spectacular. We're not here looking for the next Spielberg film when we come in here. At least I'm not. I'm looking to hear. I'm looking for your experience. I'm looking to learn and feed off of what you're doing in your market, because guess what? There's no other way for me to do it. I don't have a Rolodex. I don't have a company guide that I can just call you up and say, hey, I'm having a problem with X. Help me with it. You're doing really good. I would only know you're doing really good if you post. If you're posting your stats and sharing. And the point is, you go, well, what do I get back for sharing? What you get back is I'm going to share with you. And then not only am I going to share with you, but once you get to a certain level, if you're monetized, now you're going to get paid per like, per view, and anybody watching it. So we can all very easily, since we're driving around, all of us, we don't have to watch it. We can just do what I do. I listen to it. There's really not much to watch. I don't need to watch someone in their car. I listen to what they're saying. I listen to what they're telling me is happening. And then I might watch something if I feel like there's something that needs to be watched. And, to me, that's like more valuable than somebody giving me a $5 super chat. Sharing a video, sharing an experience, giving me something to learn, giving me something from your experience. And again, when you start a channel, you don't have to it doesn't have to include a ride along ever. All you got to do is just sit there. Think of it as like a video diary. So if you're a little nervous, you're talking to your phone. You're not talking to anyone else. Just sit there, talk, and share. And start out small. Start out doing maybe a short of, maybe you could start out doing some shorts. You could also start out just talking and sharing one thing from your day. So at the end of your day, you get done and you go, all right, I'm going to share with you an interesting story from today. Turn your phone on. This is my story. Include whatever the topic of the story is. I had a delivery that this. I had this happen. I did this. I screwed this up. Whatever. Post it. Okay? And if you want and you do this and you're inspired by this video, please @Dad-13 and I'll watch it. And I'll encourage other people to watch it. And everybody just needs to start doing this. And we can start communicating through our YouTube channels, back and forth, creating a network of opportunity for us to learn from each other. And when I hear what you experience, I could say, hey, I had a similar experience, and you had a similar experience, and we had a similar experience, and you have a thought, and you have a reaction, and DoorDash came out with this in your market. Instead of sending it to a creator, do it yourself. And then you get paid for it. And to say, I can't do it, you can do it. You don't need a flashy intro. You don't need a flashy outro. All you need is turn your phone on, talk to us, turn it off, upload. You can do it right inside the YouTube app, and you can keep it that simple. And then once you start to get comfortable and you start putting up the content, then again, it's not about the thumbnail or anything like that. It's about hearing from you, hearing what's going on with you.
and then giving the opportunity to thank you for taking that 5 minutes out of your day to share with me your day, and I give you the watch. And if 1,000 people watch your video, then you get paid something. And if every day you're doing it, and every day you get 1,000 watches, it's a mini gig. And even if you're making $50, $100, $200 a month, it's still 50, 100. It's an extra $100 you didn't have to make, and you made simply sharing your experience. So, anyways, guys, that's my thought. If you see this video and you're inspired by it, film your video today. Start filming a daily video every day. And the topic you never run out of topics. One experience from your day that you think is interesting, talk about it. Something comes up new in your market with DoorDash, talk about it. A change happens, you've heard about something coming up and you want to give your thought about it, give your thought about it. And make sure you put @dad-13. I want to hear it, I want to watch it, and I may even respond to it. Let's get a conversation going. Let's help each other out. Let's turn this YouTube thing into something that can help the overall gig driving community. And we have enough people here that we can literally help each other get paid, creating an additional stream of gig income by helping each other out, sharing our experiences, sharing what's going on, opening up the lines of communication, taking the darkness off of gig driving, giving you something to do, and at the same time, putting a little extra money in your pocket above where you're at right now and above what you're doing. And you're not doing anything besides what you're doing and just sharing about it. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a somewhat of an emergency video. I want to get this word around. This is some craziness that's going on here. DoorDash is trying to put the screw in the door to Dad Dash, and it's not the first time something like this has happened, but this time I've got the proof, the facts, and I've got a pretty good deal that I am working with DoorDash support. I hope to see this rectified, but I want to know if this has happened to anyone else, and I'm going to go over some things that I was told by DoorDash support, which is quite interesting. So, guys, let's get into this video. All right, so you're looking at my acceptance rate right now today, 70%. As everyone knows, that qualifies me for Top Dasher. So does the 95% completion rate. So does my 4.99% customer rating, 92% on-time rating, and I had well over 200 deliveries last month. Last month, as some of you know, was clearly documented on this channel as a month that I was accepting every single order. Now, some of you are going to look at this and say, Dad Dash, you should never have allowed it to get this close. Perhaps I shouldn't have, but this has been my ratings since June 23rd. I have not dashed since then. It was at 70%. I have had multiple days of screenshots. I went on vacation all of last week. That's part of why I wasn't dashing, and strategically played it this way because I wanted to get Top Dasher for experimental purposes, and also because I knew I wasn't going to be able to properly schedule myself upon returning from vacation. So I thought it would solve a lot of logistical things, and it would just make things easier. So I went through absolute hell last month to maintain that 70% acceptance rate. And there you can see it's there. I have not dashed. I have not turned my app on. That is exactly what it was when I turned my app off on the 23rd of June. And I fully expected that there would be no problem getting Top Dasher. And then I opened my app up today when I got back, and started to go through my emails, opened up the app here, expecting to see Top Dasher maybe be here already. Nothing. So I thought, you know what? Let me check on this. So I went in and I decided to chat into support. And this is the exchange that went on between the chat agent and I. And it is, to me, shocking. I let them know I qualified for Top Dasher. You can see that there. And they told me, you have met all requirements except an acceptance rate of 68%. What the absolute hell are they talking about? 68%? We all know it's 70. You have scored 67%. So I went on to let them know my acceptance rate is 70. And I sent them a screenshot. And that person would have none of it. They said it is 70% from July 1st, but on the month end of June, it was 67. And I said, no, it was 70 since June 24th, and it hasn't been below since the 13th. And as you can see, I've not dashed since the 23rd. And then they just cut me off. As I've informed you that your acceptance rate was 67% on the last day of June, you are not eligible for Top Dasher status. This chat will end here. Now, I was like, whoa. So I immediately got on the phone with support and talked to another chat agent or talked to another agent who took a similar approach, but because I was on the phone with them, they were able to finally understand once they got away from their script and had informed me, first of all, that nothing was going to be awarded until the 4th, that they were still calculating, that there were numerous system issues last month that they were trying to work through, that they're also taking care of contract violations, specifically contract violations dealing with lateness arriving at merchants. And the agent told me that they were actually taking them off accounts because they were having to go through and review them because their system was incorrectly giving contract violations out. And on top of that, she said there was a system-wide issue with acceptance rates, not calculating and being correct. And I said, well, how, ma'am? And she said, we're going to take either what's in your app or what's in our system, the higher of the two. And I said, well, how would you know what's in my app? And she said, well, I guess you're right. Send me what's in your app. And I did. And I sent her the proof that I hadn't dashed. And she went in and looked and she said, oh my gosh, you're right, sir. And I said, I know I'm right. And she said, because she was originally trying to float the idea that that was my acceptance rate starting July 1st. And then when she saw that I had not dashed since the 23rd and that it was clearly 70, and she said, I see where your app says 70, but I see where it was calculated. And then she left it at, we will be taking care of this. It will be taken care of, and you will be awarded Top Dasher. Now, whether that happens or not, I don't know. She said, she told me that I will be notified by the 4th. And if I don't receive notification that I'm Top Dasher by the 4th, to recontact support at that time and find out where this thing's at. I have a reference number in the email, and I'll show you that email. And here is the support email that was sent. And you can see, could you attach a screenshot of the ratings page? There's my reference number. There I send my ratings page. She said, send it to me for today. And I told her I wasn't dashing anymore. And she said, no, get out there and dash. And I said, I will not be dashing anymore until this is rectified, because I will not mess with the proof I have showing I've clearly not dashed since the 23rd. And I want to know why their records show me at 67. Well, she said I was at 68. That other agent said I was at 67. And she said, don't worry, it's going to be rectified and you will be Top Dasher for the month of June. So we will see what happens, guys. So I want to know if any of you encountered this. Have any of you seen this? Is this something that you've seen or had happen to you? And if it is something that's happened to you, have you contacted support and been told anything about the systems, about the issues with ratings, contract violations, etc.? Put in the comments if you know anything. Of course, I will be updating you as soon as I have any additional information on this. But this is just absolutely crazy. And I'm telling you, if I don't get Top Dasher, then I'm telling you there is something wrong here, because I'm clearly Top Dasher ratings. And let me show you one other piece of evidence. And there is the further evidence. I have not dashed. I dashed on June 23rd, week of June 19th through the 25th. And then and you can see I have not dashed any time since then. This is 0 for the 26th through the 2nd. So I did not dash at all that week. I was not logged in at all that week. I have no logged in dashes. And when I made them look that up, that changed the whole ball game. But I am not messing with that fact, because this is now undeniable proof that something is wrong with their system. So listen, if they can't even get it right when dashers are arriving at merchants, they can't even get our ratings right, why in the world do we think that this is such a high-end system that can allegedly do all these boogeyman things to us? It's a garbage system. It's definitely not as advanced as I think everybody thinks it is. And let's see what happens here, guys, with this. But this is some disappointing stuff. Anyways, guys, as always, hit that like button if you enjoyed this video, or at least to get this video up there and out. Share this video. And of course, if you're new to the channel and just discovered me, subscribe as well. And guys, stay safe, stay profitable. And as always, I will talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an update on my Top Dasher situation. So, right now, things are still pending, but I wanted to share with you the craziness of what it's like to deal with Dasher support. Now, I also want to give you a tip as well, because, as I got some feedback from a lot of you, there was a lot of feedback stating that DoorDash was going to give me the runaround, and they were attempting to, but I continued to fight, and I'm going to share with you the conversation I had with Dasher support today, the breakthrough conversation. So let's jump into that.
Hi, thank you for waiting.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Hi, I really do appreciate your patience in this one.
Sure.
So yeah, going back to your concern, the reason why it showed for the month of July, your acceptance rate for the month of July is 67%, and as for the month of
Wow, just got disconnected again. All right, let's call them back. We are not giving up.
DoorDash support. My name is Kim. How can I help you?
Yes, I was calling in because I was just on the phone with Jace and we got disconnected. He had put me on hold for probably about 15 minutes, and he was in the middle of giving me an explanation, and it just cut off. So I'm hopeful we can get back to what he was telling me, because he was trying to figure out an issue, because I'm having an issue with my app right now that I've been trying to call in. I keep getting disconnected in the middle of the conversations after long holds.
So it's a bit frustrating, but hopefully this time we can get it solved. But the issue I'm having with the app is my app is not, I guess, I discovered it yesterday when I was on the phone with a separate issue, but there's an issue with my ratings on my phone not matching what's in the system. And we've been trying to get it figured out, and nobody can quite figure out what we need to do to get it figured out. So I'm hoping we can figure it out. I guess the first thing I wanted to do was, maybe he figured it out for me. I don't know. I wanted to just confirm what my ratings are on your end, and then try to figure out, see if maybe he updated. Like I said, he was in the middle of explaining some stuff, and it just cut off.
Oh, God. Okay.
So I guess.
Let me pull up your.
Yeah, absolutely, certainly. Whatever we need to do that.
Okay. So about your request to check your ratings first, I see also that you've called us about this. And I see here also that you've provided screenshots.
Oh, yes.
Of the ratings.
Yep.
Just waiting for this to load.
Yeah, like I said, I've been on like troubleshooting call after trouble, because like I said, what happens is it's like where I'll go on hold, and we always get to the point where there's about to be an explanation, or we're trying to work through an explanation, and then the call cuts. So I don't know what's going on.
Only when you're calling DoorDash. Okay.
Yeah.
So your rating. Okay, so customer rating. This is what's showing on our end. Let's start first with the customer rating.
Sure.
4.99. And on the screenshot you sent me, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Acceptance rate, it's 67%, but on the screenshot you sent me, it's showing 70.
Correct.
So that's where the discrepancy.
That's the discrepancy we've been trying to figure out, because now the gentleman previously, what we were working through was, he said he had gone in and saw that it was 70 for July, but he was seeing 67 for June, which of course creates a whole nother set of questions, because I haven't dashed since June 23rd. So, but he said, then he went in and said, upon looking, that's what he was trying to explain to me. But what we're trying to figure out, I mean, I have sent video of it, and my app reflects. The troubleshooting we worked through was deleting the app, which I did, clearing the cache in my app. I did. I have a personal iPhone, so I downloaded the app on the iPhone, went in and opened it up. It says 70% on the iPhone, because that's what one of the reps had me do, just to see like if it was different on one. It still says 70 on my iPhone. I deleted that app, re-downloaded it, of course, as one rep had me do. It still said 70 on this one, and every time I log in, it gives me the greeting of, congratulations, you're at 70% and have first priority. And that's kind of where this whole concern is centering around is, well, number one, I want to be able to know that my rating screen is correct and accurate, but two, am I getting priority or not, or what's the situation with that? And on one of the things. So it's just bizarre, because my app, when I log into the system on my side, whether it's an iPhone or an Android, brand new download or not, it's still showing 70. And then on your end, I'm told it's 67. And nobody can seem to figure out, or at least I don't know, the last gentleman, like I said, he was off for 15 minutes. So he said, talking to somebody, and was literally about to give me an explanation, and then we got disconnected. And I'm like, oh my God.
I got it. So normally, there's actually not really an issue, but it takes actually some time for the ratings to be updated on the app. So it's going to show real time on our end, but it's going to be different on the app.
Well, I guess the issue that I'm trying to deal with here is that this has been the ratings since the 23rd of June. That's what.
23rd.
Yeah, so it's see, this is the unique situation that we're in. This is why this is kind of like stumping everybody. I happen to be out of town. I went on vacation with my family. So the last time I dashed, and as I always do, I always will take a screenshot because I've been trying to keep at least 70% or higher because of the priority thing, right? So I always take a screenshot at the end. So I did that. So when I got back in yesterday, was when I arrived back home. I was out of the country. Besides one day, I logged in on my iPhone just to double check everything, make sure everything was good. That was the day I had bought internet while I was out of the country, and but I haven't dashed. I haven't logged into the app at all. So this is literally, my app has stayed at 70%, and I have the screenshots from the 23rd and then the 24th because I did not end up dashing that day at all, and I taken a screenshot that day. That was the last day I was available to do it. I wish we just kind of using DoorDash. Haven't dashed in a while. So I'm like, I want to get back, but I also am not wanting to get back until I know that the rating screen is accurate. And I don't want to have to be calling support or chat every hour and say, what's my acceptance rate? And
Yeah, which I do get your point because when I'm also checking your ratings for July, and technically since July started, this is the ratings that you're going to work for, especially if you want to be a top dasher for August.
right.
Yeah, there is a discrepancy because in July, like what I mentioned, this is the ratings to work in June. You ended up at 67%, and then July, even though you haven't dashed, with I can see here,
Right.
last time you dashed was in June 23rd.
Right.
It went up to 70%. So I guess that's also the ratings that you.
Well, see, that's what the general.
I'll just be doing the. I'll be submitting a follow-up on this. I'll be sending an email. At least you have something.
Yeah, because see, that's the other thing I'm missing is the emails that I was referencing for you were all just a request for the screenshots. So I have yet to get an email like I had before. Like when I had a contract violation that had to get looked into because they were dinging me for when I left the restaurant, and I knew that. And then they went in and looked at it, and they're like, "Yeah, you're right. I can see where you arrived at, like 12:06 and left at 12:13, and yet the contract violation said I arrived at 12:13." And I got like an email confirmed this has been escalated, but in this case I never did. So then that was also part of my concern was like, is this being escalated? Because I don't want this to just get fallen by the wayside, because I think we really have something that needs to be looked at here. And like I said, in the meantime, I'm not dashing or doing anything. So, I know it takes time, but I'm like, I want to make sure it's not just sitting there and, I'm going sick, 4 or 5 days without dashing because we're trying to get this worked out. And I want to preserve the state of the account because I think it's best for them to look at it as it is right now.
Correct. And I also sent you the email. Can you please check if you received it?
Actually, yep, I will right now. I'm in my email. Let me go up here at DoorDash. So it says, thank you for reaching out about the issue with your ratings. I understand the importance of resolving your concern, and I've escalated your case to our DoorDash escalations team. The escalations team will need to verify your account to proceed. So, all right. So you need these. So you need me to send that back right now, then, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, I can do. Yeah. No, nobody sent me this. So whatever. This is definitely more beyond. This is definitely beyond what anyone else has sent because I never got this request at all. So maybe, I guess, they didn't escalate. Maybe they were waiting. All right, guys. So that concludes the call. After that, I filled out that sheet or the form that you saw, and then it was submitted, and she advised to check back within 24 hours and to keep track of my email. I wanted to share that with you because that was the first. Every other time I've been in contact with support, they've claimed they were escalating. They've had me send X, Y. I believe that email you saw, if you're not getting that email, then you are not submitting a true ticket. So, moral of the story is, if you have a support issue that deals with anything that support actually needs to be looking into, that is what you need to be receiving. If you haven't received the email where you have to verify your identity to get it to the escalation team, then you have not been escalated, which is probably why A lot of you have said, I've called, it's this, it's that, I'm waiting. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if this is any different than anything else. So far, it's been about 4 hours and I've heard nothing. She said they were going to rush it and and try to get it rushed to get me back on the road. And they haven't done that because she did advise, as you should have heard in the video, not to dash until this was worked out. So anyways, guys, that's the latest update. I'm still waiting and I have not dashed yet. I will not dash until this is worked out. I apologize for the noise in the background, but I wanted to jump in here, give you this update. And the next time I talk to support or I get an update, I apologize. Or the next time I get an update, I will come in and let you guys know what is going on. Hopefully it will be that I will have got this situation worked out and resolved in my favor. As you heard in that video and should have heard, she acknowledged that my acceptance rate right now on their side for July is in fact 70%, yet showing for the 30th of June, it's 67, and I haven't dashed since the 23rd of June, and they cannot explain to me how my acceptance rate actually increased without me dashing. So we'll see where this goes. Guys, thanks for watching. And leave me a comment on your thoughts on the latest. And stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you guys with another update on where things are standing with my appeal process for Top Dasher. So I have not dashed yet. Number one, I am refusing to dash or work with DoorDash until this gets resolved. So I have not dashed. My account is still in the same status, same everything, same pure state that it was in. I have not actually gone back to work yet. That is going to happen tomorrow. So my plan will be to work my other apps. I'm going to be working Grubhub, Uber Eats, Instacart, Shipped, whatever it is that I need to do to find myself work. I will be doing it tomorrow unless DoorDash resolves this and tells me that it's resolved. At which point I would then add DoorDash to the mix. As far as my diamond status pursuit, I'm rethinking the entire thing here. This whole thing has really been disappointing, so I'm not quite sure where I stand. Prior to this whole situation, I was planning on, as I had made it clear, that I was going to make July a month of trying out Top Dasher, etc. If I get Top Dasher, I may pick up and do that. I may see where things go and see where things lead. However, if DoorDash does not give me Top Dasher this month, if I don't get it, if they persist to tell me that I am going to be subject to an acceptance rate that I cannot see, that I know did not exist and does not exist on my phone and in my world, then I will not be worrying about Top Dasher. I will not be worrying about diamonds, and I will not worry about my acceptance rate here on through. I have 2 weeks of data that I can say I was not impressed with the results. Certainly not enough to say that it's any way I would ever want to work. And we'll go back to allowing the acceptance rate to be whatever it is that requires me to hit my goals. So if that's 30%, it's 30%. If that's 1%, that's 1%. If it's 99%, it's 99%. But the experiment will be over if DoorDash does not honor this. Anyway, so that's the update on where things stand, and I will be potentially going live tomorrow or maybe filming a ride-along to get back into the mix that I'll be showing and presenting on the channel. I have a couple of ride-alongs I had prior to my vacation that I haven't updated. I'm not certain that I'm going to do anything with those. But anyways, and thirdly, on where things stand, I have checked 4 different chats today. Each chat has told me that it is still pending. The most recent one I just did. And that was at about 1 a.m. As of 1 a.m., July 5th, they told me they need another 12 to 24 hours to try to sort things out and figure out what's going on, but that the ticket is still open, it's still live, it's still being investigated, and they're still not sure what's going on. So hope is still alive. I believe it's going to get resolved in my favor. I don't believe there's any other way it can be, because this is as pure and as clean cut as it could possibly be. That my account was at 70% acceptance rate on the 23rd. I have clear proof, and it should have stayed, and it's at 70% today. They're saying it was at 67. They're saying on June 30th it was at 67, and then they're saying magically, as of July 1st, it went to 70 without me ever doing a dash or accepting an offer or declining an offer. And they cannot explain why that is. So I believe the evidence is in my favor, and I believe with patience and a positive thought process that we will get where we need to go. Anyways, guys, that is the update. There's nothing else to show you. There's no juicy conversations to share, but I will share everything that I get as it happens. As always, guys, I appreciate the comments, the support, the statements, both for and against. I appreciate it all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for interacting. Keep watching, keep interacting. Also, let me know anybody out there that is starting a YouTube channel, that's a gig worker, that wants me to take a look at their channel. I will absolutely subscribe and become a part of it. As I stated in my video last week, that I believe every gig worker should have a channel so they can share things like this, share perspectives, share thoughts, and get better together. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I will talk to you.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an update on the latest in the Top Dasher saga. So I want to go over things with you, where things stand real quick here. So, first of all, I appreciate everybody that's reached out, everybody that's left comments of support, and I appreciate everybody that's waiting with me and interested in how this turns out. So, first of all, there is no resolution yet. I am still waiting. I am still in a holding pattern, and I hope to get a resolution. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow, but we will see. So, what happened today? What's going on with it? So, I started the day out calling support, got on the phone with a gentleman. He, of course, initially tried to get me to discuss all of the details, and I told him, no, you need to read my ticket. And I would give this advice to everyone. If you have a ticket number and it's been escalated, do not fall into the trap of engaging these support agents, because they will try to bat you away or try to resolve it themselves, and that's not what we wanted. So I told him, read it. He did that. He came back. He said, looks like they're working on it. Someone should be in contact with you within 10 minutes to 2 hours. They're going to call you. Stay by your phone. I said, really? He said, yes, they've already tried to contact you last night. I said, really? I said, okay, awesome. I will do that. I checked, and sure enough, I had a missed call last night at 7:40 p.m. from Dasher support. I was like, wow, okay, this is great. So, waited 3.5 hours, called back in the support, talked to a lady. This lady got aggressive with me. She started trying to, she tried to get me to talk. I didn't. I gave her my reference number. She looked it up and then came back and started talking all this weird stuff about the acceptance rate being different at the beginning of each month, and saying that, it's the beginning of the month. There's no problem. And I explained to her, once we got done talking, and I talked her through the idea that the acceptance rate should have carried over. Whatever it was on the 23rd of June should still be there today, because my acceptance rate is still based on the last 100 deliveries. She said she didn't realize that. She looked it up. She confirmed it. Then she saw what I was talking about, how I had not done anything with the DoorDash app. I hadn't dashed, I hadn't opened the app, or I hadn't gone in and done anything with it. And she then acknowledged, you're right, there is a problem. I said, of course there is. Listen, that's what they're looking at. So she advised me that it could take up to 72 hours for these type of things to be reviewed, and that the 72-hour mark is tomorrow. So she said, if I don't hear anything by tomorrow, call in, and then they might be able to do something more for me as far as trying to reach out to the escalation team. She said she sent an email up letting them know I'd called in, etc. So I waited a little while, still haven't heard anything, and I reached out in chat at about 8 o'clock tonight to say, hey, is there anything more? And that gentleman said the same thing. It's open. Someone will email you with a response. She also explained that no one's going to call you. They're going to email you. Now, like I said, I have a missed call. So perhaps someone will call me. This is a very unique situation, I believe, in the way that this is presented itself. So that's where we sit, guys. So plan will be tomorrow. I will wait and see if I wake up to an email. If I don't, I will start my morning out calling DoorDash and checking in on things. And then we'll see where things go. And hopefully tomorrow I will have a exciting report letting you know how this works out and what the resolution of this is. In the meantime, guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for being interested. Thank you for the support. And I will keep everybody up to date as soon as and keep everything, you know, up to date. And if something changes, if this gets resolved, I'll put a video out ASAP as fast as I can. As always, guys, thank you for watching. Stay safe, stay profitable, and I will hopefully be talking to you soon with a resolution. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today with a video to give you guys a little background on what exactly my experience was last month. I've gotten some comments and things, and I realized that, you know, I did a couple ride-alongs, and I did the introduction video where I explained what I was doing, and then gave an update to the Dasher status, and then that's kind of where it's been left. So I want to kind of go over what my experience has been. And, you know, I had kind of indicated that I was really disappointed about this whole Top Dasher situation. I was considering not going further with accepting a bunch of orders, and there's a reason for that. And, you know, the experience I got, one of the comments was, hey, you've only experienced between 50 and 70% priority. And that is not true, actually. So I want to kind of, but I hadn't told that story, and I hadn't let anybody know. I think I had posted a couple screenshots and things, but as everybody knows, I got the idea to become Top Dasher. Well, to not only become Top Dasher, but to become a Diamond Dasher. And I was planning to become a Diamond Dasher and Top Dasher and see if I could maintain it for the entire month of July. And I had some ideas that I wanted to test out in regards to Diamond Dashing and being able to maintain that, multi-apping and working all the apps, and being able to go in and out of a dash. And that's what was going to be required to do it. And then, of course, we hit this little bump in the road with DoorDash not recognizing my acceptance rate. But I wanted to kind of tell you guys what I went through. Last month, as everybody knows, I got my acceptance rate up. I went to 86%, and that was the day that everything crashed and burned. And I started, my completion rate went down. My completion rate was at 100%. And my acceptance rate was at 86%. I said, okay, today I'm going to start maintaining my acceptance rate. And I was expecting fully that we were going to see really strong, really good orders. I'm at 86%, and I'm like, I'm going to maintain this thing. And then it was unbelievable. I got worse orders at 86% than I ever have gotten lower and below. So what ended up happening is I didn't see good orders. I didn't see a large order program. I saw like one large order program, and it was for $16. And I used to see 3 or 4 a night when I would be filtering orders and sitting here turning down orders. And I was still staying around 20 to 30%. Again, I got the 30% organically doing my old style, multi-apping, filling in other apps when DoorDash wasn't doing well and turning the DoorDash app off or pausing it. And I realized I was starting to think to myself, what's happening here? So I have had experience, but I thought, no, don't make any conclusions yet. Okay. Let's just, and it got really, really bad. Before I left for vacation, DoorDash, I mean, it was bad. The orders I was seeing, the orders I was doing, and to maintain the 70%, because I literally got down to where I was at 70% and I had to stay. And I went up to 71, I went up to 72, I went up to 73, I went down to 72, down to 71. And eventually I got to a point where when I got to 70%, I just turned the app off and I didn't dash on that Friday before. I actually did a Grubhub order and I didn't end up dashing on the Saturday before I left, which I'd already planned not to unless it was necessary. But that Friday I was planning to go and have a whole day and I said, there's no way I'm doing it. Not with the way DoorDash has just abused the hell out of me for that entire week of just keeping me hanging around the 70s and just throwing me garbage order after. And we're not talking about little garbage. We're talking big garbage. We're talking $4 for 12 miles. It was hideous. So I have the experience above it, and I didn't see the pot of gold. Now, everything's market dependent. I preach that. I understand that. I'm not saying my experience in my market is what everyone else is going to see. And perhaps I was thinking to myself, well, maybe it's because I'm not able to just end my dash like I see some people do who get the top dasher privilege, and they can end their dash, drive dead miles over to a good section, turn it back on, and in the meantime, while the app is turned off, they're ending their dash, they're resetting all their numbers, and then they go back in fresh dash, and they get to look at a fresh order, and allegedly, since they're it's over 70%, 80%, they're getting priority in the area, so they drop in and there's a good miles to money order and bam, it hits their phone and they get it. Or if they don't even need to turn DoorDash back on because they've got Uber going, Grubhub going, Instacart, whatever. That was my theory I was going to work with because I thought in this market, there's no way in the world I can keep DoorDash going all the time because the orders are so hideous. And then again, one of my videos that got a lot of people, a lot of skepticism, the priority video. I saw it happening because I started to get the same customers back that I was going through when I was accepting every order. Some of those low tipping or no tipping customers were boomeranging back to me because I had provided them with a good service and they hit me with a 5-star, which was nice. I was happy that they weren't dinging my customer rating, but I got them back. And now here I am trying to maintain my acceptance rate with a sub $1 a mile order, a $5 for 7 miles, a $4.25 for 8 miles, and here they are coming back. And sure enough, because I have the ability to look to see where I've been at because of how I track things, I could see, wait a minute, I've been to this house before, and plus some of them was recent. So I have the experience. So I wanted to clarify that. I got a good taste for about a week of having that 70 plus priority, in fact 80 plus priority. And what only thing that happened to me was my acceptance rate went down because I was like, these orders are not going to make me money and I can't do this. I'm not going to sit here and take these crazy orders. I've got to draw a line in the sand at some point because I'm not making any money. The order value is so poor on these orders that if I sit here and do this, I'm going to make $13 an hour. And that's what I did. There were some nights and days that I went out and made $13 an hour while I was out when I'm supposedly in the honeypot. I'm supposedly in the spot that I'm getting all the good stuff. So again, I know my market has it. I know there's good things out here. I know I was making money. I know that in the month of May, I was making 20, I think it was $26 an hour just for the time I was out across the board on average, 26, an average order value of 26 and a $34, or no, it's a $38 delivery value. Now I was only working about 70% of the time, but I was making money when I was out. I was making money fast. I was making my $100 in 2.5 delivery hours on average, over about 2.6 delivery hours and 3.85 hours out as just sitting in my car. And then that all dropped in June. In June, it went up to over 5 hours for delivery time. It was 5.2 in almost 6 hours, a little over 6 hours for my average contract value, or for the time I was out, my just time out searching for orders. That's unacceptable. To see the difference between when I'm doing my normal approach and then seeing the approach that I know a lot of people are using out there, and essentially letting DoorDash decide what I earn, it was not, in my opinion, good. It wasn't end of the world. Could someone do it? Yes. Are they going to make a lot of money? Absolutely not. And they're going to barely get by, and it's going to be a struggle, and they're going to get angry, and they're going to get mad, and they're going to get upset, and they're going to end up having their car break down on them, and they're not going to have the funds to handle that issue because they've let DoorDash run them to the ground while squeaking by and making very small amounts, just enough probably to cover their base bills, never enough to set anything aside. And that's not where we can live. And I saw that in real time. Now, I didn't have a tremendously large sample size, but I saw that. And if DoorDash is going to play with me like they are on their acceptance rate, and we don't get this taken care of, then I am definitely not going to go back and serve them up because what I concluded is you're doing more orders, okay? You're going to do more orders and make the same or less money. And their goal is to get you to do more volume. That's their goal. That's what Earn by Time's about. That's what Diamond program's about. That's what the upcoming reward program's about. It's about volumizing the Dasher and saying, instead of making their money in 10 orders, they do it in 20 or 25. They don't earn more for 25. They earn the same, or they earn potentially less, sometimes a lot less. And that's their goal, because DoorDash makes the same amount of money per order, regardless of tip size or what the Dasher pay is. They're making money, and all they want to do is see that order delivered, done, and essentially turn in the money in their bank account. And then they say, well, we want to keep the Dashers coming back, so they hook us through their means and ways they do it, through programs, through gamification, through gamification, through all the different things. And I saw that in real time. I'm seeing it. I can see what's happening, what their game is. But I also know I have a decision on how I play that game. And perhaps maybe the way I play the game in the long run, it'll figure it out and it'll start to combat how I'm doing things. But the thing about it is it's not going to necessarily, my thought process and premise is, if you're using multiple apps, multiple gigs, multiple ways to make money, then it's always going to be short-term and little, and it's never going to have the chance. It's never going to know what you're doing. It's never going to figure out your game or how you're coming in. It might know you're working other apps, but it won't be able to get a long-term strategy unless you give them all of your attention like they want you to. Play their games, get their rewards, get their diamonds, get their things, and then you're going to do it. Anyways, I wanted to share this with you guys. Some of you may not agree with it, but I'm telling you from an empirical, data-driven approach, looking at my numbers, looking at things. This is what I saw, and I did get to Dash above 80, and it crashed. I'm willing to do it again, but we got to see what DoorDash does here with my acceptance rate. I'm not going to play their games here where they're gonna mess around with this thing, because I should be top Dasher this month. I want to be top Dasher for the sole purpose of having an entire month that I can go in and out of a Dash, and I want to see how it can be done and work my strategy. If not, then I guess what I will do is I'll have to decide how I want to do this and what my approach is, but I need them to come to a conclusion on exactly what my acceptance rate is so we can have it right. And then I'll do probably 100 Dashes with them like I did last month. Maybe we're doing it in August. We'll see. I don't know. I have to think. Or maybe I won't do it at all, and I'll just say, you know what, I'm going to go back. But those will all be things that will be decided once DoorDash and I come to a resolution with this situation with my acceptance rate. Anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody that watched today's video. I appreciate everybody that's watching my videos, commenting, interacting. I encourage everybody, again, start a YouTube channel, put out a video, let me know about it. I will watch it. Share your thoughts, share your experience. I want to hear it. Everybody should want to hear it. The more experiences we share, the more things we share, the more stuff that's going on, the more things we can see, the better we become. and we have a chance to turn the water cooler into a monetized paying gig, and that is awesome, and that's amazing. And I encourage everybody to take advantage of that right in front of you, and go create an opportunity to get paid. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today, or wanted to come to you with an update. So, as everybody has probably seen my short, I received my top dasher, or at least I thought I received it because things have been found in my favor. There's more. So, the story is not over. And I'm going to go over everything with you today as far as that is concerned. So this morning I woke up to a comment in my YouTube channel stating that another individual who had been having similar issues that I was having was given Top Dasher. That it appeared whatever issue was holding that account back from getting Top Dasher was resolved. He had reached out to me. I went in, looked at mine, and realized it hadn't come to mind. I went into my emails, and in my email was a email from Dasher support indicating that my ticket from Monday was closed out and that they were providing me with a further explanation as to how completion rate was calculated. Now, I had gotten an email on completion rate like 2 days ago from one of the chat people, and I was confused by it, but I had been told that the ticket was still open, and I kind of had ignored it. This time, though, I was a little concerned. So I chatted in, talked to, I don't know if it was a chat bot or a person, but they seemed to say the same exact things. And they indicated that the ticket was resolved, and again proceeded to tell me that I did not qualify for Top Dasher, that I needed to be at least at 68%. I was at 67, and I just disconnected the chat. I wasn't going to go through getting yelled at by whatever that is that's chatting with me on the other end. So I called in, got on the phone with a very nice lady, and she asked me to provide her with additional screenshots. I did. I sent her the video from the other day. She started digging in because she did tell me at the beginning of the conversation that the ticket had not gone in my favor, but she did see that it appeared everything that had been sent to me was regarding completion rate, which she agreed was a bit strange. She dug in, and just like the other agent said, oh, there's something wrong here. So I sent her screenshots, explained everything. Again, she reviewed the previous ticket. She said, give me a few moments. I'm going to talk to the escalation team or somebody. She goes off the line, comes back online, and basically says they have acknowledged that DoorDash is acknowledging that I have an issue, a valid issue, and that they are acknowledging that essentially something needs to be done. And they sent me, and she said she was, I had explained I wasn't dashing right now because of the fact that I didn't want to mess my account up. So she had said that she was going to send me an email that I would have for my records, which I'm going to put up on the screen, essentially stating that they acknowledge that my acceptance rate right now today was 70%, and that it should have been 70%, and that is what my acceptance rate is. And that, again, it should be 70%, that there's no valid explanation for why my app would say 70%. On the 23rd, and then how the records could drop to 67 and then go back up to 70% on the 1st. So she sent me that email, And I was kind of like, okay, I appreciated everything she had done. So I'd asked her, I said, well, exactly how long is this going to be? Because I said, I'm not dashing until this gets resolved. So when I got off the line with her, I said, you know what? I was reserving reaching out to Tony Hsu. I had watched what he'd recently put out on his podcast, and he said, hey, dashers are more than a number. So I thought, you know what? I had said I would reach out to Tony Hsu and let him know what was going on and see if there was something he could do on his end to try to rectify this situation. So I went ahead and said, you know what? The time is now. That ticket got turned down. I'm been told there's an indefinite timeline. So I wrote Tony Hsu an email and then attached in screenshots of that email, screenshots of my acceptance rate on the 23rd with the date attached. I had one of those screenshots with my acceptance rate, what it was today, screenshots of all the tickets I'd been through. And I sent him this email. Tony, hello, sir. My name is Dasher on your platform. Have been since 2021. I wanted to seek your assistance with an issue that has occurred with my Dasher account, and it seems the port is struggling to get fixed. I am not currently able to dash until it gets fixed. Gig work is my full-time endeavor, and DoorDash is a large volume of my earnings, so I'm eager to get back on the road. Essentially, my app says my acceptance rate is 70%, yet support is saying that it's 67%. The thing is, I haven't dashed since 6/23 as I was on a family vacation. On that date, I took a screenshot showing 70%. I knew I would not be dashing anymore for the month. I also knew my account qualified for Top Dasher. Upon returning on the 2nd, I checked and was surprised no Top Dasher was awarded. I then checked and support said it was at 67% for June. They said that they could see for July I was at 70%. At first, they tried to say it was due to dashing on the 1st. Issue is, I haven't dashed since the 23rd of June. So if my AR was 67% on the 30th, then how did it raise to 70% a day later with no dashing activity? I also provided screenshots. Since then, it's been a frustrating experience of submitting multiple tickets with no one able to explain the issue. I am not using my account until it can be explained. I am hoping you can help me with this and get me back on the road. I left them my phone number and my email. Now, I didn't know if he was going to respond or what. And then about an hour later, I received Top Dash. And I wasn't sure. I thought, well, somebody went in and looked. I wasn't sure if it was related to that email or not. And then at 5 o'clock today, I received this email, which I'm going to put up. Hi, Stephen. And I'm not going to put the person's name up. My name is blank, and I am reaching out on behalf of the Advanced Escalations team at DoorDash. Tony passed along your note, and I wanted to ensure I connect with you in regards to discussing your acceptance rate. We appreciate your patience and are eager to make things right for you. While this issue is being investigated, the Top Dasher status has been added to your account. I'm currently reviewing your inquiry. Once I have an update, I will be sure to follow up with an email. In the meantime, if you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reply to this email, and I will respond as soon as possible. Your reference number is blah, blah, blah. Best Advanced Escalation Specialist. So, it's not resolved. They are still investigating, but Tony Hsu is involved. So one thing I will say this is I will give Tony credit for him to get involved in this case for me shows that he does care about his platform, in my opinion. I am obviously a nobody. I don't have any footprint. I have 700 subscribers. I am the smallest pebble in a big, big pond. So for him to take the time to get involved and send this to the escalation team, and then make sure my account has Top Dasher while it's waiting. Obviously, I, thinking it was resolved and not having seen this email, jumped out on the road, and I am now dashing, and I have now dashed. However, it's clear it's in the hands of Tony and his escalation team. So I am hopeful we can get an explanation, and that given that the highest levels of the company are now involved in this issue, I am hopeful we will see and find out, what actually is going on here and why this situation occurred. So, put in the comments what you think. Are you surprised that Tony Hsu got involved? Would anyone have expected this? This is why you look. This is why you have to have documentation. This is why you back up everything. This is why you screenshot. This is why you make sure you're protecting yourself. And then when you do, and a mistake happens, you can adequately advocate for yourself. And on top of that, you can make sure that they listen. And in this case, they're looking into this. And in this case today, I have Top Dasher, and I have enjoyed having it today. Although my acceptance rate is now at 65%, and my completion rate is at 94% because I left my red card at home originally, and I took a red card order. It was actually a very good order. It was an add-on. It was a mess. I'm really disappointed. And now I'm missing that $9 right now that I would have made. But anyways, plenty of time to get all that resolved as this month moves on and transpires. But it's also why when you're dealing with support, when you're dealing with anything, be professionals, guys. You're business people, be professionals, and it will work out. So I will, of course, continue to provide updates as I learn and find out. And we see what Tony Hsu finds out for me and the advanced escalation team. And I do believe I'm going to get answers. And whatever those answers are, I will share with everyone. But listen, don't be afraid to go to the highest places of a company. I'm not. I mean, like I said, where I came from, I'm not afraid of the CEO. I'm not afraid to talk to the CEO. I have no problem doing that. I dealt with that. I dealt with the high level people when I was in my previous profession. So it's not a problem for me. But I also know that if you have someone that actually does care about the company and the people that work for them, that they will do what's right and advocate, and see what happens. Anyways, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I didn't, like I said, I thought I was going to be doing a different video. I thought I was going to be doing a wrap-up video and saying, hey, all's good, all's whatever. But, I do have Top Dasher right now, but we'll see what happens with the AR. I don't have answers on that, and I hope to have some for you guys in the near future. Thank you to everybody who stuck with me. Thank you to everybody who gave me good wishes. Thank you to everybody who's given me their thoughts. Stand by. We are going to figure this out, and I am going to bring to you exactly what's going on. And if anyone else is affected out there, contact me and let me know. And then I think it's, you need to be contacting DoorDash support, and you need to follow the steps. And then you need to reach out to Tony Hsu and let him know, and reach out. There is a person that I will give you their name, and, I will reach out to my specialists and let them know how deep this problem runs. But if anybody else out there is having a problem and it hasn't been resolved, let me know. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. I'm coming to you today with a special video. A video that I hope will help it to be more easily understood how the DoorDash cash flow works on an order and why it is so very important, truly very important, that we should be focusing on base pay, and why when we don't, it's costing drivers money. Now, I understand this is something that we really, in the short term, have limited things we can do about it. But in the long term, when we're asked what needs to happen, this is exactly why transparency regarding the monies that are going in and out of an order should be number one on the list of things that we need help with. And if that happens, it would have a game-changing effect on how a driver would look at offers and would begin to have a proper negotiation as it's laid out in the TOS with these apps, where we would be negotiating what we should be negotiating in the first place. And that is the base pay, or the actual pay for the delivery time, minus the tip. That the tip is actually costing us money, big money, and allowing these apps to keep a larger amount of money than they should be keeping. So guys, we're going to jump inside my phone. I'm going to break this down, and we're going to walk through an order, and I'm going to show you where the money's going. Now, obviously, I don't know if everything is 100% accurate in terms of what I'm going to show you, because we don't see the information that we would need to. But if we did, we'd be able to understand better exactly what the cost of the services is, and we would be able to negotiate with these apps and get better pay out of them, and have a better outcome, I think, for drivers everywhere. So guys, let's jump into the app here and let's get started. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. So we are inside my phone, and I'm going to take you through here real quick and break down what I'm going to try to show you here. So you should see here, I'm going to take my face off the screen here so you can see the full screen. And now you should be able to see here the breakdown here. So the way I want you to see this is you're going to see these boxes here. At the very top, you've got the restaurant and the customer, because these are the two entities that are essentially paying money. Although all money enters, we want to be clear on this, all money enters from the customer. All money is actually paid by the customer. Now, the restaurant is providing their food and is providing, the product, but the customer is the one that is infusing all of the money into the transaction. But I have them together up here because together they are paying DoorDash essentially, but the money comes from the customer. So I've taken all these figures off of DoorDash brochures and flyers, and also from the actual delivery screens. So from the customer side, we're dealing with a $100 order here. This is a made up, make believe. What happens when a customer spends $100 on food with DoorDash? And what happens is this. First of all, the customer is going to pay their delivery fee. They're going to pay a delivery fee. They're going to pay a maintenance fee. And I have it normally it's capped at $15 or 20% is what the customer is going to pay, unless they have Dash Pass, and then it's less. But in this case, this customer paid $15 in additional DoorDash fees. Of course, there's taxes and things. And then they also paid a $5 tip to the driver. So in this case, they paid $120 for $100 worth of food. So the way this is represented here is there's $15, and that's going to we're going to represent that as money paid for purposes of affecting this delivery. So that $15 comes from the customer and moves down here. And then the restaurant, who at this point would be set to receive the $100 for the food, will pass on of that $100, $35 more to meet their 35% fee that they've agreed to pay DoorDash. And that will also move down here to money paid for delivery. Now, this is significant because what we're talking about when we say money paid for delivery, this is the money right here
This is the money pot right here that is being paid for purposes of affecting the delivery. And this is the money right here that's going to be negotiated between DoorDash and the driver. And the process of that negotiation will determine who gets to keep the most of this money. Now, that's significant because essentially, this money, you could, if DoorDash was not involved in this transaction, then essentially this would be the money that if the driver would have been responsible for negotiating the payout and the value of the services, this is the money that would have actually gone to the driver had the driver come in and said, listen, we want, I'm getting 35% from the restaurant for helping them out, and I'm getting $15 or 20% from the customer. Therefore, the driver would have $50 for the purpose of affecting and completing that delivery in that transaction. But because DoorDash exists, DoorDash has negotiated this. So the money is essentially being held by DoorDash, and DoorDash is responsible for passing it on to the driver. And the big thing to understand here is that DoorDash holds themselves out to be a technology provider. They have made it very clear. They are not an employer. They are not a restaurant. They're not responsible for preparing food or for delivering food. They're responsible for providing the technology to allow that transaction to occur. So as a result, they collect a fee for providing the platform and the services that assist in completing the transaction. And this is true. You can see all the fees from the restaurant, hence that's why I got it. You can see the clear fees that the customer is paying when you go in as a customer to order. The only place where you can't clearly see any fees that DoorDash is being paid is on the driver's side, because DoorDash doesn't show any of that information. And this is where the problem begins for DoorDash, because DoorDash holds that they are simply a platform and a technology provider. This would mean that the contract with the driver should reflect the amount paid by the restaurant and the customer for the services of the driver. And then it should reflect the amount the driver is sharing with DoorDash for purposes of having used the platform and having been provided the service of DoorDash, all the services DoorDash has provided, one of which is helping to safely and securely transfer the monies that are owed to the driver from the restaurant and the customer. And that should be reflected as a percentage. And that is the point that should be being negotiated between the drivers and DoorDash. However, because DoorDash doesn't show that information and doesn't provide that information and doesn't have any transparency at all, the driver is not in a position to negotiate at all with DoorDash. And in fact, this is where it gets really interesting, because DoorDash then uses programs like the Diamond program, like withholding the ability to dash now, withholding the ability to understand exactly what the payouts are. They use all of these tactics to try to encourage the drivers to accept orders for amounts that are lower than what they really should be receiving. And they allow them to essentially drive up the cost of their service and get the drivers to agree to accept a higher fee for the services being provided than what they really should be being provided. And because most politicians, most government officials do not look at DoorDash in this way, and they look at DoorDash as an employer, they approach it from the wrong perspective. Because the issue at hand is one of the main issues and driving issues here is that DoorDash should be providing a transparent and consistent way for drivers to understand the cost of the service they're providing. And there's some serious constitutional and legal issues when a business is charging for a service in a way that the individuals paying for that service are unable to understand the cost of the service in a way that it ends up damaging them or costing them their property or their money. And in this case, that's what DoorDash does every time. It hides things, and every time it forces a driver or entices a driver or gets a driver to accept an order, without sharing the information that's really required for the driver to make an intelligent decision. So in this case here, the thing you've got to understand is this: when you look at this order, let's follow the flow of the money. The customer in the restaurant, in this case, has paid $50 for purposes of effecting this delivery. This money is being held by DoorDash. The driver enters the picture with no idea how much money has been paid, no idea what the cost should be, no idea what the breakdown is. And DoorDash goes out and says, okay, Mr. Driver, I'm going to offer you $2.25, and the customer has added a $5 tip. So we're going to show you $7.25. Now, the driver has no idea at that moment whether the base pay is $2.25, whether it's $7.25, whether it's $4.25 and a $3 tip. All they know is that there's a guaranteed payout of at least $7.25, to which DoorDash says, take it or leave it. And the driver says, well, it's 3 miles, $7.25. I'll take it. Now, for DoorDash has collected the fees from the restaurant and the customer, and regardless of 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile, 5 miles, this money has been paid to them. And the tip doesn't matter. There could have been no tip there. DoorDash is still going to get that $50. And if the driver accepts the $2.25 and says, okay, essentially what they've agreed to is yes, there's been $50 paid for purposes of effecting that delivery. DoorDash has said, we have decided that the value of our services today to you, Mr. Driver, is a 95.5% fee. Do you accept that? We will pass on $2.25 to you, plus you will get your tip. Anybody who would see this and say, wait a minute, DoorDash, you're keeping $47.75 of my money for effecting this delivery? And DoorDash will say, well, yes, you agreed to it. Well, no, I didn't, because I didn't know that. DoorDash says, well, it doesn't matter. We showed it to you, and you said it was a valuable enough order and a profitable enough order, and you took it. This is where the problem lies. And this is why what we should be negotiating each and every time is base pay. And DoorDash should be required to show us what the actual payout is being paid from the restaurant, from the customer, for purposes of the delivery, and it's meant to be passed on to the driver. And they should be reflecting the amount that's paid to the driver, and then reflecting the amount that the driver is paying back to DoorDash for use of the service, because that is what's happening here. So under this scenario, if these numbers were actual numbers that were being used, and they may be, the driver would effectively be paying a $47.75 fee back to DoorDash, and then the driver would be getting to keep $2.25 for the opportunity to complete that delivery, and then also would get to keep the $5 gratuity that would have shared by the customer to the driver, and they would essentially walk in with $7.25, while DoorDash would clear $47.75 of the money. And that's what DoorDash gets to keep. So the question at hand is that fair? Is that correct? And should DoorDash be able to hide from the drivers, if they're holding out that they are a delivery platform, that they are a service providing platform? Should they be able to hide the true cost of the service to the drivers? And the answer to that question would be no. But because most drivers don't view the platform in this way, and don't require or don't ask or don't advocate and say, show us the base pay, screw the tip, put the tip at the very end. We want to know, what is the actual cost? What are the fees that are being paid through the restaurant, through the customer, that are meant for the driver? Now, again, I understand some of you may come back and say, well, wait a minute, that $35 fee, under this case of 35% fee, all of it's not intended for the driver. And all of it might not be, but I don't know, because it doesn't really specify with any specificity. We know that's the fee being paid, but what is the amount that should be going to the driver? Because there is a portion that the restaurant's paying for the driver services. There's also a portion that the customer's paying for the driver services. And we need to understand exactly what those amounts are. And we need to know what that is. And since we know what the customer pays and we know what the restaurant pays DoorDash for their services, what exactly is the driver paying? And this is the question that we need answers to. This is the question that should have been asked to Tony Xu. This is the question that should be asked to Uber, to Lyft, to all of these services, because every single one of these apps operates in the exact same way. All right, guys, let's jump outside of my phone and we'll wrap this up. Guys, so I hope that presentation came through and it helps shed a little bit of a better understanding on how we as drivers should be looking at these apps from DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber, Lyft, all of them. Because this is, I use DoorDash in this example now, but this applies to every single gig app out there. Every single one of them is a technology platform that is simply providing a service to the driver to help them with perform and transact tasks for their business, revenue generating tasks. And when you use the Uber platform, when you use the Grubhub platform, when you use the DoorDash platform, you're simply using the platforms and their technology to complete the deliveries or the orders or the task at hand that they have offered you a contract for. And then you are essentially, there's money in each of these platforms that has been set aside or been collected that they're holding. Think of it like an escrow, or they're holding it in an account for whenever they find their driver and dispatch their driver. And then out of that money, the platform is entitled to a fee on the driver portion. The problem we have is none of these apps really do a very good job of showing the driver what that is, what that cost is, and breaking it down in that way. And the reason they do that is because they understand that they don't want to be locked in to a particular cost or a particular fee, because they understand if they can entice a driver through making them believe acceptance rate matters, making them believe that these programs matter, making them believe that they need to accept some of these lower paying orders in order to make more money over here or get tips or get the higher tipped orders, then they know they can collect bigger and bigger fees and bigger percentages of the driver's money. Because if they can get you to do a $7 order, like say on the Spark platform, you take a $7 base pay order and the customers tip $10 and you think you're getting 17, but they've collected $20 of money that should be going to the driver or is thought to be going to the driver in the transaction, and they get to keep 13 of it. They've essentially charged the driver a $13 hidden fee that the driver's never seen, isn't aware of, and the driver happily says, well, I got my $7 and my $10 tip. Actually, you should have gotten maybe a $30 payout in that situation. But because you were focused only on tips and you said, well, I'll take the minimum base pay. I don't need base pay. I want tips. You just left $13 on the table. Money that was entitled to you, money that you should have negotiated for, and money that these apps should have shown why they got what they got and made sure that they provided an equal value to what they're charging you for the services they're providing. And if they can't show that it's a consistent amount that's held to market standards, there's legal issues surrounding that. And there's also, potential problems that can arise for the platforms when looking at how they're administering these contracts and what they're asking their drivers to do and how they're asking the drivers to operate. But anyways, guys, listen, this is why you need to ensure at a very minimum that you are going out and maximizing your value on your orders. Negotiate with these apps. Do not worry about your acceptance rate if it's not making you money. Let your acceptance rate follow your money. Go out, demand value from these apps, demand to be paid fair market value,
If you do so, the apps will find the money to pay you. Trust me, it's there. They will figure out what to do, whether that's going back and asking the customer to tip more, which they will almost never do, or cutting you in to more money and lowering the amount of money they're going to take on the back end off of that order. Anyways, guys, I hope this was an informative video. I hope you got something from it. Let me know in the comments what you think about it. As always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash is here, and we are going to do a little bit of a ride along today. So I am out here and in that back from vacation. I'm in the middle of my dispute with DoorDash. I'm waiting for a call back from the escalation team. I did not realize it, but I missed the call last night. So all that's going on, and I said, let's go out and dash today. It's my first day back, and the goal here is to get at least $100 in today. It's about 2 o'clock. So I'm not doing DoorDash right now. I'm leaving the DoorDash account out. I also got some good news. I am now officially personally back on Spark. Gave me a welcome back package, $200, 10 trips. And for the 4th and the 5th of July, which is today, $4 extra. There's currently a deal they keep sending back to me. It's a Sam's Club deal for $11.04 to a business. It says apartment, but it's not an apartment. It's to a business. There's no tip, but of course it says tips can be added later, and I know that. So I never looked at tips on Spark. That's always just been my way. So technically it's $15 for 3 miles, and that's from the store to the deal. And then, of course, I'm guaranteed it would be, if I complete 10 trips between now and the 10th of July, it would actually be a $20 payout, minimum base pay, as part of the welcome back package. So that one's floating around. I'm seeing if they're going to add more to it. In the meantime, on my way there, I took a Grubhub order just to get started with Grubhub. It's a dollar per mile, $6 McDonald's order at a McDonald's. It's on the way to that Sam's Club. So I figured, why not pick that up? Because if I end up taking it, then I'll have 17 in the car, plus 4, that'll put me at 21, and I'm 21% of the way done, and that's all guaranteed pay. So, anyways, we're back at it. Things are going to get a lot easier, I believe, having Spark, Grubhub, Uber, DoorDash, Instacart, Shipped. I mean, I'm going to have the full fleet working completely 100% able to work everything on all of these apps. So it's going to be good times. And I'm going to take you along today, show you some orders I'm doing, show you what's happening, show you what it looks like. Anyways, guys, let's get to the restaurant. First things first, let's get to the McDonald's here and hopefully have a smooth pickup and drop off, because it looks like a majority of these miles was to get to the restaurant. And then it's only about, I think about a mile or 2 down the road from the restaurant. It's where I'll drop this off. And then we'll see about doing the Spark order at Sam's Club and seeing how that turns out. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. You have a good one. Stay cool, right? All right, guys. Dad Dash back here with a little bit of an update. So, let's roll through some orders here. First order that we talked about, the $6, I believe it was 58 cents. Got an add-on from Grubhub while we were at the restaurant. I probably shouldn't have taken it. In fact, looking back at it, I definitely shouldn't have. But I thought, well, it seemed like it was all close and like it could all be wrapped up and like it would enhance the order. It was a $5 2-mile order, but those 2 miles were a little longer than what I expected. And then on top of that, the order was ready, but they were it was a deli and they were understaffed, and I had to wait a little bit, which essentially killed my order time. Then I get to the restaurant or to the customer, and it's a business, that I end up having to park because of the access to the business a block down the street and walk in the hotness to the customer. Anyways, we got it done. We got it delivered. Then I sat there contemplating a couple of Spark orders, and now I'm doing the first official Dad Dash Spark in a long time, and that is a $16 and I believe it's $16.58. Yeah, sorry, $16.56. Plus, I believe I have a $4 kicker, and then I have the, if I do 10 orders between now and the 10th, which is over the next 5 days, so it's basically 2 orders a day, then I will get a guarantee of $200. So they will bump that up, which in this case would be a bump up of a couple of dollars. Plus, I got the extra 4, so it's like having a $24 order, essentially. So that is what's going on with that guy. All right, guys. Dead Dash here. We just got done with the shop. It was an easy one. Took us 11 minutes to shop. It was actually turned out to be 4 items. I don't know why, but Spark counts the bag as an item. Whatever. Anyways, we now have a 13-minute drive out to the customer, which will put us closing this order out at about 3:32, which will mean we'll be on this order for about 33 minutes. All right, guys, so Dad Dash back here. We made that delivery, and again, there's a reason why I do not ever count money until it's there, because there's always something that you miss or a little thing that something you don't see. And in this case, there was something I didn't see, and that was that the $4 an order is actually only for a specific Walmart, which is the other Walmart, not the one I took the shop for. So we ended up making, let's see here. We ended up making $15.56. We have a $1 tip, and then that completed one of 10 that we need to complete in order to guarantee ourselves $200 for our first 10 Spark orders, as long as we complete 10 of them by the 10th. So we are going to definitely work hard to make that happen. Where does this put us for the shift so far? 19 miles driven, $28.14 total pay with the $1 tip in there, and a total $18.76 order value. And we've only driven 0.8 dead miles. So that's a really, really good dead mileage range. When I was driving just DoorDash, I had a lot of dead miles, but we have covered it. And we've been delivering for 90 minutes. And I don't have my overall because I haven't plugged in the time or finished that out. So for now, we've delivered 90 minutes. I'd say we've been going since, let's see here. Our first delivery we did was at 2:07. So we've been going for just under 2 hours, and we've made, like I said, about $28.14. And not very impressive. I mean, $18 an hour delivery time is not good at all, really. But it's middle of the afternoon. We're trying to just keep steady working. And we need 71.86 to hit the first 100 of the day. So we are going to keep going with that. The other thing is we've done 3 orders. And remember, the first 2 orders were rather low. So we've driven up our per order up to $9.38 per order, which was way lower than that. My goal per order is at least a minimum of 10 per accepted contract. So we're on our way there. Now it's time to start getting a little more selective with what we're taking and make sure we're realizing $10 or more before these wheels are turning towards a restaurant or a pickup or anything like that. So I've got all the apps back on except for DoorDash. We're going to find another order. It's 3:52 p.m. and I will be back as soon as I find the next order, and let's see how long it takes me. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. We got another order. It took us a little while. This order came in at 4:33, and I guess, what was it, 4:29. So we got an order 4 minutes later. So we are heading to go get this order. It is a 14:45, 13-mile order, but it keeps us all within the same range. So it's for Pizza Daddy. Never picked up here before, so this is a new restaurant. We're going to go grab this, pick this up, get this delivered, and book this $14. And I will be back as soon as we get done. And of course, I'll see you at the restaurant picking it up. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got the order completed and picked up, as you saw. Ended up with a order value on the order of $26.27. So not bad at all. That's our best order value of the day, by the way. We promptly got a $7 for 6 mile order. I turned it down because I'm going to stop off and get something to eat, unless it was something really good and enticing. So where we're at right now, right before we get into dinner, is, let's see here, where are we at? We are sitting at $48.20. So we need about $51 to hit 100 for the day, and we're sitting at a $20 delivery order value. So we need to get some better orders for certain. Not a good order value, not a good delivery order value at all. I know we're in the dumps as far as our overall value, because like I said, it's about 521, and we started at, what was it, around 2 o'clock. So we've been going for 3 hours and only made $48. And of course, that is without the help of DoorDash, so I'll note that. So hopefully with dinner, Uber and Grubhub will heat up. I'm going to run in here to Chipotle, grab a couple tacos, and then we're going to get on the road for dinner. So I will see you guys on the other end of this, hopefully with an order to report. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got another order. I literally got done eating my lunch, got out to the, or late lunch, early dinner, got out to my car and got a $12 and I believe it was 14 cents, $12 and some change Uber order, taking me, I mean, it says 11 miles, but it's literally keeping me right in the zone that I want to be in. And I anticipate I can find another Uber or hopefully Grubhub, or this is actually putting me right near the Walmart Spark place that's giving $4 extra. So should have an order I hope to report on soon. It's about 6:12. I've got the food in the car and I'm pulling up to the customer's house probably in the next minute. So I will be back, guys, to go over things, let you know how this order pays out, and go from there. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So we got that order delivered, and we ended up with a $24.30 order value. However, it is a max tip order, meaning the tip showing is $8 for 15 base pay. $12.15 was the total offer showing. So that means on Uber Eats, there's more money to see. So, or more money potentially to come. It could be a penny. It could be $3. It could be, $12. You never know with Uber Eats and what the customer wants to leave you or what they left you. So we just know that there is potential there in an hour that more money could be on this order. So that's a good thing. So this puts us at needing, let's see here, $39.65 to hit the first 100 of the day. And it is about 6:19. So slow moving day, slower than what I would have liked. We just hit the first 4 hours. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So if you can hear that, I'm reversing because I got food in the car. So I was shooting a video and I got my next order, which was $12, a $12 and some change order, but it was an order and deliver. Normally I don't do these for Uber, but given the fact that today I'm lacking DoorDash and I'm lacking options, I said, well, why not go ahead and do this? So I went ahead and did it. I'm thinking hopefully maybe there'll be another extra tip order. Hopefully, I hope. We'll see. It worked out well. They had all the items, which is one of the reasons why I don't like to do them. And it really looks like it's going to turn out to not be too bad of an order value, and maybe there'll be extra tip on this that will take the price up. But we got the Uber order successfully delivered. Ended up getting a few dollars or a couple cents extra on the first Uber order. And we are now waiting on, in fact, actually, it might even be already in. Let's see what that one was. It did end up being extra. Oh, wow. We received an $18.91 tip on, wow. Okay. So that was a nice one. So the order and pay, I just got it, $18.91 tip for a total payout on that one of $23.79. So that was a super nice order from Uber. I haven't even put that into the earnings, so that's going to really have a nice impact. Anyways, after we got done with that, I accepted a Spark order for a 7:45 pickup. Of course, it wasn't ready. So while I was waiting for it, I had a little bit of time. I did an $8.90 Grubhub order, which was going to put me at $103. Now I'll be at $113 for today due to that super duper nice Uber order. So kudos to Uber there for that one. That was really good. So we just picked up the Spark order and we are on our way over to the first drop off. It's a double drop off, and that order should end up paying out $20 because of the $4 kicker, but I'm again not going to count that until I see it. And then of course, if we complete 8 more orders after this, it'll go from $16 to $20 or $17 to $20 because of course Spark is guaranteeing me $20 an order for my first 10 orders. So anyways, guys, I'm on my way now to that drop off. And as soon as I get done dropping these off, I'll come back in and talk to you again, and we'll see where we're at. And I'll go over whether or not we got the $4 kicker or whether we have another order to talk about. Talk to you guys soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash is back here, and we made both deliveries successfully. No issues. And we earned the extra $4. I saw that in my incentives tab. So I'm not sure when I can't remember all that, but I think it does. It pays out kind of separately. It doesn't show up. It'll pay out, I think, at the end of the period. So I've got one of those, $4 extra. So all of that's good to go. And we are now heading back towards the hub of the market to see if we can at least get one more order. We've made $114 today. This order, of course, helped greatly with our miles situation because we are now sitting at $1.20 a mile. So huge improvement. Remember, we were as low as 90 cents a mile. Huge improvement with the Spark orders being added in there, especially with that one with being at $20. So now we're sitting at $25.69 on the average delivery order value. Huge improvement there. Wanted to get that up to at least a minimum of 25. Would love to push it to 30. And then that would help to see that our average order value, which is this for the time that we're out, will get healthy. But right now we don't know what that is. Now we've done 9 total deliveries for an average of $12.75 an order. So huge improvement there because we were at $9 in order earlier today. Actually, when we started out, we were at almost $5.50 for the first 2. So huge improvements. This is why you've got a multi-app. This is why you've got to pull it all together, and you've got to try to get your body of work in. So we've only delivered today 268 minutes of the time we were out, and we're making $25.69 an hour while we're out, meaning it's taking us a little under 4 hours to earn $100, and that's good. But obviously, I would like to earn it quicker. But without DoorDash and having every app in the mix, I think we would have had no problem having this at 30 if we'd had DoorDash in the mix, especially if we could have popped the large order program. But again, I'm staying vigilant. So I'm going to head back over here. I'll either come back to you with the wrap up and I'll have final numbers, or I will come to you with the next order, which will probably be the final order of the night, and we'll see what we can find up here as we get up near the nice hub. It looks like BJ's Brew House is hot, so hopefully we can find a good Uber Eats order again that pays out real nice, and then the night strong. All right, guys, I will talk to you soon, and I'll be back in a little bit. All right, guys, Dad Dash here. So we just completed an order. I didn't get a chance to get it. I was actually filming a video when I got the order to come through, when the order came through, but it was a real quick one. It was a quick noodles company, $8.48 going 1 mile. So we were literally sitting almost right next door to Noodles and Company. We grabbed it, picked it up, made a quick $31.80 order value for a total of $8.48. We didn't make $31, but it was an $31 order value. So I picked it up, of course, it was under my $10 that I like to see, but it was a great order value. It kept me right here in this area. So I am hopeful. That was our 10th order of the day. And we have we've averaged, or we're averaging, let's see here, $12.32 an order. So we have made today $123.24. And our average order or delivery order value has gone up. We increased it from the last time we talked to $26.04. I'm not sure what the overall for the day will be, but we will see where that ends up. We might not do another order. I'm going to be sitting here for probably, I'm going to give it till about 9:30, and at 9:30 I'm going to call it and start heading home, and then call it a day. And that's where we're going with that. But I would have, like I said, I would have definitely liked to have hit 150 for the day. That would have been nice, but wasn't to be. So, or might not be. I don't know. You never know. We could end up with a banger of a Uber order, because they're only going to show me in this area it's $2 base pay. So in this area, a $10 order could end up being a $40 payout, because that's all you're going to see, especially because I'm sitting in close proximity to the restaurants. So somebody gets a big order from Outback or BJ's or Red Lobster, it can come to my phone and boom. But anyways, I'll be back, guys, with either the wrap up or the next order, whichever comes first. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and we did not end up taking any orders, so I'm here. Tried to come to a well-lighted parking lot to do the wrap up. So here it is, guys. We're wrapping it up today. Our full day without DoorDash. No DoorDashing whatsoever today. Back on the Spark platform. And, well, look at this. I'm getting an offer right now. So let's see. What's it want me to do? Go to 7-Eleven and then come back up to my neighborhood. We're going to have to do that offer. Anyways, I'll be back. I'll probably wrap it up. They had me going to the 7-Eleven over here and then coming to a house in my neighborhood. So why not do a take-home order for $8.02? We're going to go do that for Uber, and then I'll come back to you with the real final stats. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a second. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and I'm coming to you with the wrap-up, finally. So what a disaster that order was, guys. Wow. Okay, so let me tell you the story of that order, which I still have the items I got to dispose of, crap that I don't even need, but whatever. So I go to 7-Eleven, pick up the order, get to the drop-off, and lo and behold, the customer's contacting me, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And they're like, hey, I'm at the rest stop heading from Maryland into West Virginia. I'm at the West. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. How did your address end up right near my house? Because literally the place I was at is one of my neighbors. I said, how did he said, I don't know. It just happened. I need you to come out here. I said, well, I'm not going anywhere until, I get cleared through support. So I call support. Of course, I get disconnected. It ends up taking, 15 minutes to get through the support and get this whole thing worked out. Ultimately, I'm getting paid the full $802. I did not have to drive anymore because I said, I'm not driving all that. So that's like 10 miles. And then not to mention an additional like 6 miles to get back to here. I said, no way. And they said, okay, you don't want to continue with the order then? We'll let you out of the order. I said, fine. Of course, the customer's getting very hyped. I said, the customer's like calling me and texting me. They said, we'll take care of the customer. I said, okay, thank you. So anyways, that ended up tanking some of the numbers I was going to share with you. But anyways, regardless, let's get into the final numbers of the day. So without DoorDash, and this is significant because I did these numbers without DoorDash being part of today, and I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. And the funny thing is, I ended up doing much better than I did working primarily DoorDash about 3 Wednesdays ago in terms of time worked, average overall order value, and delivery order value. So we ended up with a total earned of $131.26. That we drove 128 total miles for $1.03 miles to money. Now, I want you to also hear a couple other things, right? We did 11 orders. We'd done 10 orders. We did 11 orders at a total of $11.93. We were over $12 before this disaster order hit, but we were at $11.93. Still came in at an average of $10 an order. Average order value for the day was $19.12. We worked 6.87 hours in total for 412 minutes. We had a $24.84 average delivery order value. Now we were over 25. We were at 26 before this disaster hit. 317 minutes. Now, here's an interesting number, right? You go, Dad, why would you work at $1.03? That's not what I accepted. What I accepted was at $1.82 a mile. In other words, what I saw on my screen was $1.82 a mile. I averaged 5 miles per order in dead miles. Okay. And I averaged 37 minutes per order. My offered miles was only 72, and I was at $1.82 offered miles versus the end result was the back end, the unknown miles, what the apps weren't showing you. This is how skewed the apps are, guys. And that's why I'm tracking this. And some of you may be in the same situation and not even know it if you're not tracking this the way I am. I still ended up over $1 a mile, but the difference was 128 actual driven miles versus 72 offered. So if you look at paper, if you look at what I was offered and you just went off your offer screen, that's all you were calculating against and said, well, what's my miles to money? You would be thinking, okay, the apps would be saying, no, we're offering our drivers. DoorDash's programs would be telling you, again, this is offered miles of $1.82, actual miles $1.03. So that is, to me, significant. We worked 77% of the time we were out. And let's get to the nuts and bolts of it. How did we do? How was the cash flow of the day? $17.71 in taxes. Well, gross revenue, as I stated, was $131.26. We have to set aside $17.71 for taxes, $12.80 for our car expense fund based on the actual mileage we drove. And then our actual gas cost was $9.29. That's based on our yearly average right now of $7 or 7.079 cents per gallon or per mile. And that left us with a cash flow shift profit loss of $91.46, which we took home. So not bad. We made $91.46 today, cleared $91.46. I'm okay with that. I mean, that's not a bad day, especially considering we didn't have DoorDash. We didn't have large order program. We didn't have any of the things that I would normally have had with DoorDash that I would have been able to look for and have them pitching me orders as well. Like I said, Spark is back in the mix. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what tomorrow looks like. I got a late start today. Had we had a lunch, I think we'd had a $200 day with no problem. If we'd added an extra 2 hours in there, because that would have been almost $75 and we were sitting at $131. We would have been sitting at probably $208, $209, $210, well over $200 in the heart of the summer, in the heart of the slowdown. I'm happy with that. Guys, hopefully you enjoyed today's video. A DoorDashless day, showing you the power of multi-apping, showing you why multi-apping is key and why you've got to be going out and making sure you have as many options as you can present. And I didn't even use all my apps. I just used Spark, Uber, and Grubhub today. I didn't use Ship. I didn't use Amazon Flex. I didn't use Draver. I didn't use Point Pickup. I didn't use DoorDash. Okay. And some of those had offers coming through that I wasn't even able to look at. And that's why I do use multiple phones, because when you start getting into that level of apps, you got to have several screens, even if you're using a big screen like this. Anyways, guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. If you've subscribed and you're a subscriber, if you do subscribe, I appreciate it and I'm forever grateful. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and coming to you with a little ride along tonight. So we're going to do a little Insta360 ride along, and we're going to go out here tonight, try to make some money. I've already done a couple orders tonight. I've made about $40 today, just kind of sporadically dashing and sparking. But let me tell you, today I've had a couple challenging orders. I will tell you that much. Had a DoorDash order that was the stack. That customer on the second delivery of the stack got a little frustrated. Had to call support to protect myself from getting a bad rating. And then we listen, both orders were not the smoothest orders. The first order, an item wasn't included. They had to make it. The second one, well, really, it was all that first one. And then when I got out there to go deliver the first order, my cell phone service wasn't working. I ended up, not having GPS. It went on the fritz, never told me to turn when I should have turned. And I had to reset the app out there in the middle of a country road. Luckily, I had a backup phone with me. Was able to get that all worked out, but not without tanking my order value. And then by the time I got it delivered, the second customer was frustrated because they thought I should have gone to their house first. Anyways, I had picked up a Spark order on my way out and got out there for the Spark order. Had a little bit of a long wait at Walmart, plus I had to get gas. So that order value ended up cratering a little bit, but that was more or less because I had to go get gas after the DoorDash order. Anyways, point is, it's been a little bit of a slow day in terms of, or a slower day in terms of just how things have panned out, how orders have gone. And then to top it off, I thought my son had football practice. Turns out he didn't. He had a fitting, and my older son dropped him off, and I have to go get him, the younger son now. And then we're going to keep dashing. But anyways, that's the setup for tonight. We're going to try to do at least 2 to 3 orders tonight, $10 or more, and try to push this $40 to $70. And if we can do that, I'll consider it a success. So guys, come along with me. When I get that first order, I'll come back and talk to you. And in the meantime, guys, I'm going to be looking for an order, looking to figure out what we're going to do. And when I do have that order, I'll come back and talk to you. All right, guys. Thank you for watching tonight. And let's see how much money we can make. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here. I just tested out a new area. I realized I could actually use my Insta360 on my MagSafe mounts in my car, and I'm using that. It's like you think about things and you're like, oh, I can only use it for this or for that. And it's crazy when you start to get creative with your mindset. There he is. I found my son. There he is. I'm literally sitting right there behind him. Ha, 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 ha. All right, guys, we're waiting for an order. We got Young Boy Never Broke Again on. DJ Scott Smooth is in the house. What's up, Scotty Smooth? Say hi to the people at home, bro. Hey, say hi. Say hi to the Teamsters. He's got some Sleepy Hollow. Love them all, baby. That's what he says. He loves all y'all, every one of y'all subscribers. He says Scotty needs a new pair of Jordans, man. That's right. Right, Scott? Right, Scott? Huh? Isn't that what you said? Hey, Dad, get to 1,000 subs so you can buy me a new pair of Jordans. Yeah. That's what he said. That's what he said, everybody. No, he said buy me a new pair of Jordans. Yeah.
All right, anyways, we're waiting for an order, guys. This order will go to Scott's Jordan's fund. Got a PC fund, bro, right here. We're waiting, guys. We're waiting until the camera overheats and the camera dies. Will we get an order offer? We just turned out a 932 for 7 miles, and it was a 932 for 9 miles. And we're like, no, we're not doing that shit. No DoorDash. $10. $10 fucking dollars, you guys. Uh-oh. Action and activities.
Can we fuck with no names? She said, boy, you famous. Some people know your name. Brand new place.
I've also got DoorDash fired up on my iPhone here. It's the same account, guys. Don't get excited. All right, don't get excited. It's the same account. See, right here. And but it's iPhone and Android. There's 2 different ones, T-Mobile and AT&T. That way I'm fully connected and able to get it. You see my T-Mobile phone, I don't even know where I'm at. You know what I mean? Like, come on, T-Mobile, get with your shit. And then, of course, we got Sparkity Spark right there. Get Scotty. Scotty Smooth's never seen Walmart Spark before. Have you, Scotty? Have you done Walmart Spark around here before? Huh? You have? When? It's been a while. It's been a while. Put some months on it, because I haven't had it. Uh-oh. I think I see something. Check it out. Take a little snickety peekety. We're getting close to the hot spot, Scott. We call it the hot Scott, don't we? Isn't that what it is? Not a hot spot, it's a hot Scott, right? Huh? Are we gonna overheat, or are we gonna get an order before we overheat? You think we're gonna overheat? I don't know. Scott says overheat. I hope not. Come on. Come on. Come on. Keep your fingers crossed, people at home. Keep your fingers crossed. Right there. Good luck right there. Oh, come on. Want to see Dad Dash? Y'all want to see Dad Dash right here, right? Come on. Y'all want to see Scotty Smooth? There's Scotty Smooth over there. Scott Cam. Look at him trying to act like you don't try to act completely unaffected. There it is. Scott Smooth. There's Dad Dash. Uncut, raw, uncut. Like you've never seen it before. It's a new series. Scotty is in it. Episode 1, baby. Numero uno. And he's still not having an order. Oh, it is? Come on! We gotta get an order. I mean, nothing. Not even Grubhub. Not any love whatsoever from any dash. They're all like, Dad Dash, screw you. We don't like you. You make too much money, Dad Dash. We don't want to give you money right now. Isn't that right, Scott? Is that what they're saying? Oh, order! 825, 4.7 miles. Uh-oh. And it's heading in the direction of the house. 814 Courthouse Drive. You know what? We're going to do it, guys. Live accept before the camera overheated. All right, guys. Thank you for watching on this. We'll be back to talk to you when we get to Firehouse Subs. Let the camera. All right, guys. Here we go. Got a little young boy in the background. Oh, who is it? Who is it, DJ? DJ, who is it? Oh, there it is. One Way. There it is. I never heard. But y'all heard of One Way at home? Tell me who it is. One Way. Oh, sorry. Autumn is the name. Autumn. Hell, all right. Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about. Right here, guys. Firehouse Subs, Smokehouse Beef Brisket. Anybody hungry? And notice, no customer name. What do y'all think about that? Huh? Are y'all seeing that in your market? Because I'm seeing it in mine. All right, guys, we're pulling up now. Little manifest going on right in here, and there he is. Firehouse Subs right there, guys, right there. Y'all can see it right there. Firehouse, check out our food. So let's hit that arrive. Let's see what happens. See what happens, magic. All right, and there you can see the name of the customer right there comes up. Look at that. Magically. All right, guys, let's get in there and get at it. All right, guys, we are back. My camera died because it was such a long wait, right? Talk to him, Scott. Talk to him. Oh, all right, anyways. All right, guys, we are heading to the drop-off. Yeah, man. You have a good one. Thank you. Thank you.
GPS signal lost.
Dash here, coming to you with another ride along today, guys, and we are gonna do some earn by time today. I'm gonna take you along. We've already got an order in the car. Ended up not working as much as I wanted to today. Actually, I haven't worked at all today because I was doing some other things, consulting with a friend regarding the gig world, and so I have not been out delivering, but I'm going to go out here and do a few hours of delivery, see what we can do. And I decided, you know what? It's been on my mind. Let's do a little earn by time and see what it's like. Let's change things up a little bit. So that's what we're doing. We're doing a little earn by time, maybe a little Spark, if opportunities come available with Spark. And we're going to see what we can make. And the goal is to try to get 5 orders delivered and make $50. Let's see if we can do it, guys. And we'll see where it comes from. So we're on our first order. It's Chick-fil-A. We're about 8 minutes away from the drop-off. And again, I don't have anything to report to you as far as amount. It was a 6-mile Chick-fil-A order. Looked like 4 items. I've got it packed in the back. And it looks like it's going, I believe, to someone I've delivered to before, but I don't know for certain. It's definitely in an area I've delivered to before, but we'll see what it is. So this area is $13.25 for the earn by time.
per hour base pay. And then, of course, you get all your tips. So we'll see how this turns out. I do know for a fact you can still get large order program orders on Earn by Time. I know they indicate that it's a situation where they're going to give you the lower paying orders, but we'll see. And go from there. Plus, this will give me a little ability to hopefully maybe increase my acceptance rate a little bit, because it's definitely dropped, and see if I can do it and do it profitably. And, you know, if I have to take some shitty orders while I'm doing this, hopefully at least I'm getting paid a minimum base pay that's somewhat decent, and maybe fill in any gaps there with hopefully maybe some decent tips. I don't know. We'll see. But let's get this first order delivered and dropped off, and then I'll be back. We'll see you at the drop off, and we'll go from there. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. Dad Dash here, and we've got that delivered. And as you can see here, $555 base, $250 tip, $805 total, and it was a $1967 overall order value once you factored in the tip. And so not great. Looks like we're going to get an offer here, though. So that's good. Let's see here. What are we going to get? Let's see here. Of course, we're going to have problems. Jesus Christ. And there it is. 3 items, 3.8 miles. Open. Well, we will go ahead and accept it, and I guess we'll just find out all the information. So there it is. That's what it looks like, guys. You just saw a live accept on Order by Time. 3 miles, 3 items, and Chopsticks is right around the corner. So let's get over there, get this picked up, see what this pays out. All right, guys. I'll be back to talk to you.
Okay. Thank you. How may I help you?
Pick it up for Matthew F.
Matthew F.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yep, you too. Picked up, and we are 7 minutes away, guys. So this one will be short, definitely a lower base pay, because this one's a quick order. But hopefully that means we get our third order of the hour fast, and maybe one that has a decent tip. I don't know if this one will have a good tip or not. It's 2 bowls and a crab ragoon. Interesting little piece of information, guys. I thought I'd share with you while we're driving over to this customer's house. This is weird, I guess. Okay. Anyways, to the customer's house for drop off, and that is this. As I mentioned earlier today, I was consulting with a friend on the gig world, and someone who's thinking of joining up. So I was kind of sitting down. We had lunch and had a long discussion about things. And one of the things I learned, I was trying to help them get signed up, and I confirmed 100% that yes, my area is on a wait list. So anybody that tells you, hey, DoorDash is able to throw in or is putting in, unlimited people, it's not true. My area is at max, and I can tell you, my area being a maxed out area is a much different experience than you see other creators who are in different areas that are not maxed out that still have referral bonuses. And I've said my area is an area of the future. It's not impossible to work, but it's certainly not going to be an area that's going to be able to be worked by just simply working one app, because I think almost every app we tried to sign him up on today was waitlisted. So this is a very, very saturated area. So what you're seeing is going to be relevant information to you when you see me driving around my community and what I'm doing out here. It's going to be relevant to you potentially in the future or in the near future.
Just thought I would share that with you guys. I'll see you at the drop off. All right, guys, let's go get this dropped off. Hello.
You might have the wrong address.
It's 610?
Buxton Street?
No, it's West Virginia.
You in
Avenue.
West Virginia runs this way. Like
Oh,
this.
it does. Okay.
Yeah, this is Buxton here.
Yeah, because it was actually showing it on the map. Right, this house was like where it
Yeah,
dropped
that's not
the
the
pin.
first time I've had somebody stop
Well,
a second.
I am glad you
Yeah,
let me know
no,
that.
I've had someone stop a couple months.
Hello.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm sorry, I don't know what
No, actually, what it is somebody, because some driver at some point dropped the pin, but they dropped the pin at 610 Buxton. So it takes you down to 610 Buxton. Luckily,
Yeah,
he came out and was like, this is 610 Buxton, not 610 West Virginia. And I said, okay, good.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah,
You have a
'cause
great
I
one.
don't know why it does that, because it did it the other day, but I put 610 West Virginia.
Well, what it is the DoorDash will, like, if a driver at some point when they probably arrived at the wrong spot at some point, and then they drop the pin within the app.
Okay.
So then it just stays.
Okay, thank you.
And then it's close. Yep, no problem. You have a good one. And guys, this is why Earn by Time isn't very good. So $4.50, no tip, again, whatever. But the point is, I ended up earning basically about $12 for the hour at dinner time. That's not acceptable. And I even earned a $13.25. So I don't know. We'll see if we get another order here in a second. Finish this hour out, and I think I'm going to go back to earn by order, because this was not very impressive. Although it did get me back to the hotspot, so I will give them credit for that. But man, whew. Anyways, all right, guys, talk to you soon. Look at that, guys. There's a whole family of ducks holding up traffic, crossing the street. And guys, good news also. Oh wow, look at that. Is that not wild? Have you ever seen anything like that? Look at that. That is cool. They're all crossing the street, causing traffic, guys. But I also got good news. I got a catering order. First time I've ever had a catering order on Earn by Time. And it came through. It's 25 items. It's for a business that's in probably about 25 minutes away. And I'm pulling up here to Logan's. That's where it's at. And I'm going to get paid $13.25 an hour for Earn by Time. And then $3 setup fee. So this will be a very interesting order. This is the first of its kind. And we'll see just what it comes out to be. It's a business of some sort. I don't know which business it is. I'm thinking it's the Amazon plant up there. Would be what I would think. And they're ordering a shit ton of food, 25 items. So this could be a very good one. All right, guys, let's go get this picked up.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. Pick it up for, I guess, it's Easy Cater for...
Oh, they are just coming back that one up.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, guys. 15 minutes. So, waited a total of, I guess, 35 minutes in there for this order. So we're already up to $9.05 base pay. We should realize the full $13.25 base pay plus a $3 setup, although there's really not going to be much to set up because it looks like it's all individualized food. But of course, I'll set up whatever they need, and then we'll see what the tip is here for 25 items.
So guys, let's get on the road. Let's go get this delivered, and I'll see you at the drop. We are arriving. It looks like we're arriving at Amazon. You can see the arrival right there. I was correct at the Amazon facility. I'll show you guys that. I don't mind, just since it is a business. But we're arriving. It looks like our instructions are to leave it at the security desk, even though I'm getting paid $3 to set this up. So very interesting instructions. So we're going to go get this delivered here, guys.
Turn left
Let me figure out where I need to pull up to, and we'll be back. Hello. I have a drop off that I'm supposed to drop off with security. And then, yeah, these are the same style of. Sure. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. So ended up being a $35.91 payout, $3 for the setup, $12.91 for base pay, and $20 for the tip. So not bad, not bad. I think I might have ended up with more. Possibly, I don't know. I might not have. In this case, it could have been an $8 or $9 payout. Although this would have been an $8 payout minimum, actually. So I probably would have ended up with $11. I probably would have ended up with $31. So I think the earn by time won here. So that puts us at about $50 for tonight. So I said I wanted to do $50, and I'm just under $50, literally by a few cents. And we're going to head back down the highway here and get back in line and see if we can get, this was our third order. So kind of redeemed itself a little bit with this order. I mean, I had to wait a little bit, but I'll turn you around. But it really wasn't bad in terms of the payout and order value. I mean, it took 58 minutes. So that's like $35 an hour for the order. I'll do that every day of the week. And I'm really not that far out of the range of where I want it to be at. So we'll see what comes up next. I mean, I'm going to say it's not bad, like I said. And I'm not sure what's going on with my app right now, but there we go. We're back now. So we'll see what the next offer leads us to and go from there. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. So, guys, there is my ratings as of right now. 4.99 customer rating, 43% acceptance rate, 94% completion rate, 92% on time, 3231 delivers. So clearly not top dasher ratings. Today's been not so bad. I started out complaining a little bit, and then it's redeemed itself. So that's what got me. That's what I was at when I got that $35 order, Easy Cater order. Let's see what happens next, guys. What do you think is going to come next with those type of ratings? Put it in the comments right now. Stop the video. Put it in the comments and let me know. All right, guys. I'll see you when I get that next order. Guys, we got another order. As you can see, let me show you what it was. Let me show you what it was. Hold on here. And there it is, guys. Stacked order. Papa John's Panda Express. $13.25 base pay per hour, 11 miles, 11.9 miles.
What else?
Hello, I'll pick it up for Veronica.
What else? Just so you know, sir, it is takeout only.
Oh, I'm picking up for DoorDash. Yeah.
Oh, what's the name?
For Veronica.
What?
Veronica.
Yeah, Veronica. You can just wait over there.
Over there? Sure. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hello. Picking up for Veronica.
Southwest toward Foxcroft Avenue.
So I don't think we're going to end up with very good base pay here on this one because, and then we're going to go, all right, 8:22 and 17 minutes will be 40:54. So probably about 32 minutes. So we're talking about about $6 base pay. So we better hope that this has a nice tip on it, which I doubt it does, but maybe, I guess I shouldn't doubt it because you know what? It might, and we're going to think positive and hope that it does. All right, guys, let's get on the road, and I'll see you at the drop-off. All right, guys, so that dash here, there's the payout. 1041 base pay, 1150 customer tip, 2191, and I would have probably only gotten about $4 base pay, to be honest with you. At 425 base pay, this would have been probably a 1575 payout if I wouldn't have been doing earn by time. So this time, another win for the earn by time. Now I had to do some weird stuff here because I'm way out in left field, and of course my app wasn't working because cell phone service is not good, etc., etc. So I had to actually take a picture of my Android phone, which has a picture of it. Hopefully that doesn't cause me a problem. Sometimes you got to just try to figure out what to do and fix it. So we are heading back now towards, this is our fourth order of the day, believe it or not, and we've made 70.37. So really, actually, an outstanding day. I don't know, man. I have to say, I'm a little impressed here with the way this turned out. Anyways, guys, I'll be back to talk to you soon. All right, guys. Just checking in. We made it back. We're pulling into the hotspot area. We came all the way back. We've got not one offer. I was considering shutting down my dash and restarting it, but I thought, no, you know what? Let me try to restart it. We're sitting at $70.37. All right, so we're getting a spark order here. Let's see what we got. 1316, 7.5 miles. This is the problem I'm having with this is I guess I should have gone in the direction of this Walmart, but I didn't. And I've got like 8 miles to drive, and then it's like 15 miles. So it keeps going up. Let's see if we can get it to go up more. That's my goal. Anyways, we'll go. There we go. Papa John's. Oh my God. 12.4 miles. Ooh, dang. Well, how long of a ride is that? 18 minutes. All right. Well, last time we did it, it worked out. $20 order. This time, let's see if we can do the same thing, because we didn't get any tip. Remember, it was all the Papa John's last time because we got no tip on the
Turn right onto Foxcroft Avenue.
Panda Express portion, but it was the same customer. So to me, I really didn't count it as a no tip. But we're gonna head down here to Papa John's, guys. Let's
Continue
see what
on
this
Foxcroft Avenue for 3/4 of a mile.
says. My dash has been paused. Why has my dash been paused? What the hell? Were they trying to send me another offer or something? That is bizarre. Resume dash. How did it pause my dash? Look at this, guys. It paused my dash. I guess it took away the order. Okay. That is bizarre. That is bizarre. Wow. My Papa John's order is gone. All right, guys, I need to look into this. So I will be back to update you on exactly what the heck just happened. All right, guys. So a little update on things. Apparently, the order got unassigned from me, so I stopped my dash just to see, if it would tell me I was still dashing, and it let me stop my dash. I then restarted my dash, and I got I'll show you the order here. I got a crumble cookie. Now, it didn't tell me the miles, so I just accepted it. Of course, it's $13.25 minimum, but it appears, based on the mileage that I see here where it's going to, it appears it's probably about 8-9 miles away. So I'm here at Crumble Cookie right now. There it is. We're going to head in there and go pick this up. It looks like we're picking up a 4-pack. And I talked to Dasher support, and they indicated that I guess that order has been assigned to 8 different Dashers. It was assigned at the beginning of the phone conversation to a Dasher. And then by the time I got done talking to Dasher support, it got unassigned. So we're going to head in here, guys. It looks like it's crowded in there. I don't know what the procedure is for picking stuff up here. We'll see how this goes. It's my first time picking up for them, and we'll see exactly how this works out. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon. Let's head in and pick this up. Good day. Thank you. All right, guys, so I activated my unassigned. And what do I mean by that? I mean that I got an add-on, and this is a little tip. In my market, if you get an add-on and then you end up waiting a long time, make sure you go into both orders if you're kind of rethinking whether or not you want to be part of the orders anymore. Make sure you go into both orders and click unassign. Or click, first of all, don't unassign yet, okay? Click no, turn down the unassigned, and then it's going to attach to the order the ability to unassign without it affecting your completion rate. And in this case, I realized there was going to be issues all over this order because both of them had lemon cookies. Clearly, Crumble Cookie is not a place I ever want to pick up from again if I can avoid it, because there was a line a mile long. There was a list, and the DoorDash orders were 5 to 6 away from being prepared. They're cooking the cookies, I guess, live time. It was a mess. Anyways, as a result, I opted out of the order. And we'll see what else DoorDash might assign us. And of course, I'm still getting the Spark opportunity, although I looked at it and I'm not crazy about it. It's only 7 items, but it is pretty far down. It's almost to the state line going the opposite direction. It's 28 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. And that would include passing by the Walmart, picking up the order, but it's up to $15.16. So I'm considering that. But anyways, guys, I'll be back to update you on what our next move is. I might call this. This is what it is. We did 4 orders, $70. I'm okay with that. It's late. It's 9:48. And, I don't know. What else do we want to do here? It's 9:48. I don't think the orders are going to get better right now because of how late it is. Perhaps I might find a Papa John's. I know Outback is still open. We're going to come down here and see Buffalo Wild Wings is still open.
and we're gonna see what comes next. All right, guys, I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, so they ended up, I guess, penalizing me for having gotten out of those orders. So I was not able to get back on earn by time. So we went back on earn by order, declined the $3 Papa John's offer, Jesus, and then got this. So let's check out the Papa John's order. So this was the order that we got before. I declined that order, and then I'd gotten this order and declined it. And this looks like this could be close to where this other order is going. So we may want to try to maneuver our way out of that Papa John's order. Yep, and I think it is. So that's the $3.25 no tip order. And apparently there's a Chipotle order right here that I think is the one that's going to be good. But we got $13 for 2.3 miles, which means this Chipotle order must be like $10 worth. So anyways, we're gonna, what the hell just happened? Y'all just saw that in real time, right? Better come back. Oh my God, what the hell's going on? Okay, there it is. All right, we're gonna go in here and pick this order up, and then we're gonna see about trying to get out of that. Yep, we're gonna see if we can get out of this other order, because I think that's the one that was the crappy order. All right, guys, let's get in here. For Colin. Yep. That's it. Is that it? Oh, it fell on the floor. Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you.
To West Virginia 45 East, Apple Harvest Drive.
All right, guys. So we actually got out of the Papa John's order. I analyzed it, and it was definitely the no tip order that had come through. So my belief is it's either adding $2 or $3. I think it's probably adding $3 to this order.
Apple Harvest Drive.
And I said, you know what? I'm not doing that. It's like a papadilla and a Mountain Dew. So we went over there and went ahead and just removed ourselves from the order, and we are taking the $10 Chipotle order to the customer. So to me, that was just the better one, because this was going to make me travel further down the road to go get that order into a part of town I really didn't want to be in. So we're on our way over there now. We're going to get this Chipotle order delivered, see how much it pays out, and I'll come back, go over all that, and we're going to pulling up here, and it's not very well lit down here. Oh, you're pulling up here to the customer now. So I hate coming down streets that are just not lit very well. And it always makes it difficult when you're trying to navigate or figure out where the address is or whatnot. So here it is. I think it's here on the corner.
Your destination is on the left.
And it's a handed to me.
The customer requested you hand them the order.
So,
they added the following instructions.
How you doing?
Pretty good, are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. There you go, man. You have a good one. Thank you. All right, guys. It was handed to me. And I was 110% right. Hopefully you guys can see that. $2, $8 customer tip, $10. made the right call on that one. So now we'll see if anything comes next. And guys, I'll be back to report on whatever the next step is, because this puts us at about $80 for the night. All right, guys, I'll talk to you shortly. All right, guys, Dead Dash back here to report that I am ending the day, guys. So it's about 10:30. It's time to get out of here. There it is. That's my ratings at the end of the day. I did 4 earned by time orders and 1 earned by pay order. And we finally ended our large order program drought. So we ended with those ratings out. Frustratingly enough, and support did nothing for me, my completion rate went down because of the glitch. For some reason, I was on the phone. I thought I saw that it was going back up, but it went down. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I've got plenty of time to get it to go back up. We ended up, for the day, earning $80.37. And we ended up, that last 2 hours was really wasteful. Should have just got out of there after the 4th order. You know, in this particular market, at about 9, when it hits about 8:30 to 9 o'clock, it dies, and then it goes into nighttime mode, unless it's like a weekend. So, should have got the heck out of here, but I didn't. Staying around to try to find that last order. Had the crumble cookie disaster where we were waiting on those 2 orders that seemed like they were going to go on forever. Then we ended up getting the double stack with the no tip in there. I got that out of there, made $10 more. So we ended up making $80.37. Average order value of $20.35 for the entire time we were out, and $30.14. $30.14 for the average delivery order value. Back to form on that. Offered miles of 39.6 and 66 miles driven. So we kind of kept the dead miles in a better place than they have been in the past. And we spent 47 minutes per order, 68% work time, 5.28 dead miles per order. And yeah, so our cash flow for the evening, if you're wondering, $80.37 gross revenue, $13.87 to the tax man, $6.60 to the car expense fund, $4.79 for actual gas costs, for cash flow, profit loss, whatever you want to call it. We're taking home spendable income of $55.11. So there, guys, that's the story. Appreciate you guys coming along. Hope you enjoyed it. And I will talk to you soon. And as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. What's up, YouTube? Dad Dash here. I'm coming to you today with what I think is going to be a little bit of a controversial video, maybe a little controversial take. Some of you may not like this, but I'm going to ask you to hear me out. Think about what I have to say. Think about the program that I'm going to talk about. So, I've been doing a lot of research, doing a lot of listening, a lot of reading, a lot of watching. And I've been trying to figure out what is the real purpose behind the Earn by Time program. And I think I have it. I think I've understood it. And I've listened to Tony Hsu's interview. I've listened to other content creators out there, listened to their experience with it. I've myself given it a try. And I think I understand now exactly who it's for. And I think, honestly, guys, this is the program that I believe 98% of the Dashers should be working. And I think it's the right program. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's DoorDash's attempt at taking a very difficult
financial market and trying to make it an efficient, calculable, predictable market. I think DoorDash, I don't think it's being done because it's like, well, they want to eliminate cherry pickers. They want to eliminate multi-appers. I don't really think it's being done for that. I think they understand that if you are a cherry picker, if you are a multi-apper, you don't want to see a majority of the orders that the earn by time people are seeing. So they know you're going to be waiting 20 minutes possibly in between orders, 30 minutes in between orders, sometimes an hour in between orders if you get busy on other apps that are giving you better opportunities and you're a multi-apper. They know you're not going to be working as many orders in as high a volume of orders. So instead of you sitting there turning down order after order after order after order after order and complaining, you can get a happier experience as a earn by order person when you don't have to see those crappier orders. And the majority of orders on DoorDash, as everybody knows, are not the high tip orders. They're not the high paying orders. And when I say high paying, I mean high paying in dollar figure, not miles to money. They're going to be more in range of the $5, the $6, the $7 order that would have had a $2, $3, $4, or $5 tip. In other words, the tip is $5 or less. Those orders would normally be being shuttled around by top dashers or by people coming on the platform that otherwise, wouldn't be worrying about bidding those up. They would take the order and say, okay, fine, I'll make $3. Let me go get it. I need money. I have an hour to work and I need to do as many orders as I can. I don't have time to turn anything down. So they do it. In this case, if that order ends up taking them a half hour, they're going to get $6.50 instead of $2.25 or instead of $3.25 on that order. And they're going to be happier because they're going to have gotten a pay increase. That's going to be the big benefit to these people that earn by time was created for. And that is for the people that were willing to take the smaller orders, the no tip orders. Now, earn by time will compensate them appropriately. Well, appropriately in the sense that now that's the solution that DoorDash is answering that says when that dasher who's willing to be a top dasher, who's willing to do 70% acceptance rate, who's willing to complete 95% or more of their orders, and they're standing in Wendy's or Wingstop or KFC, and they're waiting and they're contacting dasher support, and they're saying, hey, listen, I'm only getting paid $2.25. Is there extra pay? And dasher support says, no, there isn't. Now they don't have to worry about it because now they know that they're going to get paid regardless. Because now they know that if that long wait happens, their base pay is going up. And they know if they have to wait an hour, they're at least going to get $13.25. And if they're only going 1 mile or 2 miles, that's a pretty doggone good miles to money. And that dasher is going to feel like, hey, that's a good payout. $8 for 2 miles. Just because I had a busy McDonald's on my hands. Hey. And then they figure they'll get back on it and take the next order the next hour. The key to them is they're continuously working and they're continuously keeping that base pay steady. And then those $2, $3, $4, and $5 tip orders that they're going to get on occasion, that they're going to get probably 50% of the time, will then add up to bring them to $18, $19, $20, $21, $22 an hour. And for those drivers that are working that way, that's going to be a big, big pay increase. And under the new earn by time structure, they're going to get a pay increase. I would ask you to do this exercise. Next time you go out and you do earn by order, I want you to go into your Dasher app and I want you to look specifically at your active time. And I want you to take that active time and I want you to calculate it against your base pay and tell me, what is the average hourly pay? In other words, let's say you were out for 1 hour. Look at your base pay. See how much it is. Maybe you did 3 orders. If you got $6.25 base pay for that, for 1 hour, and you are in a market like mine, which has $13.25, you would be getting almost a $7 pay increase per hour by having done those orders on earn by time instead of earn by order. Anything that's a $5 tip or less will be on that platform. It will get priority over there because those are going to be the orders that they're going to throw to a dasher or throw to somebody on earn by time. And if you're someone who's willing to take those orders, then you are going to have a whole bunch of those opportunities over there. And on top of that, let's say you do 2 or 3 orders an hour and each one has a tip of say $3. You're talking about now $9 in tip money. And if you work the entire hour, $13.25, or if you're $13.50 like at the Hagerstown market or $14.50 like the Greencastle market, you're talking about possibly anywhere from $21 to $23 an hour by just simply going out and completing 3 orders. If you complete 4 orders in an hour, short-term orders, and you work the entire hour, it keeps you busy the entire hour, you would essentially have $25 an hour. And for the dasher that says, listen, I don't want to have to make any fancy calculations. I just want to go out and complete orders and get as many orders done as I can within an hour or 2 hour period so that I can make money. This program is going to work for you wonderfully. I repeat, this program will work for you wonderfully. So I believe that if you're not already trying out earn by time, give it a try. I'm going to be coming out with some calculators and some things that I've developed from my experience that I've been giving myself over the last few weeks. I think what you're going to find, if you are someone who is a top dasher, a 60, 70, or 80% dasher, I think you're going to find that the experience on earn by time, once you release yourself from did this person tip or didn't they, can you just say, you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm earning X amount per hour, minimum. I now have a minimum basis. I now know that the only thing I need to do is pound the hell out of that accept button and do as many orders an hour as I can, thereby putting me in range for as many potential tips as I can. And whether I get 0 tip or $10 tip, it doesn't matter. It matters not. I just got to get my order volume up. And if you get your order volume up and you're averaging $2 to $3 tips per order, then essentially, then it's only a matter of how many orders are you doing an hour. And if you're working steady every single hour, you'll be earning whatever that hourly guarantee is, plus those tips. So if your average tip amount is $3 and you're doing 3 orders an hour, you have $9 tip plus to say $13.25, which means you'll be making $22.25 an hour, and every single hour that you're working for DoorDash. So the ability to calculate, the ability to strategize gets easier. This is where you belong. This is where 98% of you belong. Now, my message to the other side, to the cherry pickers, to the multi-appers, encourage them to utilize this mode of work, because it's my belief that once everybody starts to figure out where they belong, and I think a lot of people are going to know they belong over there, they're going to see the benefit, the additional money to the way that DoorDash is asking earn by timers to work. Once that happens, then we will start to see those people that are staying with the earn by order. We'll begin to see a lot less of the trashy, what we would term as trash orders, although none of them are really trash orders. They're just underpaid or undervalued orders. But a lot of the undervalued orders that were declining, we will stop seeing. Yes, it will seem slower, but it won't be. Yes, it will seem like there's nothing going on, but there will be. It's just your mind adjusting to the idea that you used to be declining 20 orders an hour to get your 2 to 3 that you would do. But now you might decline 2 orders an hour and do 3 orders an hour, or do 2 orders an hour. Now, notice something about that here. The benefit to you of getting the Earn by Time program off of the ground is that your acceptance rate will go up. And as DoorDash has said, when your acceptance rate rises, so does your priority. So with you having less trash to sort through and higher priority, the job of the earn by order dasher will become easier. Now, there will still be longer wait times. It will still seem slower for us, but we will start to see better orders. We will start to see our acceptance rates rise easier, and we will start to then enjoy the potential of the priority that would exist when the earn by timers aren't worried about priority, because they're going to accept everything. And the only people sitting in the parking lot will be the few earn by timers or earn by orders that will be existing. And those orders that will come in when you're sitting at, whether you're sitting at 50, 60, or 70% acceptance rate, will then determine those orders, those valuable orders, the large order program orders, the catering orders, the pizza orders, the orders that DoorDash will not be prioritizing the earn by timers for, because again, they're going to be responsible for running the short run orders, the $2, $3, and $4. And yes, they will occasionally get a bigger order, because occasionally that might be the order that's up for them. It comes to them, they accept it, and they complete it. But on the whole, they're going to be more focused on completing the latest McDonald's order, the latest Popeyes order, the latest Wingstop order. And they're going to be happy to do so, because they're making, in their eyes, a fair wage that they know exactly what it is, and they know their minimum is guaranteed. And they're going to be happily zipping around their community, trying to drive as few miles as they can and make as much money as they can and get as many orders as they can delivered in an hour. And then the earn by timers or earn by order people are going to be over here waiting for the big game orders, waiting for the large orders, waiting for the little bit longer drive orders that are going to have bigger tips on them, waiting for the orders that are going to have a better tip and a better miles to money. And it's going to be easier to find those orders, because those are going to be the ones that are going to be left waiting for us, while the earn by timers are doing all of the hard work, doing all the busy work, doing all the busy, keeping busy and staying busy, and still earning more money than what they would have been earning today. So guys, I do believe that earn by time is going to benefit everyone, including multi-appers, including cherry pickers, and most of all, it's going to benefit the 98% of dashers out there that are casual dashers, that don't care about metrics,
disconnected,
that don't care about miles to money or no tip, no trip. They just care about coming out, earning for a few hours, and going home. Anyways, guys, tell me what your thoughts are. I know this is going to be popular, because I know everybody wants to hate on any program DoorDash brings out, and specifically the earn by order program, or earn by time program. They specifically like to hate on that. But I think that you've got to understand this. If you weren't working the way earn by time wants you to work, in other words, taking every order or taking almost every order, if that's not how you were working before it existed, it's not how you're going to enjoy working now that it's here. And you're not going to see value in it, I don't believe, in comparison to what you've seen as a multi-apper or a cherry picker. So listen, don't get upset. Don't stress. Give it a try. Try it out. Check it out. But I don't think it's going to be conducive to your success or your program. Let the people, this is a program that was written for the people who don't want a complicated experience with DoorDash. They just want to turn their app on, go to work, turn it off, go home, and forget about it. And for them, I think earn by time is going to be a really, really good thing. It's going to give them a pay raise. And then in the end, I think it's going to also help out the cherry pickers and the multi-appers by clearing out the busy work and the declines and letting us focus on the orders that we really want to see and really want to work. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Stay safe, stay profitable. And as always, guys, Dad Dash will talk to you soon.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash back here, and we are doing another ride along today, and we are going to be doing a earn by time ride along again. As you know, I've been talking about this mode of earnings, and I am experimenting with it. And next week, we are going to be doing an entire week of earn by time to see what that week looks like, and see if we can get the acceptance rate up by the end of the month, and go from there. See what it brings us. See if we get paid better on earn by time than I see on my earn by order mode. So all that will be tested, and all of that will be brought to fruition next week. But tonight we're going to do it again, kind of just to test it out for an evening again. We did it at dinner time earlier in the week. I think it was Thursday night. Tonight's a Sunday night, which is normally a great night for earn by order orders in my market. So we're going to see if it's good as well, or what kind of orders we get. We're on an order already, and there you can see we're a few minutes away from the customer, and it's a pizza order. So we'll see what happens here. Hopefully we get a decent payout, but I will be back to update you on that. We've already picked it up. It's already in the car, and we are on our way to the customer. So I will see you when I get to the customer's house. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a minute. How you doing?
Good.
There you are. You have a good one. Thank you. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Thank you. Well, guys, that was a little bit of an embarrassing delivery. I don't know if you caught that. I don't know if I included it, but I'll tell you about it.
Right onto West Virginia 9 East.
I apologize. I know where I'm going. But I make the delivery. Strong handoff, right, for a pizza. You know, you always got to get that thin. Or I've reinforced my bag, rigged it up a little bit to help with that handoff. So it went perfect, man. I'm handing it to her. I go to back up, and boom, my foot hits a flower pot. Luckily, she said the flower was already dead. We'll see if this ends up in my ratings. How embarrassing. But we are now on to the next order. It was a KFC order. Came in right as I closed out the previous one. We got a $2 and some change tip, but I think it was like $5. Let me see here if I got it noted here. Let's see here. We made $7.86. So it was like $2.56 for the tip, and we made like $5.25 or something on the base pay. But right now we have $7.86 in. So $7.86. That would have normally probably been a $4, maybe $5 order on a earn by order basis. So we made a little bit of money. So we are on to the next order, guys. We're gonna go pick up KFC and get this up the road and see what the next order brings. All right, guys. I'll see you at KFC. All right, guys, that was a no tip order. So I'll pull you off me. That was a no tipper, and now we have a Dairy Queen 10-mile order. Oh my, where's this going? Open navigation. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. We have the food in the car for the Dairy Queen order. I didn't record in the restaurant. It was really busy, and I just didn't really think it was the right moment to record. I didn't turn the camera on. I didn't even get it out of my pocket. It was just one of those situations where you could just tell. And we will see what this next order pays out. So hopefully they leave us a little tip on this one, although it's only 2 blizzards and a large fry, so I'm not holding out on it being much of a tip. If it may only be $1 or $2, or it might be a no tip order again, and we'll see what they follow us up with. I do know. All right, so this one was a good one. 1222 to deliver some blizzards. 550 tip and 672 base pay, guys. We won this one. We definitely won this one. So there it is. Check it out right there. 30 minutes of time, 672, 550. That was a winner. Let's get you guys right here. So that was a definite win for the Earn by Time team. So I'm happy with that. $12.22. All right. That was a huge win. Wow, 672 base pay, 550 tip. Now the only problem is we haven't got an order yet, and we're a little bit out of the way, but that's okay. All right, guys, as soon as I get another order, I'll be back. I'm gonna get the particulars filled in on this one, get on the road again, and I'll talk to you soon. Guys, so we are back to work. We got a Papa John's offer going 11 miles. Went ahead and took it again. It's actually dropping us off in an area that actually should not have a problem getting another order. So it's really, even though it's 11 miles, it's really not 11 miles in terms of it's one-way miles, and some potential here. Maybe a $5 tip, maybe no tip at all, maybe a $10 tip. You never know with these Papa John orders, but we shall see when we get it delivered. So back to work we go, guys. I'll see you at Papa John's. All right, guys, very sorry I forgot to bring you guys along. I actually got out of the car, got my pizza bags, and realized I left the camera here in the car as I got inside, so it was too late. Anyways, we got the pizzas. They're loaded in the car. We got a 14-minute ride up to the customer's house. So all right, guys, we took a little bit of a loss on that one because of the time. Put you guys back up here. So it was $5.32 payout, $5 tip, and that's a shame, but that's okay. We're gonna keep going. So $24.77 order value on that. So like I said, the order value wasn't terrible. And it leaves us $11.06 realizing our goal, because I plan to work 4 hours tonight. So that put our goal at $45.90 based on a 85% work rate. And we are well on our way for that goal tonight. But again, obviously we hope to make much more than that, but let's see here. Our miles to money dropped from $1.06 to 97 cents. So we took a little hit there. Let's see what DoorDash has in store for us next. Let's see if we get something. Looks like Logan's is popping up on the map. Looks like there's nothing hot spotted up here right now. So we're going to have to, I hope, not drive back there without having something reserved for us. But we shall see what DoorDash has in store. We might turn on Uber or Grubhub if we have to get ourselves back, because we definitely cannot afford to be riding 7 to 8 miles back to get an order. So we'll see what happens. I will be back to let you know. So, guys, we got hit with the, I guess, the unfortunate situation where, although there are a lot of restaurants in this area, there's nothing heated up. And the closest hotspot's 7 miles away. So we've got no other choice right now but to head towards that hotspot, in my opinion. Some of you might disagree with the decision I'm making right now, but I believe, to me, I got to go where I can get an order as soon as possible. Because right now, on an earn by order scenario, I'd be comfortable sitting up here waiting for an order and tracking down an order of the size and amount that I want, but I'm not going to get to see the order size. I'm not even going to know if there's even a possibility of a tip or anything like that. I could end up on a no tip journey. The only thing I'm going to be able to do right now is get back in the position to get another order, to get back on the clock and start earning that hourly rate again, and then hope that I can earn a tip or some tips over the next few hours that I'm working. So, all right, guys. So I did get another order, and unfortunately, I was on the phone with my wife, so I was not able. I missed pretty much recording everything, including I was distracted by the phone conversation, and I even forgot to turn on my camera that I was wearing. I don't even believe I wore it into Papa John's. I don't recall. I don't think I did. I was just totally distracted with what I was talking about with her and didn't record anything. But I'll show you the payout right here. So check out the payout. We got $8.42 for a total order value on that order for the Papa John's order of, let's see here, $24.83. But we ended up driving, and you're going to see this. We drove a lot of miles. These two orders really screwed us. We ended up driving 19 miles in total for the $8 payout. So absolutely terrible. Now, I showed 7 miles at offer because DoorDash let me drive all the way back down, getting off the interstate when they offered it to me. Now, as soon as I got done with this order this time, they gave me a 4-mile McDonald's run, which I am here at McDonald's. We are going to go in and pick this up. And they gave that to me immediately. I mean, it was as soon as it processed out, came in. So we are back to some steady work here. Looks like a guarantee based on, or looks like the base pay estimate here is $5.85. But we very seldomly ever deliver it at the time DoorDash tells us we're going to. We always do it early. So we'll see. Let's see what the items are here. Is there any chance for any type of big tip? There's 2 items, a large fry and a 20-piece McNugget. Best case scenario here is a $5 tip, and maybe like 2 or 3, maybe $4 base pay. So we get like a $9 4-mile run, and it kind of starts to balance out the miles issue, because right now the miles situation just really took a turn for the worse. We are at, I believe, well, actually, sorry, I already entered the next order in, so I can't tell you what we are, but I believe we're like at 80 cents a mile or something like that after this last order. It just got really, really bad. We were at 96 cents, and now I think we're like 80 cents a mile or somewhere in that range. We'll see where it stands after this. So, guys, let's get inside here, go pick this order up, and see what the rest of the night holds, guys. We'll see. Thank you. As you saw, that order was ready to go, sitting on the rack, waiting for us. So we got it, and we are on the way. 7-minute drive. Like I said, this is going to be a scenario where we're not going to really have a super long order on our hands, so the base pay will be probably nominal. All right, guys, so I'm back. We got an order, Burger King, 2.3 miles. I cheated a little bit, though. I noticed yesterday when I was doing order by order, I'm top dasher, so what I was doing yesterday is every time I get an order, I in my dash, or maybe I do 2 orders if an order didn't come in right away. I'd end my dash, restart my dash, and magically an order would come within a minute or two of starting the dash over. So I think I understand what these guys are doing that are top dashers. That definitely creates like some sort of advantage or some sort of mechanism that if you can go in and out of a dash, it'll just automatically bump you to the front of the line and get you an order right away. Anyways, did that here on Earn by Time. I'm still on Earn by Time. Turned off Earn by Time. As soon as I turned it on, within, I'd say 20 seconds, this Burger King order shows up and I'm in the mix again, 2.3 miles. So we are going to go in here to Burger King, pick this up. I got to log it. Then we're going in. So I'll see you guys inside.
How you doing? I'm picking up for Chazelle. Thank you very much. You have a good one.
Well, guys, as you saw there, picking up a milkshake. And do not have high hopes at all for this one. All right, guys, that dash back here. So the Burger King order, absolute garbage. It was a $2.42 payout, I think, or 240. What was it? 243 payout for a 1458 order value going 4 miles. So that was no good. No orders. Came back down here, drove all the way back down from that area like I did before. Got hired on a Panda Express 8-mile run to pick up a drink and a big plate.
Sure. Oh, no problem. Picking up for DoorDash for Malcolm. Sure. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yep, you have a good one.
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So I did not get that delivery on camera because the customer was literally sitting right there. I didn't have a chance to fire up my body cam or nothing. I have it on my dash cam, or at least part of it. So if any problems arise, I have at least my dash cam, which has the all-important GPS coordinates. And it'll show I was at that customer's house delivering it. But I don't think, it seemed to me like everything was cool. $3 tip. $4.95 base pay for a total of $7.95 payout, and the order value on that order, let's see here, was $20.74. We've maintained a around a $20 delivery order value, which is pretty weak compared to where we would normally be at if I was multi-apping and trying to utilize as many apps at one time as possible. All right, guys, so we did get an order finally. We got a Chipotle order for 11.2 miles, but the good news is it is going to near my house. So I'm okay with that. So we're here at Chipotle. There it is. And we're going to pick this thing up, get the food in the car. It looks like it's just a burrito bowl. So I don't think it'll be anything more than maybe a couple of dollar tip. Majority of what we'll make on this will be the base pay for however long, but
Thank you.
All right, guys, so just as I suspected, 12-minute ride. All right, guys. So payout for that order was a disappointing $5.48 because there was no tip on that order. Not surprised. That was what I was suspecting could be happening. But we got 527 was the payout, and it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. They were out hanging out front, look like they just got home or something. So I ended up handing it off to them. So it's a handed to me, no tip order, all the hallmarks of trouble. We will see. But I did get this Wendy's order. It looks like it's another one item, it's just a value meal, and we're back to work. So I wasn't going to take another order, but I figured with how poor this order turned out, might as well stay busy and try to collect one more order tonight before we call it and see where these final numbers are. All right, guys. So check it out. I've been in the drive-through line. There it is. It's very busy. This might be an order we realize some pretty nice base pay on. So, yeah, because we've been on the order since 9:39. It is 9:51. So we've been on for 12 minutes and counting, and I'm still 2 cars back from letting them know I'm here for the order, and then I'm going to be waiting. There was like 3 other cars in front of me when I first arrived. So this is one of those orders where being on earn by time will be a winner, especially if it's, as I suspect, a lower tipping, if not a no tipping order, because all it is a 10-piece nugget combo, which I know is not very expensive here. So I'm not expecting this would be a very big tip at all. All right, guys, let's go get this final order delivered. All right. Set food on the place the food on the table on the front porch. All right, guys, I know I made the promise. That was going to be my last order. And then I got another offer, and I just couldn't turn it down from DoorDash because I thought, you know what, I'm at $73 now. $50 base pay, $5 over my goal. It turned out to be a $10 payout, $18 order value. And I said, I need more. Anyways, I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. So we're going to go back to that same Wendy's. And it looks like we're going to be able to deliver. It's close to my house where the delivery is. So that's why it was enticing to me. So maybe I'll regret it. I don't know. But money's money, guys. $73 so far. We're really putting this to the test. I think this will be my 11th or 12th order of the night. I normally will do 12 orders and make $150, and I've made $73.12. But I'm having a good time. This is for science, and it's for you guys too, because we're going to crunch some numbers here in a little bit, I promise. So let's get back to Wendy's, pick this order back up, or pick this next order up, and I promise you, it's 10:16 p.m. at night. We are going to end soon. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. I'm in my driveway. I made it back. DoorDash decided to take a major crap on my head after we left the last order. So, last order, I dropped it off. It was out of business. I dropped it off, get in the car, and there's a pizza place right around the corner. They give me this an 11-mile. It was like probably 4 miles to the pizza place, 6 miles from the pizza place. Kind of all heading in the general direction of my house. So I thought, you know what? I'll take it. I'd been saying one more order. So I noticed that the order wasn't going to be ready for a little while. So I stopped off at a convenience store to use the restroom real quick, pick up a soda, a bag of pretzels for the ride because I figured I might as well have it, and headed down. And sure enough, the business was closed. Well, I called DoorDash because I always call DoorDash when it's closed. They said, no, go back and go in the app. So I went in the app, followed in-app instructions, closed out the order, and lo and behold, because I am on Earn by Time, I got paid zero, not a dime. I thought I would have gotten the Earn by Time amount, but I didn't even get that. I got zero. I'm not happy about that. That was really stinging. So keep that in mind, guys. If you're working Earn by Time and you get there and there's a closed restaurant or something happens, you're getting paid apparently zero. Anyways, so let me give you some thoughts today. Today was a brutal day. Today was everything I thought Earn by Time would be, and I accepted every order today. Every order except there was one final order that they sent me after that one. I turned the apps back on and they sent me a order. It was a McDonald's order. It really wasn't too bad, but after that little incident, I did not have the will to go forward anymore. I declined the order, turned off the apps, and came home because I said, you know what? I'm beat up today. I'm beat up. DoorDash beat the hell out of me today. And you're going to see why I say that. Because it was absolutely brutal. So let's start out at 112 miles. 112 miles. Actually, hold on a second. That's not accurate. I'll get you the accurate miles. Hold on a second. It's even worse than that. Hold on. I realized I hadn't updated my miles. So 125 miles. 125 miles. Now, I accepted every order doing Earn by order, and it wasn't this bad. 65 cents. My offered miles still isn't better. 83.8 offered miles. Dead miles, we're running at about 41.2, and we had let's see here. That's terrible. That's terrible. But anyways, we were still underwater regardless because we made a total today of $81.75. We worked from 5:36 to 10:35 p.m. I literally turned the app off 1 minute before I turned it on. So we could have had a perfect 6 hours. So what does that bring us? $81.75. Now, based on my calculator, that gave me a base pay goal of $45.90. That was for working 4 hours. So let's see if we would have put in 5 hours. Let's put that in. We got to make that adjustment. So a 5-hour base pay goal would have been $55.36. We ended up making, $57.38 would have been it. And we made $55.36. So we missed our base pay goal by $2.02. And we got $26.39 in tips. As I told you, a total of $81.75 in total pay for a $16.40 average order value, or basically we earned $16.40 an hour. Essentially, right around what I thought we would average, about $3 in tips per hour. And our delivery order value was $19.54, which that is actually the active time. So we were really $19.54 versus $13.25. So about a little over $6 in tips per hour. So can I recommend this? No, not for the serious dasher. It's not there yet. And I told you this in my video. It's not there yet. The serious dasher needs to stay on earn by order. Pick your stuff, pick your orders. Multi-app. Multi-apping, in my opinion, is the only way you're going to make money at a consistent rate of $25 or greater an hour right now in the markets that we're in, or at least in my market. But this was for science. I wanted to test it out. I'm going to continue to play around with this. My acceptance rate went up from, I think, about 17% to 25%. We're holding strong. So you figure I moved 7 points up over, 11 orders. So 4 orders were, dead. Didn't do anything for me. So, we earned 27 cents per minute. Very interesting number, because 22 cents a minute is what I earn or was earning in this area. So basically we earned an extra 5 cents a minute with our tips. Anyways, guys, that's where we stand. It was not, by my standards, a good month or a good night. Some people would say this is a good night. Some people would say this is about, when they're picking orders on earn by time, they might earn less than this. They might earn $2 or $3 less an hour than this. So again, to each his own experience. This to me is what you call simple dashing. This was stressless, besides the fact that it was upsetting to me to see the money trickling in at the pace it was. But other than that, there's really not a whole lot to get caught up in. No tips. I really wasn't stressed about that. I didn't even think about that. I was like, next order, next order, next order. For me, the dead miles are an issue. You saw it in the videos. I drove a little bit, maybe a little bit more than what I should have. Maybe I should have stayed and sat there waiting for another order to come in at the areas I was at and let myself drive out of those areas. Perhaps somebody else with a different strategy would have been able to work this better than me. But this is what I came up with. For me, will I be doing this in the long term? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I'm covering it. I want to cover it. I wanted to get a flavor for it. I'm planning on getting to, I did a couple nights of this week. I'm going to go this week coming up. I'm going to be focused on making some money. And then next week, the following week, the last week of the month, I am going to do earn by order on a pretty consistent basis for the week and see what I can come up with. I'm considering possibly turning off all other apps and making it my main mode of earning, given that I'm top dasher, moving all around and going into markets wherever it's earn by time is at, and trying to just see what I can do on an earn by time basis. I'll figure out the strategy. Of course, I'll do some ride-alongs during that week to bring you guys along and show you what I'm doing. And of course, I'll be talking about it. But guys, I appreciate you coming along with me tonight. Being there to watch the pain, watch the punishment for Dad Dash. And if you enjoyed this video, if you got something out of it, hit that like button, share this video, and as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a special video. One of what will be a couple of video series on tracking sheets that I'm going to provide. I will attach one in each of the videos that you can download straight from Google Sheets and begin using if it's something you want to try out. And this tracking sheet is meant to assist anybody wanting to work or try out the new Earn by Time features that are being offered by DoorDash. These sheets were created based off of the sheets I used previously for my Earn by Offer mode, and I have essentially adjusted them to reflect exactly what an Earn by Time, approach should look like. So I'm going to get into a little background on exactly the strategy that I envision and the way these sheets were envisioned to be used. And of course, as always, anyone using the sheets who uses them differently, who develops something different, please reach out, email me, and let's collaborate and adjust and make these sheets better and better and better to use, and hopefully improve our results when working. Now, with that said, guys, let's jump inside this sheet, and I'm going to go through, run it down, and show you exactly how to utilize this sheet. All right, guys, so welcome to the inside of my phone here, and I want to show you this template here. I want to show you this first sheet. This is going to be the daily work log. So if you are someone who's going to be using Earn by Time, what I would say is you know, this will apply to any zone you're in. If you switch zones, you will have to switch sheets so you can have something that accurately reflects your hourly order value, or else you're going to have to adjust that to match, because otherwise what's going to happen is your initial offers will adjust based on what your hourly rate is. So this is the delivery information sheet. This is what you'll be interacting with, entering in information on. You can see it's very similar to my driver or daily work log for Earn by Order. Now, the first thing you're going to want to do when you go in here is you're going to see the goal calculator. I have it set at 85%. That's where we're going to leave it. But you're going to want to put in the time available to work. So if, let's just say it's 4 hours, it's going to adjust for you. 3.4, it's going to project that you're going to have 3.4 active hours working, and thereby your base pay. Now, this is